Top of the morning to all of you fellow Pokemon enthusiasts. Welcome back to another round of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 for Southeast Asia. I'm Leonard, also known as Yololee, and joining me once again and gracing the cast desk is the one and only Professor Flava.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening. Hopefully you guys are having an amazing time tuning into this live stream for such an amazing event, which is the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Southeast Asia, day number 2. Now, hopefully you guys have got yourself comfortable as we're about to jump into some amazing Pokemon Unite action for today. But before all that, let's have a look at some of the highlights from what has happened there in day number 1.
残り20秒なんで、これ
そうですね。ただラストヒットはちょっと怖いところがありますが、
怖いところありますが、やっぱりインテリオンがこの体力で残っているのが大きい。
そうですね。ただ神がここからさあ取っていく。ゴールにひた走れ。シールドを取ったままカニちゃんズ残り60点。10秒です。10秒です。さあゴールの上には1人残っていますが、得点。ゲームセット。
いやー、これ素晴らしい。雪だるま式かわして
足が止まったさあ奥にいたのはこのエピです。足を止めてみせました。ウルトラソイル KO まで持ってきた。残ったのはそうですね、このピクシーまで2連続 KO カビチャンズレジェンドピット周り完璧。
やっぱすごい位置にいるな。勝負は急がない MJK。じわりじわりと自分たちの得意な射程を生かしてジョイズラブユナイトから体力と余裕を持ってきた。
ここに亀木からあるぞ。
さあお出ましいらっしゃいませと言わんばかりにリングを開いて MJK の面々がジョイズラブユナイトに襲いかかります。ゴールからリングの中から一気に波乗りでジョイズラブユナイトを流し去った MJK。 そのままファイナルゴールへと駆け抜けていくインテリオン。
Sedangkan di bawah Registil. Kali ini Registilnya
Dor.
Pasti Eropa berhasil kabur di sana. Tentunya dia Ratu Zoroark mencoba menginput poin. Yes, tapi knock-up tampaknya Krasol.
Dan ini dia.
Coba untuk menahan saja, kita lihat tampaknya seorang dari Krasol masih mampu bertahan di sana karena Foir terculik bersama. Kesempatan emas. Tampaknya di belakang bola akan maju seorang Dev. Mendorong namun kita lihat akan ditukar. Dimana kali ini seorang Glacier bakal tumbang di sana. Hopa bakal coba untuk join.
As he thinks he is, because this level gap is just getting bigger and bigger. We do have the time frame, but where is the follow-up damage? Zoroark is just not enough by himself. He gets blown up in the middle of the fray. Absol as well. Tyrannosaurus coming back into the fight, but unfortunately, again, he's all alone against 5 Pokemon.
That jump does nothing. Man, that was... Oh, those were some amazing highlights. Now, if you guys do missed out on all the action that's actually happened in day number 1 for East Asia as well as Southeast Asia, and of course, you don't want to miss out on if you missed out on all the action that happened on day number 2 on East Asia. Be sure to check back on all our previous live streams that actually happened before. But before all that, let's have a look at the tournament structure here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. Now, of course, this starting off with the top segment, we have our open qualifiers for East Asia, comprised of Japan Open, Korea Open and the Taiwan Open, and respective teams will be moving forward to the regional stage. For Southeast Asia, we have from the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, as well as Thailand. And we feature 8 teams here in the Southeast Asia region. And of course, we do have from India, we have 6 teams from the India Open qualifiers going up the regional stage for India, and 1 team making it to the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals.
Honestly, it's been a really fantastic run for these guys as well. Because we are looking for the best to represent their respective region in the actual finals itself. Unfortunately, this is the nature of the competition, so everyone is a champion in my heart, but because of its nature, we have to look for the best and only for the best to lift up that trophy. But of course, let's quickly check out one of our few top 8s from each of the respective region, East Asia, Southeast Asia, and even India side here. So starting things off, yesterday's, you guys know it, you guys love it. We have our top 8 from yesterday's game. For East Asia sides, we have our top 8, which was Team MJK, Team Kapitan or KS for the initial, Unite Holic, Zoro Tigers Gaming, Mosquitoes, Too Easy, Shin and Real Day, and Joe is Love Unite. Of course, following up, we also have for today, Day 2, Southeast Asia top 8, Team MYS, Road to the Top, Talent PH, Secret Red Diamond, Team Rise, Onyx, Get Together, and of course, uniquely, Team Loading. Although we will not have, since the India side has already settled most of their things, but we have to give the shout out to the top 6, which is Revenant Esports, Team True Gravity, Forge Your Legacy, Team Griffin, Cloud5, and of course, FS Esports.
What quite a stacked lineup we're seeing here at the regional segment itself. It is going to be quite something, and be sure to actually join in together with us throughout the whole parade, because we're definitely going to be indulging in some amazing Pokemon Unite action throughout the whole day itself. Of course, coming up next itself, we're going to be having a look at other segment, which is going to be the match schedule that we have for today, the regional stage day number 2 here for Southeast Asia, where you kickstart our day with the opening match, which will be the Philippines champions at the Philippines Open, Talent PH, going up against Indonesia's Open second place winner, Team Onyx.
Seriously guys, just quickly take a quick screenshot, because this is pretty much what's going to be happening throughout the entire day. And most importantly as well, this is also, while it is the group stages, I guess you could say since this is day 2, it's also somewhat the last day for a lot of this team to rack up as much as points as possible for that seeding advantage, which will be happening in day 3 here. So some of these teams from last week, from day 1, has already accomplished a couple of their series for there. Also, only 1 series remain, while the other team still has respectively 2 more to go. So, I guess you could say there is some form of saving grace for those who have still a couple more series.
Yes.
But for those who has 1, well, a lot of things are on the line for them.
Yep, I do agree, and hopefully you're able to actually attain as much points as possible from all the best of 3 series that we have here for the day. Now let's have a look at the table for the group stage here for this respective groups that we have at the Southeast Asia segment. Now starting off with Group A, we have Team MYS, Team Loading, Secret Rare Diamond, and Team Rise. At the current moment, Leonard, we have Team Rise here in the lead with 6 points after winning 2-0 against their opponents, Team Loading and Secret Rare Diamond, in a clean series itself. Currently in the lead and leaving out 1 more match. And meanwhile, they also have Team MYS with 3 points, which only played 1 time. And Team Loading, Secret Rare Diamond, still looking for points here in the group.
So far, I don't think we have a lot of teams that had a really clean run. Like no clean 2-0s so far. I think it's considered quite rare.
This is the only one.
Yeah, only for Team Right. But I'm not just talking about Southeast Asia. I'm also talking about East Asia as well.
Yes.
Not. I think most of the teams didn't really have the cleanest run. Even if it's 2-0, it wasn't a very smooth game as well. It was pretty much a really hard-earned win that we have been speculating and even casted at the same time. But of course, pretty much enough for Group A. Let's quickly move forward towards Group B here. This is where we see a lot more spices happening between the teams, because no one was willing to give up those rounds that easily, not without a final at least here. So in Group B, we have Get Together, Talent PH, Road to the Top, and Team Onyx. And so far, Talent PH and Onyx currently going back to back in terms of equivalent scoreline. Although they have 2 more games, they have 2 more series to play out towards this day, so maybe the points and their standing will somewhat determine where they currently stand. Road to the Top is currently in the lead for now. However, they still only have 1 more series remaining, and if they do not score this one, I think they might have their top spot stolen away.
Yep, that's true. And of course, all this and more will be answered here at the end of the day, as we'll be showing you back again with all the standings. But of course, before we jump into all that and more later on for the day, let's have a look here at the actual main bracket, which is happening for the Southeast Asia League day number 3. Now, this is how seeding seeding plays a very important role. If you're seeded 3rd and 4th, you'll be competing in the first round for the main bracket. And of course, if you win that particular segment, you'll be winning the second round, going up against the second place seed placement winners within respective groups. And later on, if you do win that particular second round, you'll be moved forward and meeting up with the first place winners in respective group in the semi-finals. Now, the whole idea is to make it to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 offline finals. You have to be within the finals, also as well as the place as only the top 3 from this region will be making it to the next segment.
Yeah, I mean, in other words, it's not so. It doesn't feel so bad to be last in your group stage record, because it's not the end of the road for you guys. There is still. It's just basically to decide where's your seeding. So the more points you have, the better seeding advantage or I guess you could say the less matches you have to go through here. It's gonna be quite the climb on that Mount Everest, especially if you were to be placed in 3rd or 4th placing in your group stage respectively.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at some of the things that you might want to know in regards to the tournament rules here for day number 1, which has already happened last week itself, and of course this week for day number 2. Now, it is going to be a single round robin. All the matches will be in the segments of best of 3s, meaning that the first team that actually gets 2 wins over the opponents wins the series. 8 teams will be divided into 2 groups to compete against each other, and teams that finish with higher standings will gain seeding advantage on day number 3. Now, of course, all teams will be making it to the main bracket itself. Now, your placement will determine your seeding in that bracket itself, and hopefully higher placement gives you better advantage. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the tournament rules that we have for day number 3. Now, it will be a single elimination bracket. All the matches will be best of 3s, 8 teams tournament bracket, which will feature all the teams in Group A and Group B. And top 3 teams will qualify to Pokemon Asia Champions League 2024 finals.
Oh, that's really fantastic, right? So not really much changes except for the fact that it's whether it's a round robin or not. But let's quickly move on towards the game rules here. We pretty much know how the tournament is going to be trying to run, right? So now let's check out the game rules. General rules, of course, still the exact same thing. Match time is going to be 10 minutes in the 5v5 tournament mode. Stadium use is going to be Tier Sky Room, still one of the best stadium ever. Hell items, no use limit, no level limit. Pokemon that was being banned for this week is still going to be Pokemon X and Y, which is both Zacian and the Mewtwo X and Y, and any Pokemon EX series basically. But most importantly, this time, unlike from the first week, Metagross is back in the pool. So it is allowed for some of these players, if they were to utilize it. We saw maybe 1 or 2 Metagrosses back in East Asia. That was pretty cool, but I still think some of the teams are still trying to work out whether it can fit in their composition and play style.
Yeah.
And most importantly, Pokemon Boost Emblems are not allowed.
Yeah, and of course, coming up next, let's introduce on how the draft mode is all about. Now, for those who are not familiar with the competition mode that we have now, draft pick, it will begin with the banning phase, where both teams would actually pick the Pokemon they would like to ban throughout that particular game itself. And after that has already been done, we'll commence with the pick phase, where the first team who has the first pick will begin with 1 pick, and then followed by 2 picks by the opponents, and etc, all the way until both sides have already picked 5 Pokemons for themselves. And finally, we have the preparation phase, where you have to remember that the Pokemons being selected under that player's name does not mean that particular player itself will be utilizing it. During the preparation phase, they'll be deciding what will be the key health items they'll be utilizing for the match itself, as well as who will be playing which Pokemon.
It's going to be really interesting now, because right now with Metagross coming back into the pool, it might seem for certain, especially for certain teams who, all-rounders in particular, if anyone, especially who has been maining or spamming Zacian for now, and by the way, Zacian also has been banned, maybe Metagross could be the replacement, but we somewhat fall back to the discussion where whether do they want to utilize in that composition, because we do have teams who are more preferable with the composition which they already have, which they have more confidence in, something they have been practicing in. Metagross also, by the way, has been through a couple of patches. They nerfed the damage slightly as well, but remember, the ultimate can be somewhat cancelled because it is somewhat channeling at the same time here. So whether the team is able to play around that timing alongside with the rest of the competition is something for the team to answer.
Yeah, I really like the point where you point out where it's not really about Metagross being there, but at the same time, you also have to think on whether would Metagross really fit into what you're trying to bring here as a team within any of the matches that are about to actually fight here for today. And of course, we'll also, in a few short moments, we're also going going to be showcasing you guys the two teams that will be going up here as our opening match for this day number 2 for Southeast Asia. Get hyped because it's going to be something big for everyone. And I have to say that all the matches today are fairly important. I would say that all the matches from day 1 and day 2 are very important because it will decide how your placements would be. But it matters even more as for some teams, they'll be concluding all their matches within the group itself. And they'll be having basically a long break throughout the whole day, watching a lot of Pokemon Unites happening while they're not able to actually do much with, and they just hold on to whatever points they already have within the group.
That's definitely for sure. But speaking of which, we do have a video prepared for you guys as well. It's going to be from Talent PH. Do check it out and have fun.
My favorite Pokemon is Lapras. The Pokemon turn the fighter around his Unite and used properly.
My favorite Pokemon is Talonflame because he's one of the reason that I became a top player in the Philippines.
My favorite Pokemon is Zoroark because he have a high mobility and he have a skill that can dodge the CC, the illusion one.
My favorite Pokemon is Delphox because it's just cute. It's very cute. Because I love red color. That's why.
Pikachu. I love Pikachu because it's cute. Untuk favorit Pokemon saya itu di Mew karena lucu.
I like Serena because she's so graceful. She's dancing around the battle.
Pretty great interview, you know. Very interesting reasoning for some of the picks as well. Some pretty standard, some pretty general, but there are some really unique answers as well. Like,
yeah, I do agree. I like how some people went simple. It's like, hey, I like this Pokemon because it's cute. So I mean, like, there's no other reason. Everybody's like going technical with it. Yeah, because this Pokemon is like, it has a really good CC, has the ability to dodge. I mean, like, at the same time, it's really good. But at the same time, some of us praise for it. Well, of course, before all that, let's jump into the lineup that we have here. Of course, the teams being featured in our opening match for the day. It is none other than our Indonesia Open second place winner, Team Onyx, up against the Filipino champions, which is Team Talent PH. Now, allow me to do the honors introducing Team Onyx. We have Kale, Dragons, Trixie, Resorte, and ALR.
Yeah, and of course for Talent PH, we have RBX, the team captain, Sigwon, Dylan, KY, and Lab. Let's be honest here, right? These two teams in particular have already undergone one series respectively. While there are some votes for some of these teams to really like research and really play around with, however, they're after, especially with the new introduction to Metagross as well, there might be a quick change up in certain composition. Maybe, like I said, there is a possibility because let's be honest, we don't really know what's happening between the machination between the minds of all the team captains, right? But of course, team introduction, these are pretty much the stats for the overall team for Team Onyx from last week. Average damage dealt is over in the 6 digits here, 200,000 damage taken, 200 equivalent damage as well, and average recovery 85,000. Actually, I'm pretty surprised it wasn't that high, but that's somewhat that explains it, right? Because so far they only went through one series, series, and they only been playing Blissey as the support.
Yeah, so basically you don't even have much data in regards to how they're going to play for this week itself. We've seen some surprises, we've seen some differences from what most teams already brought as well. So yeah, Buzzwole, Slowbro, as well as Blissey, 100% here in the mix, and Leafeon at 67%. Yep. Of course, next, let's have a look at what we have from their opponents over here in regards to statistics. We're going to be looking at Team Talent PH. Now, average damage dealt is slightly higher here at 227,104. Average damage taken is slightly less, which is 179,196. And they have more on the side of recovery as they're, if you look at the frequently used Pokemons based on data and statistics from last week's matches in day number 1, they utilize Pokemons like Clefable and Eldegoss, which contributed a lot into what the average recovery has to offer. 50% pick rate there on the Blastoise. We assume that it's not really the thing about they don't want to pick the Blastoise at 100% rate. Is because probably the enemy would also be picking the Blastoise, or basically stopping them from actually picking blasters for themselves.
Yep.
This could be the reasoning behind all these numbers. SB on at 50%, Leafy on at 50%, and Trevenant at 40%.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like a lot, there will be. I feel like Team Talent PH is the one of the few advantages that they have, the fact that they have this really massive Pokemon pool to really utilize, right? Although if you were to look at their past match histories or even their previous games from last week, you feel like maybe some people will feel like, you know, their Pokemon are not really stable. They're not really like consistent, right? There's always going to be different Pokemon, different competition. I don't have the same verdict. No, I feel like the fact that this gives them an advantage, the fact that they are very quick to adapt to the scenario. If one of their Pokemon gets picked up, totally fine. We are able to utilize another defender, another attacker. We are prepped to answer various scenarios here and come up with the best competition to try to give us an advantage or more options in the round. I don't think Talent PH is one of the few teams in Southeast Asia are not restricted by the idea of the fact that we cannot play certain Pokemon. No, they have a very massive pool, very quick to adapt to it, and I love that idea. That flexibility is going to be one of their greatest strengths on the side of Talent PH. Team Onyx, however, while yes, you know, they may not be macroing a lot of their Pokemon in between the teammates like pretty much as often as Talent PH. However, they make out it with like specialization. They have been playing a lot of Slowbro, so in all three of the games, same goes with the Blissey as well. Only the attackers and the all-rounders has been switching back and forth. But I feel it's totally fine. If they want to stick with what they're strongest in, and what they're comfortable in, I think that's also pretty good as well. There's really no right or wrong answer. I think the only not to say really wrong answer, but preferably I believe a team who has a really massive Pokemon pool is a lot more viable.
Yep, that's true, because basically even if your opponent kind of have agreed on how good, like some of your good drafts, if you actually utilize and actually win matches, basically there's always an opening for you to actually play something else and still being able to actually bring your A game and actually make it a win for yourself itself, which is highly important for you to not just stick around with playing on or basically just spamming on one Pokemon only or even two. You need to have this variety to which could be helpful for your team, which makes it easier for your captain to draft things out for the game for everyone else. So everybody would have a strong win-win situation and giving a little bit trouble for your opponents at the same time as well.
There's definitely a lot more options for sure.
Exactly, most definitely a lot of options, and there's going to be, I think one of the main ones is also to throw off your opponents when you think like, hey, you think this is the only thing I can play, I can show you that I'm actually good in something else. But of course, let's jump straight into drafts here for game number 1. I'm excited. We're looking at two big nations of Indonesia against Philippines as our opening match. Now we'll see whether our Indonesia second place winners team Onyx will be able to actually overthrow the Filipino champions here, Talent PH. Starting off with the banning phase, we do see Philippines going on with the Umbreon ban, and we do see the Cleveland ban coming from Onyx side.
Honestly, it's not too surprising because like if you look from their past history from last week as well, Team Onyx and Team Talent do like the ban of the Umbreon. Talent PH definitely have their own reasons for banning Umbreon, but I feel for Onyx side, they want to get rid of Umbreon because they want to try to utilize that Blissey, right? Because that Blissey ultimate, right, with that enough shielding, and Umbreon's ultimate to steal all that shielding is definitely something will be quite the be throwing quite the wrench into their plan. But just in case, since the option is available, they will lock in that Hooper instead for their side. No Blissey this time, gonna be sticking with that Hooper around.
Yeah, and of course, quite a strong opening here coming from Talent PH. They went with two very sturdy Pokemons, double defenders picked. We have the Blastoise together with that Slowbro over here, and we're gonna see what will be the response from Onyx. But you need quite a number of damage to actually go through and treat this kind of lineup. And Onyx does seem that you're gonna be locking in this Buzzwole together with Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, ALR is very satisfied with this. The fact that they were able to secure the Buzzwole. He has been spamming that Buzzwole. He's been very satisfied with that Buzzwole here. But on the other side, Talent PH, they somewhat have this. They have, I guess you could say, have various options of various policies to reset for this, right? If they were to go for a Speedster, which is something that's not really, which is quite common to the side of Onyx because they have both played Dodrio, which is, by the way, in the hands of Kale. Kale's Dodrio is one of his exclusive, alongside with Leafeon. So now the fact that he brings in the Slowbro as a starter, which is also snapping away with Trixie's favorite Pokemon, which is the Slowbro, sends them a message, say like, you want to go for a Speedster? We have that solution. You want a team fight? We also can team up with the Blastoise Hydro Typhoon. We have everything preset to prep against you guys.
Yeah, they've definitely done their homework here and ensure that they cover all grounds when it comes to the draft here. But I do enjoy what Talent PH is bringing here. Think about it. On the front lines, they have the Blastoise together with Slowbro, and on the back line, they also have the support coming on from the Eldegoss, and they have that damage. Look at this. They have huge amount of damage. The Gardevoir together with the S-Bound on the side of Talent PH. Meanwhile, for Onyx, they are running this Cramorant and they have the Glaceon together with the Leonard to support Picodemic. If that's not enough, we have the all-rounder Buzzwole as well.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be packing over here. Now they need to figure out ways on how they can actually go to the back lines to actually take down this Gardevoir together with the Espeon. We've seen some really good games which feature Espeon, but Gardevoir, a very rare pick, I would say, within the first day and the second day here at both East Asia as well as Southeast Asia.
Honestly, I'm not too surprised because because of the recent patches as well, Gardevoir's Unite move cooldown is really at its lowest. Previously, when you were to miss the Fairy Singularity, it did really hurt the team a lot because of how long the Unite move is. So, but now currently you can get it up a lot more faster. You could even miss it, and it doesn't feel so bad anymore here. And the best about it, if you run it with the Energy Amplifier, which is, by the way, I forgot to check the item that he was running. If you were to run with the Energy Amplifier, he can even charge up a lot more faster for the Fairy Singularity. So a lot more team fight potential, a lot more bursts. Especially you're gonna be running into a team that's gonna be sticking together a lot.
Yes.
So that's really a prime opportunity. Especially if you think about it, you have the Slowbro. Maybe if RBX decides to play with Telekinesis, you could force a lot of fights as he was able to draw any of his opponents closer towards him. You get the Hydro Typhoon for the counter initiation or initiation for team fights, and they get really nice, beautiful setup. That's where Fairy Singularity comes in, and it just does massive damage.
And I would say if there's going to be enough opening for this Brawl soon to become a Gardevoir in the game to actually do much here, all the damage here. Now running, of course, in the middle segment is going to be the Brawl here with a little bit assisted by this by teammate as well. We do see a little bit invasion from the Hoopa, which is something to be expected. You're not going to allow that route to run amok, and then just having a really good time here in the game before actually making its way to Kirlia and making it to Gardevoir. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, it's a 2v2 situation. You're going to EV together with the Slowpoke. I'm going to Alolan Vulpix here together with basically what's it? This one, the Cramorant small one.
Cramorant small one?
Yeah, was it the evolution for Cramorant? I forgot her name.
Cramorant doesn't have another.
But this one, the one before that.
Oh, Crustle.
Crustle, yeah, okay.
Dwebble. Yeah, it's his max evolution is Crustle, and the basic evolution is Dwebble. Yeah. The Hermit Crab Pokemon.
Oh, top lane does seem that rotation coming up from mid lane here, but you do have the Glaceon here on the side of Onyx, and we already have Kirlia from Talon PH here at top line. So it's 3v3 situation, of course, trying to clear out the Altera family. We did miss out and see what has transpired over there, but man, oh man, this is going to be quite a big one. Now, the War Total currently level 5 right now, bringing in the action here is going to be the Buzzwole, so you have to be really careful, even though it's actually lower in levels. But you know, anything can actually happen here, especially when you're specking down together with a literal muscle man here.
Which is totally fine. I love the fact that he's really trying to keep his distance. He understands the strength of the Buzzwole as well. Not going to give him any opportunity to try to get in close to dish out his entire combos. And remember, he has Water Gun as well. One of the few best secure moves as well when it comes to wild Pokemon. And also decent poking damage as well. So keeping his distance, just poking him out, just keeping it bay, just sends him a message, you know, like, stay back, keep back, you know?
Get back.
I don't want anything to do with you, and I know you don't want anything to do with me. But the main priority is to fight for the central arterial camps right now, because everyone needs the EXP, particularly for Talon PH. They need their Gardevoir to get up to this respective level. However, we did slightly miss it out, but they were able to secure 2 KOs. Very massive pickup for both the Glaceon and the Alolan Ninetales here. And RBX definitely coming to the joining the fight sync, a little bit down low, but he is definitely trying to look for another opportunity. He picks up a couple of berries here, want to see one to return, but it seems like the team does not want to persist with the aggression, decides to fall back, especially since Dwebble has finally evolved to that Crustle. Gonna be quite the nuisance here, but the Avalanche trying to find some form of security.
Yeah, I mean, so far, really nice trade-offs coming from both ends. They're not going to go down without a fight, most definitely over here. And Kirlia just a little bit more going for Gardevoir. Meanwhile, the top lane, just a War Total going mano a mano against this Blastoise at the top lane since it's a 1v1 situation. Meanwhile, all gather up here at the bottom lane. A little bit opening for this Kirlia to actually get some levels for herself into becoming a Gardevoir here currently at level 8. Loads of points, not being able to dunk any at the current moment, which is going to be a little bit hard knowing that how fragile Gardevoir is actually, but really good at actually dishing out damage. And of course, one of our main focus is going to be here at the bottom lane as people are trying to take out this Regis. Is going to be the Glaceon getting his last hit in and also trying to engage and chase down this Slowbro, but he managed to actually use the eject button, making an escape towards his goalpost, getting a little bit shields for himself, and no trade-offs at the current moment between both sides.
Which is fine, like, Talent PH, they just don't want to like answer any over aggression or any any extension of positioning as well. They just want to get the necessary amount of farm. If they can secure objectives from a distance, that's totally fine. They get a couple of KOs, it'll be a bonus. But if nothing happens, that's still totally fine with them. They just need to do what they do best. It's just keep getting those levels. Keep up with the levels race, because if you can notice as well, Onyx is slowly ahead in that race as it is. But a quick rotation towards the city, they're going to try to secure that Regieleki. Buswell positioning himself pretty decently far forward to try to get the necessary intel. He got a lot of information for his team to play around with here, but a quick hyperspace portal to reset for the impending fight that's coming in, because they got the head count, 4 players top.
Look at the Blastoise just jumping in between. It's like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, what you trying to do, man?
Yeah, his presence is very important here, right? Just to show that, to make sure that Onyx is not doing any drastic moves
But Leonard,
as well.
look at this, Leonard. Nobody can actually pick up any of these points here on the gum. It's like, okay, we are fully locked and loaded here. Like, I can't pick up any more.
Which is why the fight for Regieleki is pretty important for each of them as well.
Yeah, we want to score this. So, of course, this is going to be a very, very big one. Oh, using up the Unite. It's going to be the Espeon here holding people and pushing them out, but it's not going to be enough. Was not able in a bad position here. Loses that Gardevoir, loses that Blastoise as well, but they're going to be losing out Hoopa on their end. And it seems that this Regieleki is going to be in the hands of Team Onyx and marching its way through the top lane. And here comes the score. It's going to be a big one. 48 coming from Buzzball and 48 coming off from the Cramorant.
Oh, that was such a good wraparound coming in from the Crosses as well. That did force out the Esper to do a very defensive Psychic Solari to try to displace them, but instantly they got picked up because the initial damage from the Axis was just that great. Although it was a perfect Fairy Singularity. He managed to call in all 3 members of Team Onyx, but sadly, there was not enough players, there was not enough follow-up in terms of damage-wise, and they have no chance of the backup. 2 KOs during that time was possibly the worst thing that could have really happened for them. Didn't lose out on the Regieleki, a couple of more points was being thrown back to Team Onyx as they got that lead. But how now, here comes the opportunity with the Hoopa Unbound.
Oh no, the Crossroll jumping in right here, but he does Hydro Typhoon hitting off on tree, but then was the follow-up coming up from behind. It's going to be the Crossroll going down first, and next follow-up is going to be Hoopa together with the Yololee Ninetales, but they're going in for more. They're going to go getting yet that hit coming up from this 3 KO streaks here in the hands of this Espeon, but he's going to go down at 1 point as well, but it's not going to go down empty. He's going to take out the Glaceon together as well as the Buzzwole. Wow, that was big coming on from Talent PH, but I guess I was trying to push away this Crustle from this Regice like we wanted. You managed to win the previous team fight himself, but this time it's going to be... No!
Again!
Oh no, we saw this before, but it's happening again. All it needs is just a simple right click coming in from the Hoopa and gets a last hit in on the Regice here in the bottom lane. Second Solar is being utilized by the Espeon, but not be able to catch anyone here from the side of Team 1. Here comes the second from Blastoise, managed to get in that knockdown on the Yololee 90s, but Gardevoir is going to get traded off here in the hands of Onyx, and pursuit continues as they're going to be losing out the Blastoise from Talent PH.
Looking for a couple more fights as well. No more Unite moves as to really try to follow up with the respective damage. They're currently on the hunt here, but it's definitely not going to be too long. Take the Hyperspace Portal, try to go for the reset because they want to come back in for round 3.
Oh, no.
Here comes Psychic Singularity once again to lock down 2 players. That's going to be another set of KOs on the side of Talent PH.
I saw that. The thing is, Glaceon wanted to enter the portal, so but
it was too late.
It was too late. Everybody went back. Okay. I wanted to use that and just make a run for it.
You know, I saw 2 amazing things, right? Talent PH already anticipated, already envisioned how most of this team fights is going to happen, right? So many times we see really well-placed Psychic Singularities catching 2 or 3 people, but this time the one to fight for the Regice objective, they were able to get that follow-up damage, and it was massive. However, when they didn't really have the Unite moves, that's when you see Team Onyx started to find a reason to fight back. But of course, once again, overstayed their welcome, and eventually when you overstay, it means you're gonna get punished for it.
Yeah, most definitely, and of course, look at that initiation coming up from the Buzzwole as well, and all those damage being locked down. They managed to clear out the Blastoise once again. Definitely not having a good time over here. Yololee Ninetales getting last hit in on the Reggie like as much as forward through the top lane. Meanwhile, Slowbro getting cleared out here in the hands of Team Onyx. Getting last hit in is going to be that Glaceon over there. And of course, they have to defend this as we're marching forward towards this Rayquaza. I can't believe time flies so fast. It's already losing into 2 minutes after all that. And
that is absolutely great. Like, do keep your eye on the Espeon. Right? Espeon so far has been committing that eject button and that Unite move just to displace anyone from getting into the Hyperspace Portal. I saw there was one time he tried to attempt to displace the Buzzwole before sending him back home. But sadly, he just hit the wall instead. It was not the optimal positioning.
Exactly,
so he
yeah.
couldn't deny that. But still pretty fine. Do keep your eye for that one. But I'm a little bit concerned because Talent players, their damage and their combos is really dependent on team fights. Really dependent on those team fights unite moves to really succeed and land properly.
I agree, yeah.
Whereas Team Onyx, they have a lot of literally solo pickoff capabilities here, which force a lot of these members of Talent players to group up a lot more than usual here.
But they need to bait all this to actually happen. So they're trying to
Right.
force all this uniting. So if they basically, if any mistake coming on from Team Talent PH, Team Onyx gonna go right dive in and being able to capitalize on the mistakes being made on their end. But meanwhile, the tension here is definitely in the middle of the Sky. Ruins over here, and of course we'll see how things will commence as the time was only left at 1 minute. Now there is
They're
a
gonna melt him down.
Hydro Attack food being utilized, but then there's no flow coming from behind, but all the jumping in over here, they did not manage to clear out, but Buzzwolf's gonna be first, getting trained off from this array itself. 22 seconds on the clock, and even though no problemo here, having 5 Pokemon surrounding him, this Crossel is able to actually make an escape. Instead, it's going to be the Slowbro. Gets taken down here, and 20 seconds on the clock. All this damage output coming out from Talent PH, but not being cleared out, but Hooper all the way here, but decides to actually TP back with the port hole here at the top side. Meanwhile, God of War getting caught off guard here from behind by this Glaceon, and running in 4 more is going to be this Asimon from behind.
They need to try to get a couple of more points in here as well. They're
20
running on. They're definitely running on the timer, and without the unite moves, they cannot really get back into those fights as well. They need to try to go for those individual pickups, but I don't think that's really happening for now because everyone is currently diverting resources and trying to deny as much points being dunked as possible. Team Onyx still has the most amount of points, by the way, and it will dunk a couple of more. Only 6 points, but they're already in a significant lead. Okay, not really a significant lead, but it is a lead that they had already had initially. And Team Onyx, I believe they should have been the one to take off the first game, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's have a look. Oh, there we go. 343 points to 274. So that is going to be a win for Team Onyx from Indonesia here for game number 1.
You see, the thing is what really happened in that Rayquaza pit, right? You see the blasters committed the Hydro Typhoon to try to keep some members at bay, try to keep them locked in place because they managed to get the Slowbro was able to get a really beautiful slow beat on kill. Locked in out, everyone was just diving in to try to get that pick off here. But unfortunately, they couldn't really finish him off, and he was able to escape and reset. They did manage to get ALR because ALR he committed himself to save kill. He understood that kill was required. ALR wasn't really the main damage dealer for this back and forth range fights. So he committed himself. He did fail initially, but in the process, there was no other unite moves on the side of Talent PH. In other words, which is, by the way, team fighting and team fight unite moves was their main damage, their main win condition here, and they only took down one person only. That's pretty much when Team Onyx, they realized, now we have the advantage, now we have the initiative, nothing can stop us now, and that's pretty much like the rest is history.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, I think that was a beautifully executed. It's quite unfortunate at Talent PH because I get that what the Blaster is trying to do is catch these people from the side of Talent PH off guard by rotating quite a big rotation he made just to ensure that he's able to actually catch the back line, but then there's no follow-up to it as well. Everybody's a little bit off position, and it's quite unfortunate. At the same time as well, they lost out the Gardevoir doing all that trade-offs over here. So after all that, all resulted, basically they totally ignored the Blastoise and just marched forward and just ran down the Espeon, the Gardevoir, the Slowbro, as well as the Eldegoss, which is on the right side of the map.
Yeah, seriously, ALR and Trixie is doing absolute wonders for Team Onyx as well. Really keeping Talent PH on their toes. Although at the same time, Talent PH was somewhat restricted because they were playing a lot. Their win condition was really playing around those unite moves a lot more. Getting as many players as much as possible in that very singularities, getting as many people in that Hydro Typhoon, try to get that initial burst with the slow beam, especially as they try to pick them off one by one, is relatively different compared to Team Onyx fight, where it's not too dependent on unite moves. Like individually, as I said, they can really pick anyone off in a 1v1. Totally fine for them. So ALR and Trixie did a phenomenal job. And I think now Talent PH is definitely going to go back to the drawing board. As we know, they are a team that's very quick to adjust and adapt their composition as well. This is pretty much not the end. This is not the end for them at all.
Definitely, most definitely.
They're going to be coming back even more scary, and I think this is the part where Team Onyx really needs to prep for themselves for the coming storm here.
Yeah, never underestimate this team from the Philippines themselves. Now they know. Now after losing out this game number 1, they are definitely coming in and they are definitely going in for the win here for this game number 2. We're going to see what they're going to be bringing to the table on the upcoming draft. But before that, we'll also continue on with the stats here. Now, if we look at the point being scored coming up from both ends, somewhere along the lines when during the mid game itself, it was all leaning towards Team Onyx.
Yep.
After getting about the Reggie Lucky, where they were trying to find that opening to actually score all those big points that they were storing oil this while.
Right.
And then things just snowball from there. They got the Regis, they got the Reggie Lucky once again for going for a little bit more scoring and just proceed all the way. They didn't even more or less need the Rayquaza. All they needed was just to actually hold it off as they had more points compared to what Talent PH had to offer.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And I think that like even you just see from the graph, although it's Team Onyx is somewhat slightly in here because of the fact that they have to respect like members of Talent PH as well, but Talent PH was also respecting Team Onyx at the same time. And the times where you see them, they have this like, although it's not, they didn't really surpass in terms of lead, but you can see like a slight race in points, mainly because of the fact that those were the fights which they were winning with the Unite moves. They were able to get really good catches, was able to lure them in really compact areas of the central area or towards the objective areas and really have well-placed very singularities here. Now, we just got the call from our amazing production team that the highlights is currently available. Let's just quickly walk through what we've seen. And this is what I'm saying, right? Trixie was able to get all the way to the backline into the garden wall. He was able to get one fairy singularity into it as well, but it's just sadly not enough damage for the follow-up for it.
Yeah, I think it's quite fortunate actually losing out during this particular team fight, which is going to be very, very costly. One of the main damage dealers in the team, they also lose out the Blastoise, was not able to actually utilize the Hydro Typhoon during that particular segment itself. And our next attention here is definitely during this Regis time here at the bottom. We see all this being utilized. There is loads of catching here, especially with the Hydro Typhoon finally being used here forward side. But the follow-up here coming from the end is a little bit more lacking. But they were still able to actually catch all these takedowns from the side of Team Onyx. And look at that, 4 months down, and it's all for them. Now Regis is still not down yet, but still the thing is the team members from Team Onyx still making their way towards and trying to get the last hit. Now look at this, that Hooper getting that last hit in to that Regis.
It happened again.
Oh, it happened again. I mean, I was just getting flashbacks on what actually happened in the previous week itself, so that's gotta hurt for Team Talent PH, but it's okay. They are in a recovery over here. Now, during this particular team fight at the end of the day, look at this. Look up. Oh man, he's all the Crustle's all the way inside in between 5 Pokemons from Talent PH and is still able to actually make an escape through the opening at the top side.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like once all those Unite moves has already been expended, right? All those team fight Unite moves, it's just pretty much on trying to whittle them down. But it's a very slow process. It's a very slow process. It pretty much feels like dot damage at this point here, as they are trying to wait for more damage to really come in here. Don't get me wrong, like seriously, their main damage dealer in the entire lineup was pretty much just the Gardevoir and the SPL.
Yes.
If either one of them were to be preoccupied,
you lose 50% of your firepower.
Exactly, pretty much. It's just almost absolutely non-existent here.
Wow, I think that's going to be very, very hurtful as well. Now, of course, priority has always been something that we usually highlight a lot when it comes to this game itself. Now, let's have a look at the player introduction we have here for the team. Man, I miss this thing. I mean, is it just me or we forgot to do this yesterday? But then we're looking at Trixie from Team Onyx. Now, for those who are new to us here watching this particular live stream, now this is actually being filled in by the players themselves.
Oh yes.
Now let's have a look through it one by one and indulge and be entertained. Aggressiveness for goal defense, for combination. Well, he is a defender himself, so combinations for strategy too. No strategy needed. You're a slow bro, main bro. So no strategy. All you have to do is just be there. It's either you play with Amnesia or you actually play with the Surf. Mental strength 4, definitely something much needed, but stealing objective. Ooh, naughty little Trixie up to no good.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I think Trixie is really phenomenal so far. Like we only have been seeing all his favorite Pokemon, which is just pretty much Slowbro from the entire, pretty much last week for the entire series. He didn't really change it at all. He was very, very confident and with that lock. He's like, you know what, Slowbro is all that I want. But of course, besides Trixie, let's quickly move on to our next question here. It's gonna be really great to see. It's going to be outside team captain for Talent PH. It's going to be RBX. It's also favorite Pokemon. It's Slowbro. Okay, so now here's the interesting thing, right? So it's like at times people most of the time will feel like, maybe he picked the slow roll because it could be a respectable steal, right?
True.
It could be a plan. But at the same time, when you realize that RBX's favorite Pokemon is also slow roll, and he's also a defender player for his team.
Okay.
It's just like, hey, now it's somewhat makes sense. But you see the difference between the both slow rolls, right? But I guess because he's the team captain, so
True.
there's a lot more thinking process. Right?
Yeah, there's
happening
more
in the head.
responsibilities on him, so
In
you
that
can't
bi-
be lacking in certain sectors.
Exactly. So full 5 stars in every category, right? I think like in that beautiful brain of his, like just constantly coming up with like new ways, new composition, new play styles as well to fit with the team. I just absolutely love it. Of course,
RBX is just perfect.
absolutely solid of a guy. Trixie, on the other hand, although sadly will no longer be 100% pick rate for the side is slow, bro.
Yeah.
But then again, seeing him play that crossel,
Wow.
being an absolute nuisance and a massive menace with the Shell Smash and the Axis combination. Although some people do prefer between whether they want to run Shell Smash or the Rock Tomb here. But I think in this case, he just somewhat make use of it because mobility was somewhat the name of the game for him as he wanted to try to do this massive wraparounds. And he has been a really great wall to set up for his team, especially for the Glaceon as well.
Yeah.
A lot of damage came out from that game from really great setups from him.
Yeah, I think even though you actually look at the stats over here, it looks at leaning towards the 25% segment, but he played a really good crossel. The game itself was something respectable, so you kind of know he can actually shift in between those two. And it's kind of hard for you to actually pay attention and change to ban this out either by picking it out, forcing the enemy not be able to pick it, or even through the ban. But of course, coming up next, let's have a look at their opponents here from Talent. BH going up against Trixie here in the stats is going to be our very own RBX. Now, of course, 67% on the pick on the slow roll and 33% on the Umbreon. And I believe they do believe that team for Talent BH, they also not be able to utilize the Umbreon as it's actually banned in the segment itself. And
correct.
Yeah, still, I guess, very curious to see how he actually plays it out in the remaining matches if given the opportunity.
Like I said, right, like it's not too surprising for RBX to ban out like specific Pokemon as well. Even from last week's draft, they have been banning both the Hoopa and the Umbreon in the very specific games as well. And even though he were to remove the Umbreon from his pool, he's still totally fine with this. He can play another Pokemon. Although yes, last week he did win. They did win against a Team Get Together in a 2-0 manner here, where we only saw 2 games coming out for Talent PH, especially for RBX, who was playing both the Umbreon and the Slowbro in both of those games respectively, but he did manage to bring out in full efficiency here. But however, now there's a real challenge for them. Team Onyx here. It's going to be quite interesting as both defenders has very similar hero pools, especially in specialization as well.
Yes.
But of course, with that being said, let's quickly jump into our second drafting of our first best of 3. Let's be honest, could this be the part where Team Onyx steals that 2-0 away? Or will it be the comeback round? We shall see. Team Onyx, of course, will be having their first priority pick and ban here alongside with Talent PH here. Both going to be going with the exact same ban from the first game.
Yeah, and I do have a little bit of trust here. I believe that for this game number 2, Team Philippines is able to probably win the game over Onyx. But all this boils down to not only the draft, but also in terms of execution coming into this game number 2. But of course, step by step, they still need to win this game number 2. Force the game number 3 upon the Indonesia Open second place winners. Now, an opening Hoopa over here, comfy running with this once again here for this game number 2, as what we've seen this before. Once again here for Talent PH, the Crossel is back.
I mean, he's definitely going to let it up here, but they just want to have a little bit more options because, like I said, Talent PH is very quick to adjust and adapt based on the team they just played with after that first round. That's why I'm saying the second game could be a very scary Talent PH as they are currently adjust to literally fight against Team Onyx here. Removing a lot, giving away the slow bro. They want to get for a little bit more options here as they want to try to go for the wraparound. But of course, Basu LR is very satisfied. Dragos also was able to get his very exclusive Hoopa. And now I'm very excited to see what's the rest of the Pokemons coming in.
So they want to run, of course, since it's a favorable ban, so I guess that we've seen the Talent run this Eldegoss, they are going to be locking in it. Curious to see whether or not they want to how they're going to run this without the so instead they're going with the Blissey.
That is a lot of shielding, by the way. Like the Blissey assistance on top of the Blasters Unite move. There's going to be so much shield that's going to be coming out from their side. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous to me.
Oh man! All this and
KL
more.
exclusive?
Yeah, so instead,
There we go.
since you're not grabbing the slow bro, we're gonna be grabbing it for ourselves. Now they got themselves the slow bro in their hands, and the Speedster Dodrio for Team Onyx, and the draft is complete. And so for Talent PH over here, final pick, once again, going to be the Espeon. So they trade off a few Pokemons here. So instead of running the Slowbro, instead of running the Eldegoss, and instead of running the... And they previously got the Gardevoir itself, so now they're running the Glaceon, the Blissey together with the Crustle.
This is definitely a lot more better because this doesn't make them feel so dependent on Unite moves. At least this way now they individually
can actually fight, individually.
Anyone can take up this fight. Whether it's into, although yes, they may not have enough may not have superior damage like what the Buzzwole can deliver with their one shot combo on specific Pokemon, but still massive damage that can actually pressure members of Team Onyx to fall back. But I am concerned a little bit because Team Onyx, literally all 4 members are running their exclusive. They are strongest, they're most comfortable with. You couldn't ask for a more better lineup for themselves, for Team Onyx to try to take this win away. So, but at the same time, Talent PH, they are building a composition to try to fight against the against Team Onyx composition. So it will be truly a battle between both these teams.
Who is really going to be handling this Dodrio? There's not much, basically reliable catch coming on from Team.
I mean, it's like, if you think of it this way, right? Like, coming from KL, he still has to be really careful because of the X-Scissors, because that will still stagger him slightly. There's also the Hydro Typhoon that's going to be in this way, but remember...
But in Unite.
Yes, and remember, Dodrio is still a melee Pokemon. So in other words, he's going up against ranged attackers here. So as long as he's not too close to them for that contact play, I think Talonfish is definitely going to try to punish and keep this KL player back at bay here. But once he gets on top of them, then it's definitely a very different story.
Yeah, most definitely. I highly doubt that this Dodrio is going to be fighting them head on and probably do a little bit of rotation from behind. He does have the mobility to catch some of its range Pokemon from the side of Thailand PH off guard. Of course, the game commences here. This is going to be game number 2, and since Onyx already won game number 1, they're looking for just one game to actually make them the winner for the series. Meanwhile, Talent PH needs to win this game as you force a game number 3 upon their opponents from Team Talent PH. Top lane here, we do see the big old Crustle here. Basically the biggest. We're very lucky that he's not utilizing the what do we call that? There was this one particular skin that he actually uses. The big one.
Castle one.
Oh, the castle one, yeah.
the monument.
The monument. Oh man, that one takes up so much space on the screen. Like you would know he's there.
Honestly, I prefer that skin any time of the week. I feel the hat just like it doesn't really sit him well. It really didn't fit him well. I mean, he's a hermit crab, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But anyways, top lane here, it does see that it's going to be quite a battle over here. Smackdown coming up from the Buzzwole. Uses up the eject, tries to make an escape, and it does seem that Crustle is able to make it, but can't save the same here for his teammate, but still managing to actually make it big. Is going to be the Blissey, but all this and more coming off of the Dodrio, Hooper, as well as the Buzzwole. Instead, Hooper decides to actually return back here. Waiting for him to come back? Probably not. Going to return him walking back to the top lane. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Espeon here together with Squirtle, a little bit slow in terms of progress, not making it to the water total at the current moment. Is currently at level 4, up against the Alolan Ninetales, and the, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Slowbro here on the side. Yes, he is.
Which I think this is something that Talent Page also need to, I believe they know for a fact, but they also need to be reminded, like, the fact that they also have one Pokemon that requires a little bit more EXP just to get to that final stage, because Squirtle has 2 evolution stages as well. So unlike Team Onyx, which is very early game centric as well. You already have the Alolan Ninetales, you already have the Dodrio, Buzzwole, Hooper, and the Slowbro. They are prepped to go for any kind of fight at any time here. But of course, just in case, they still want to keep ahead of the level race here, and we'll try to secure as much of the EXP as much as possible. So rotation is going to be quite the priority as he created enough space for this Squirtle to get the necessary EXP that he really needs. And what a nice timing with the Axis. This is what I'm saying, right? That constant staggering is just somewhat really annoying during those mid-fights here.
Oh, very smart move from Crustle. Show me the man. You're not going to be using the portal here to actually make an escape. I'm going to show you back again. So that's twice being utilized, one on Alolan Ninetales, and next hitting on Slowbro as well as the Buzzwole. But this time, reset coming in from Team Onyx. They're going to come back healthy, but it's going to be the Slowbro and the Buzzwole here, and not his remaining one team member. Meanwhile, bottom lane looks like a lot of actions happening here between the Wartortle. We have the Blissey together with the Espeon, but meanwhile on the side of Team Onyx, they do have 4 team members gathered here, putting on pressure as they're waiting for the Reggie to appear, and it's going to be a Reggie rock here for the first segment here in this game.
I love the fact that they decided to ask AR, you're not playing with the top lane, just come down to the bot, just want to try to get some form of dominance here. They were able to secure the Reggie very efficiently as well. They want to get a Chaos on top of that too. trying to get some form of control as they surround the entire Reggie pit here. But of course, with the hyperspace portal, able to reset any time and any day. So any pocket damage, any Unite move gonna come in here, they are able to always reset at any time. Of course, that's if the Hoopa is not is not disturbed.
Oh no, Slowbro getting caught off guard here in between the two members of Team Talent BH and charging in! Here with the Russell as well, making it a full-on clear 4 team members between Onyx cleared out here at the Reggie Rock bit. Reggie Rock going to be in the hands of Team Talent BH and marching forward through the bottom lane, getting one goal post and going for the second.
Now that's what I call a drive-by, especially now with the Blasters being present as well. They are intending to completely assert their dominance even further. Trying to get a couple more points. The Psychic Solari trying to buy the necessary amount of time because they just want to get as many points in. Now they're 198. That gives them a little 213, sorry, by the way. And now they're a lot more relief because at least this way, when we slowly make towards the Rayquaza timing, they will have the upper hand. They would not be pressured. And now with the Blasters' existence, now they just want to try to keep it up in terms of levels, but most importantly, try to keep members of Team Onyx at bay. They had the initial lead, they had the opportunity to try to snowball, but Talent BH says, now it's our turn to shine. Now it's our turn to run you down because now we have the people, we have the levels, and now come at us, bro.
Yeah, they're close to the equalizer right now. I do have to agree on that. And of course, a little bit higher is going to be the Dodrio because he was actually staying on the top lane while all that is actually happening itself. Now from the bottom, oh, Hydro type waiting up. No, 4.
Yeah,
no,
4.
actually that's a wild Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, that's a wild Pokemon, sorry.
Yeah, but man, that was huge coming in from low, but there's no follow-up from any team members from Talent BH. Not be able to actually catch any at the remember they have the Psychic Solaire over here. I do believe, yes, he does. But now you see this Reggie Lucky marching down through the top lane, trying to make his way to the inside, but all this really coming in the Buzzball, bringing in all the action, but pushing him out is going to be Psychic Solar coming from the Aspen. He's going to get cleared out here by the team members from Team Talent BH. Posting them out is going to be the charge from the Crossel, enough to force that Regieleki going on inside with 20 points and 40 with this Crossel as well, making 265 points right now on the side of Talent BH.
They're so comfortable right now. Even without the existence of the Hydra Typhoon, there's still the access to really try to beat that wall, to beat that bay coming in from the Crossel, which allows Esper to be a lot more strategically utilizing that Psychic Solari here. And by doing so, it's making it so hard for both Basu and Kale, the Dodrio, to really get to their back lines because there's just so much control coming in and just can't find any form of openings here.
Yeah, and they try to hold the goalpost, but then there's the Crossel over there that's forcing them out, and then Regieleki goes in and is like, hey, now you can actually go for scoring, which could be a great tactic to be type. Oh, here comes the charge coming from Crossel. They are trying to put his eyes and set on this Hooper, who decides to actually go back into his pop set from previous and makes his way and escape through the top line. Whew.
Yeah, Talent BH is doing really well in actually trying to take advantage of their enemies' priorities. That's pretty much why that goalpost, when that Crossel was trying to keep them at bay, they just cannot completely abandon it entirely.
Oh, they found him. Here comes a drive. Riding on the sub is going to be, but he's too fast. This guy. Look at the skinny feet. Reminds me of something over here. But of course, Buzzwole here getting caught by the Blastoise, so putting a lot of pressure here on the team members of Team Onyx. Meanwhile, probably shoving away Slowbro away from the lane. You're not going to be scoring anything. It's not like he actually has any at the current moment itself, but they are getting ready for one final team fight before they can, for them to actually utilize the Unite. If not, there's not going to be any more opportunities after this, as we're coming close to that 2-minute mark for Rayquaza to appear here in the middle of this Thea Sky Ruins Stadium. So now it's going to be the Regieleki attempt here at the top lane. Does not seem like any team members from Team Onyx trying to make it aside from this Buzzwole. Was also very close nearby, but he's not going to make it in time. Meanwhile, a little bit of tension is going to be at the bottom segment where the next Reggie is going to appear very, very soon. You have the Blastoise on him, but Regieleki marching through the top lane, which means that Team Onyx has to fend it off. Meanwhile, giving a little bit of space for team members with Talent BH to get themselves some experience from wild Pokemons.
You know, there's so many priority targets for Team Onyx to really try to focus on, right? It's like you have to fight away from the Blaster, you have to fight away from the Crossel, and even if you want to try to go for those individual pickups, you also need to try to get rid of the Blissey, because with the Bliss Assistance, you get so much shield and bonus damage or special attack, depending on who is going to be trying to utilize it.
If that's not enough, you still have to, I mean, like, at the same time, you're also leaving a little bit of space for the Glaceon, who's also going to be in not so close position to get the Espeon at the same time as well. But this time, Rayquaza has appeared at Thea Sky Ruined Stadium, and it is going to be the burden of Team Onyx trying to take it out as they actually low low in terms of points right now. Espeon guarding the bottom goalpost to prevent any sneaky plays here. Dodria the top line as well, but they know they have information. The Crustle is there defending the top goalpost.
Yeah, he's really trying to keep them at bay as well, just really sending them a message here. But then again, it is an opportunity for a quick wraparound if Kill decides to do so as well. If they can try to force out some of these unitements coming for television, I think Team Onyx really has a shot. Or maybe try to melt away the Glaceon. That's also pretty great for the side here for Sing. Holding on, try to see if they can try to pressure them to force out this fight as they try to take a couple of power shots with the Rayquaza side. But here comes the serve, jump into the mix as well. Can they force out the ultimate coming from RBX? But here comes the massive Hydro Typhoon. Imagine they can knock them all four, but guess what? The Crustle is here, wraps around to the backline. Serve to completely deny their forms of escape here. They managed to get one. Thank God for the Hoopa Unbound. Was able to help reset the Buzzwole, but guess what? No Unite moves. Now they can slowly turn the fight. The counter initiative currently begins, and they want to try to look for a couple of more. But then again, look at KY, look at Sing, back to back, so much heal, so much shielding. Despite them coming up on top of this, they still managed to get the point in.
Almost. We saw the Dojo trying to make the jump but couldn't make it in time to actually stop the BC from actually going for any form of scoring. They actually got one, which is going to be Glaceon, but that's going to be enough. They need to go for scoring as the timer is only 35 seconds left. Now, one big main thing that actually happened during that session was actually
Can it be enough?
Yeah, I mean, but
2 points more!
No!
There's still 20 seconds though, but no one has any other additional points.
Oh no, but they're going for the Rayquaza. Going for a big one this time, and they have loads and loads of time. All they have to do is make their way to the goal.
Stop them.
Stop
Look
them,
at
guys.
Kel, he's going for it.
367, they're up to 287, 20-point gap. Who's going to go for the score over here? Cheering about, but Slowbro manages to go in for a little bit scoring for himself. That's going to be plus 30, plus 28 from Dodrio, and I believe that's a win for Team Onyx. I could be wrong, but based on the numbers, what we're looking at here, plus with an additional 30 from yet another hit from the Dodrio, looks like it should be a win for them. Oh my.
I can't believe it.
Oh, that was so close.
It was really so close as well here. Like, it's so incredible, man. Like even for the man of the match, I can't even tell like who was the most nuisance one here. You know, I feel like if we have to pick one, I think it has to really either Trixie, right?
I mean, yeah, I think it has to be
Trixie.
Okay, no, here's the thing. I want to credit Trixie for one main thing. He did one major thing in that Rayquaza beat team fight. Not really at the pit itself, but since it was being dragged on to the left side, towards the Onyx side, but he actually slow beamed the Crustle. The Crustle was actually charging in. If the slow beam didn't actually happen, Crustle would have destroyed. It would have massacred whatever Onyx had to offer during particular team fight. That slow beam did wonders for the team, but we're going to be looking at that and more later on during our highlights. It's man, Trixie definitely, wow, quite an impact you actually brought to in the game.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like everyone really just did that part right. Just understanding like what's their strengths, how they really want to play around the game. I think with Talent Page also really made it so close. Like we had at one point they surpassed Team Onyx in that game 2 in terms of points by 2. By the way, it was 377 to the 375. And at that point, right, I'm not too sure why, with 20, I think it was around like 20 seconds left on the clock. Correct me if I'm wrong, Flava, but I think they decided to just farm around the wild Pokemon for some smaller points to try to do a quick
due to that small gap. Yeah, it's just like, hey.
But in that process, Team Onyx decided to commit for the Rayquaza, and since they were farming the wild Pokemon, they had no visual of the central pit. In other words, when they got the Rayquaza, I think Telepiece, the entire alarm was like, absolutely flaring. They're just like, what is happening? What has happened?
I really thought they totally disregarded the whole idea of Rayquaza, or probably I really thought Talabih should be returning back to the middle segment, because since nobody was committing, that was really a big opening for Onyx.
I need to see the highlights to know whether did they really drop the ball, or they were just that confident in the fact that they actually won the round there, because like it was really hard to tell, because I'm not too sure was it they were farming the wild Pokemon for smaller points, because you know as you guys know when you have less AR energy, easier to dunk, that kind of thing, right?
Exactly, yeah, so, just faster. That doesn't require longer animation.
And since it's towards the late game, you actually get a lot more out of it. But the problem is, I'm not too sure whether they did just drop the ball in the matter when it's just 20 seconds left.
Yep.
Let's get the wild Pokemon and just go for dunks and just like you said, completely disregard the Rayquaza, or actually they had someone in the Rayquaza, but they just all the members wasn't really in position to really try to counter that recourse a bit. I need to see the highlights to know.
Yeah, I think there was so much. I think our attention was mostly
Because it
happening on
shifted
the,
later, right?
Yeah, it shifted quite a lot towards the side of the Onyx side of the map, and I think our attention was there. And then at one point we were just shifting it back to the Rayquaza pit, and the base
Look at that lead, man.
that leave is like, hey, I think Teleph was actually holding out really nice, especially winning over the Regieleki in the middle segment, and then they got the Regirock together with Regieleki once again.
You really gotta give credits to like members of Teleph at one point, right? They had this is definitely a lot more of a better composition. They had a lot more options to play around with Team Onyx. This is what I'm saying, right? Teleph are one of those teams that's just really quick to adjust to fight against, to try to design the ideal composition to fight against their opponent teams. I think they really did well. I think what they did really take into account is that Team Onyx was just able to get the quick slip under them, you know?
I thought Teleph
really
had
pulled the rock under their feet.
Man, I really thought Teleph had that in the bag, but of course, there could only be one winner who's coming onto the bag. Look at this. Look at that Shovik coming up from the crosser. Nope, you're not going to be using this teleportation device. I'm going to shove your way and put you in place. And of course, yeah, it doesn't do much. I mean, it's not much. It's not like they're receiving a lot of damage anyways, but they would not want to reset if any is possible. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, now this is going to be a very big one over here. They managed to clear out on the slow bro. Now look at this charge. I'm like, we're coming in. We're pressing everything. Like, and all buttons available here in the world for all these 5 Pokemon.
And if I'm not mistaken, they got 2-man stun from the Regirock, right?
Yes, they got.
Oh, that was so unfortunate too.
They got Regirock on their side for this one. Look at this cat coming out from Teleph. Now look at this slow beam hitting on the crosses. Nope, you're not moving forward. This is the sacrifice I'll be making for the team. That was a huge sacrifice being used up by the slow bro, so he's being left behind, creating an opening for his teammates to actually make an escape. It could have been a much bigger damage to basically the team itself if that actually didn't happen.
The thing is this for me, right? Like if I had to if bet a match for the side of Team Onyx, it was pretty much like okay,
actually this is the one, right? Okay, now they commit, they're going here. Here we go. Yeah, nobody's committing. It's not that, but Blastoise was the only one at the bottom trying to defend the goalpost, and then none of the team members, they're still trying to spawn back, so it's not really their fault. They're not right. They didn't want to commit, but Blastoise had to hold it off.
Yeah, correct. You're definitely right for that one. Seriously, like if I really had to get the because like Team Onyx did win the round. Man of the match for Onyx was definitely Trixie, but if I had to give man of the match for Teleph, I have to give it to KY. I felt like his supporting has been such an optimal thing. His positioning wise, he just understands like what's his role in this entire round. Even in that Rayquaza fight as well, you have never seen him left the side of his team member Glaceon. Never left him side. Always stick to him. He said, like, you know what? No one else is gonna touch you. Anyone comes across you, I'm gonna protect you at any time. I always have your back. And in terms of points as well, very sneaky as well. Able to get a quick sneak in for points to literally shift the scoreline, pressuring members of Team Onyx to try to get the Rayquaza.
I don't think they have a read on how much the points were, but when they watch this replay back again, they'll be like, oh man.
That was
that was in 365 to 367 at one point.
Yes.
It was a 2-point gap, and all they needed was to make an equalizer, because head-to-head, if you make it into the equalizer, you actually deem the champion. But then, in that sense, people were just dunking small points. That's how important all the small points are in Pokemon Unite.
Because that was just how close it was, just really back-to-back kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into our Illustrators segment here. We're just going to call it Drawing with Leonard now, from this point forward, because, yeah, he's basically our main drawer here.
Main drawer, no, man. It's us, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Danelie Arts and Crafts session.
Oh
right?
man, I love that the production actually provided us with this particular clip here at the Rayquaza pit for this game number 2.
So let's just start from the minimap first, right? Okay. So do take into account that we have the Crustle was hold on, pen, work with me, pen. Okay, pen. Oh, is this still
at the top?
Yeah, wait, hold on. I know, but I think maybe the size is too small. Okay, maybe this one.
Yes.
Nope, this is not the one. This is.
Yeah, correct. It's a man.
Okay, now I got it. Okay, I got it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay, but of course, here's the Crustle, right? Initially, as you guys saw previously, the Crustle was actually defending the goalpost, right? Initially, right? So he's slowly he transitioned his way towards the side, and most importantly, do take into account, he kept himself within the central area. He kept himself within the brushes. So in other words, he didn't come through lane. If he came through lane, he was definitely going to be spotted out by Kale. But the problem is, Kale didn't spot him.
Yeah, exactly.
This Crustle, despite being an oversized crab, was able to keep himself hidden in a very opportune position. This being positioning towards the upper hemisphere of the map allows him to give him a lot of good vision at the same time, but allows him to really get a nice wraparound to the side. Hence why when I replay the clip, we already can see the crossover in it, and I'm going to do a quick pause. Communication was coming in. The Blastoise says, I'm going to surf it. I see 3 people grouped up, and another one and a 4th one on my right.
Is it just me or it looked like he was trying to actually show these other Pokemon from Onyx towards the Crustle on the top side rather than towards the left side?
No, I'm not too sure what's the true intention, but I felt in this positioning he thought he had an opportunity to set up a 4-man Hydro Typhoon. That's why he committed it. At the same time, while communication is clean, you already see the Crustle making ways to moving down towards the side of the map. So in other words, it would have been a battle between 2 fronts. If you notice the positioning coming from all these players, their only way of escape was literally back, or maybe sometimes an option was to go up here. So 2 ways wanted to go for their escape routes, but with the existence of the Crustle, he completely denied their escape routes here. So instantly coming, they tried to go back into the fight, and by the way, you already saw he already charging up the Hydro Typhoon, and a beautiful timing, well executed rotation coming from left from the Crustle, able to get all 4 of these members. While you see Kills trying to see if he can do a quick wrap around the down 1 points he has before rotating to the back line. That's pretty much why you see our different KY. KY is keeping a distance between him and his Glaceon. I know you guys can't see it, but the Glaceon
but the Glaceon's actually on the bottom.
He has been keeping it at arm's length. He's not really diving in for the Blastoise. He doesn't really care about giving that Unite move for the Blastoise because they don't have the head count on Kale, the Dodrio. They see 4, they didn't see 5, they only see 4. That's why you see the position of KY pretty close to each other. So I'm just going to completely play out the round because you pretty much know what was the entire result. And if we look at KY, right, don't keep your eyes on the cross anymore. Keep your eye on KY again. He's still sticking around with the backliners here. He's fully confident that the rest of the team is going to be fully solid. And look at the Unite moves. All 3 are still available. Only 2 was expended here. Whereas the rest of the team can't even commit the Unite moves because they're constantly being pressured by our dear friend Lab.
Yeah.
So continue to play forward here at the same time. Now without the Dodrio is still at the back here, still trying to get some couple of points in here, and the rest of the team is completely disarray. Dylan is now more confident. Dylan says, alright, I can move in now. There's no Dodrio, he's not really jumping into the fight just yet, but then again, there is the existence of the Hoopa. So this makes things easier for Kill to join the fight, which hence, once they spot Kill at the bottom, that's when KI just decided, you know what, I got Glaceon's back, Dylan, you can do what you do best. And pretty much the rest is history as the rest of the players slowly gets picked off one by one. And the rotation, I love the rotation coming from both the Blissey and the Glaceon as they did this wrap around to the side here to literally deny even more area of access.
Yeah, and I think the only one who actually survived all that fray was actually the Buzzwole, who actually got teleported back by the Hoopa and actually make an escape. And then he basically, it was the only opportunity he had was, the best one he had was actually just to clear that Espeon from the side of Talon BH. So I guess that big opening, big save from Hoopa. So he's saving that priority on that Buzzwole. And then when he comes back from behind, when Espeon shows himself and actually went in for the clear. Whew, what a big game we have just witnessed over here. And of course, when you say congratulations to the Indonesia champions for that win against Talon BH in the opening series of the day.
Yeah, it was really quite the back and forth. I felt like the first game was pretty tough. I think the second one in particular was even more tougher for both sides. I think it really just came down to the wire for that individual positioning and skill play. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite one of our known players, Team Onyx, ALR, for our fantastic interview. By the way, ALR, how are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good today, but first of all, I'm so sorry that my English are not so good.
Dude,
so
you sound great. You
to
sound great,
answer.
my man. Now, of course, first question: how's the team feeling after that very convincing win in that opening match against your opponent, from Talon PH?
I think my team is really happy right now. So because we think that Talon is one of the best team in this tournament right now. So we're really happy to win 2-0 for them. Yeah.
It was really quite the wall for you guys to surpass, and you guys actually succeeded. So once again, congratulations again at the same time.
Yeah.
Although ALR, I'm really curious about you because as you are the main all-rounder player for your
Yes.
team, right? I just wanted your input on another additional all-rounder Pokemon that was added into the pool, Metagross. Or besides Metagross, any of the other all-rounder Pokemon, or were there any other viable all-rounder Pokemon to be utilized in this competition besides the Buzzwole?
Can you repeat the question?
Oh.
Question? Sorry.
Besides Buzzwole, was there any other notable all-rounder
Oh.
Pokemon that you could have utilized or any other team could have utilized for themselves?
I think Blasto is really good right now, and Crustle that they pick, Talon pick before, it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, of course,
So Crustle and Blasto, I think.
Yeah, I think there's also some good picks. Now, of course, going through the competition, you've had your fair share of engagements and some series with some of the teams here.
Yep.
Is there is there any teams that you're on the lookout for here in this whole competition for Southeast Asia? We're very curious. Not just a team, but also any player in your mind or in your sights.
I think we really want to face against Rice again. I think we want to take our revenge.
Or
to them.
revenge?
Revenge! They got some objectives right there. They were trying to take off your
for sure, right? But okay, besides Southeast Asia, what about East Asia? I believe you guys definitely have watched a couple of gameplays from East Asia for our current ACL as well. Were there any particular teams you guys are on the lookout for?
Oh, from East Asia, you mean?
Yeah.
From East Asia, maybe XTG, Zora Tigers game.
Oh, okay. Strong pick,
We
strong
really
pick, I would
think
say.
they're so good.
Like any other reasons besides being so good?
We faced against them a couple times, and we really having a hard time to fight them.
Right.
Like in other
That's
words,
right.
it's just revenge, man. It's all revenge. Like ALR, he got things in mind that all actually in all honesty, it's all revenge coming on from us as well. Yeah, wow. Actually, quite some great responses.
Yeah. You know, ALR, we've been talking about teams, right? But let's talk about players, right? Was there a particular all-rounder player that you're also on the lookout for?
I want to face Dev.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be Daddy's gonna be enjoying that.
That will be a very fun
any
match.
personal reasons you can share on why?
No reason. No reason. I
Okay,
just
all
want to
right.
fight him.
Okay, of course. No, I think we're also coming on to close on them. But of course,
Yes.
before we close things off, any words you want to say to all your fans out there who's rooting for you and your team here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Regionals?
Thank you for supporting us, Onyx. I know we not a team that favor this tournament, so we do our best today.
Oh, what are you saying? Come on. All your friends, families, and supporters are rooting for you, man. Don't say that.
Yeah,
That's not true.
You're gonna make them feel very sad.
Yeah, you're gonna make them very sad. It's probably because there's not enough support. If you guys are big supporters of the team and together ALR, make sure to show your love and support at the comment section itself. But ALR, thank you so much for joining in, and all the
thank you
best
for having
in
me.
all your remaining matches. I'm hoping to see you, more of you, in the main day, which is going to be day number 3. All right, take care, man. Oh, man. Oh, that guy looks harmless, but man, deep inside, he's got some stuff to settle here at the regionals.
Is that one of those few things where you just can't judge a book by its cover?
Exactly.
Right? That kind of situation. But also at the same time, they have a lot to show, a lot to deliver in these kind of games, right?
Yes.
To really showcase themselves in their performance. I think so far they've been doing quite great as well. And even this team, they didn't expect, like they of course wanted to win Talent PH.
Yes.
But they just didn't expect to get that 2-0. I think that's going to be quite the momentum and confidence booster for these players.
Yeah, I most definitely is. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's have a look at how our group stage is going here. And of course, we are going to be looking at Group B itself. Leonard, do show us the way.
I mean, of course, just like every series, which is going to be quite common today as well. After every series, we're going to be quickly updating our group stage brackets. At least this way, you guys get a good idea and a good feel on what's currently the standing for most of this team. Of course, Team Onyx looking absolutely on the roll for it, as they are currently having the highest points. So in other words, they're currently in the lead in terms of standings. Road to the Top is going to be the second one. But they do have one more series, and they can try to break this tie or maybe even overcome Team Onyx. But of course, this does depend between both of those teams. 2 series here. Talent PH, Talent Bridge, they were only able to get 3. Hopefully that third series is going to be somewhat of a tiebreaker between Talent Bridge and Team Road to the top. However, Team Get Together currently having their backs against the wall here. Hopefully, if they win one series, then they can be a co-contender with some of the top 2 and 3rd positioning. But with that being said, pretty much enough for the bracket. Let's quickly move on to the next stage, next agenda of the day. But first things first, we'd like to welcome back to the cast's desk, who's gracing us as usual, the fabulous Danelie.
Yes, I'm here to grace you all with a fantastic game as well. Yay! I wish I was the Unite Fairy and I could just be like, here, have some great games. I don't get to choose what games.
So are you
to
gonna wear like a pink tutu with a little wall on the
I need
head?
little wings. Maybe we'll try and find some wings. But what I can present to you is our next best of 3 of the days, ladies and gentlemen. So it's Team MYS versus Loading. Let's introduce the 2 teams so you guys know who they are and what to look out for.
My favorite Pokemon is Mudkip because it's my first starter Pokemon when I first played Pokemon Emerald or Sapphire, and it really stuck with me throughout the years.
我最喜欢的 Pokemon 是 Blaziken， 因为它看起来很帅哦。
My favorite Pokemon is Pikachu. Okay, it's not. It's Mew, undoubtedly, because Mew has 1, 2, 3, okay, more than 10 skills, and you can do anything you want with it.
ชอบไบซามูเพราะว่าเป็นตัวที่มีสกิลที่หลากหลายครับแล้วก็เป็นตัวที่ได้จนชำนาญแล้ว
Okay, it's prep for you. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is some really phenomenal videos. Although I do have my take on this on coming from Ice. There is only one right answer when it comes to Hoenn starter Pokemon. It's either Torchic. I'm fine with Trico, but Mudkip should not be the start. But you know, everyone has their preferences. But of course, let's get back to the agenda at hand, Danelie. It's Team MYS versus Team Loading.
Yes, so I think everyone knows who Team MYS is, especially if you've been following the World Championship Series. This was one of the representatives at the World Championships last year. They represented APAC West. We have Yang, Ice, HT, Yemu, and Night New Foxy. Almost exactly the same roster. We do have 2 changes, however, in Ice and HT. And of course, we have Loading with Blue Sky Kitties, Commod, Pullaby, and Teenza.
Yeah. But of course, with that being said, I also just got the intel that we have some couple of stat graphics as well prepared for you
we
guys.
always have stats.
Oh yeah, we always prep everything as well. And this is coming from last week's as well, from their 1 series, which they only played 1 series last week, so this is pretty much all we got. And with that 1 series alone, they're already dishing out massive numbers here. Although for the recovery side, we don't see as much compared to most teams. I think on average, we see usually more than 50,000, 60,000. But the damage, however, is quite significant.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest reason for this is that the team in general prefers to run Hooper. If they can get their hands on Hooper, they'll take that Pokemon over Clefable, right? Clefable is the one that pumps out those really big healing numbers. Hooper, on the other hand, you got a little bit of utility, you have save. There's a lot more that this Pokemon does. Healing, it's still significant, but never going to be on that same level as Clefable. But I do believe we also have stats for Loading, just to give people a quick snapshot of who this team is, what kind of Pokemon that they played last week, because Loading only played 1 series last week. They have 2 games lined up for this week, and this is going to be their toughest one yet.
It truly is, right? Because this is the time where it's pretty much high risk for all these teams to try to get as much points as possible.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think this is... They went against Rise last week. Okay, no, so this is going to be a second tough matchup. Excuse me. I saw the Blaziken and I was like, wait a minute.
She just puts them down so hard. But of course, we've seen a couple of Pokemon, even some couple of off-pick Pokemon, as we see Aegislash was also bringing towards the pool. But of course, that was during the first game. The second game, they were very quick to switch it up as they bring in the Leafeon in the hands of Teenza, which was actually pretty solid and pretty scary at the same time.
Yeah, so I do remember Loading as a team last week. We saw a few issues with this team, actually. There seemed to be, I'm not sure if I want to call this a limitation in playable Pokemon by the players, because so last week, for anyone that didn't tune into the broadcast, Loading had a match up against Rise. Tough opponent, I don't blame them. Very few people do well against Rise. But in their first game, I do believe they went for central lane Aegislash and they had top lane Blaziken.
Right, yes.
And this was a weird composition. I don't think anyone would have expected this at all. But Rise saw this comp, and I think they dealt with it the best, or at least in the best way possible, which was absolutely destroy the top lane, prevent Blaziken from becoming a factor ever. I don't think we ever saw Blaziken really do anything except sort of like throw a couple kicks into the team fights and then pop back to base. And Aegislash kind of came into the fights a little bit late, so I'm not sure if this might be inexperience because I'm not too familiar as well with many of the teams from Thailand, if this is sort of the meta over there, because I know the Asian teams, we normally play against each other on ladder. Like, we're not limited to particular regions, but this is definitely something different. It seems like something the team is specialized in, but I don't think we could say this is optimal. I think there's a line you can sort of cross when you go for these crazy picks. But again, they went up against Rise, one of the strongest teams in Southeast Asia, so
and they
don't really let a lot of things fly.
Yeah, and they also had a really early combo with the Buzzword and also the BBQ at the same time, so that really put the Blaziken in that spot. However, ladies and gentlemen, enough with history. Let's quickly stick with the present. It's Team MOS versus Loading, and this is going to be their first drop pick here. Honestly, not sure why the buzz is so fast, but instantly locking in the Umbreon and even the Urshifu ban, which is somewhat understandable too.
Yeah, I mean, if Loading looked at MYS, and assuming I'm sort of thinking on the same page here as them, MYS will always go for Hooper. If they get first pick, they usually go for the Hooper or the Umbreon. It sort of depends on that situation, but they do love grabbing Hooper, essentially the strongest support in Southeast Asia. But of course, they can also consider things like Mew, right? You want to get Night Mew Foxy's Pokemon in. They know it's one of his best Pokemon. It's not banned. So Night Mew Foxy, gonna pick up that Mew, his favorite Pokemon. No Mudkip for Ice, unfortunately. That Pokemon's not available yet. But Loading are actually going to play it safe. Clefable, and they're leaning towards the Lapras. I do like that they're keeping the options open.
All right.
And they're not really revealing their cards too early, because I think it was a Blue Sky that played the Blaziken, or was he the central laner?
He was a Blaziken. He also played the Lapras in the second game. The thing is, you do need to remember as well, Urshifu was actually Blue Sky's go-to. It was his exclusive here. So the minute Urshifu got banned out, the only option for Blue Sky to take on any respective roles would have actually been a defender or all attackers.
So Team MYS are going to completely ignore defenders and say, we don't want defenders. There are too many of them in the game. So instead, we're going to opt to put Ice on the Lucario. And Yang's gone for Sableye, the non-healing strat. Okie dokie, folks. I think we're going to be in for a really fun one today. Teenza did get that Buzzwole. We saw him hovering over the Buzzwole during the ban, so I think he's happy to grab that. But Blue Sky going for this Meowscarada, I want to see a game where Meowscarada just completely pops off. Because we haven't really had a game like that in Southeast Asia, I believe. I think in East Asia we did see Meowscarada be played, but we haven't seen a game where it's like, Meowscarada, wow.
Yeah, we haven't really reached that stage, because you also need to take into account that it's one of those only few species that we had that has multiple evolution stages, right? So in other words, they need a little bit more farm. However, it seems a lot more viable for Team Loading because as you can see, 4 members doesn't require that much EXP here. It's not too dependent on it. They have a little bit more early game potential here to really take on these fights, so that hopefully that creates enough space for Blue Skies to really get that necessary amount of EXP. But then again, Team MOS is also running an early game comp. 5 members for a fact as well. So pretty much be prepared for have a full 5v4 kind of scenario. We might even see some objective being abandoned, mainly because of the fact that they just don't want to take those fights. At least not just yet.
Not yet. I kind of hope as well, one of the criticism I sort of had with Blue Skies last week was that he wasn't very active in the side lanes. He couldn't really contribute too much. I think I might be talking a little bit more about the Aegislash game, right? Because that was the game where they really needed him to pop off. And so I'm hoping with this Meowscarada, will he be able to actually play at the pace that his team needs to? Because you're up against a Dodrio. Dodrio, one of the fastest tempo Pokemon in the game. If you don't keep up with the Dodrio, he just runs all over you. And so Meowscarada, we'll see if Blue Skies can keep up. He's up against HT. Let's be realistic. This is a fantastic player, although Blue Sky is just not having a great game. Ice and Yang being a total pain in the backside.
Yeah, and I think it's because of the fact that they're so reassured that the Mew would not be easily picked off as well. That's hence why allowing this early aggression coming from both sides as well. And Basel teams are definitely being slowly poked away. Can he actually be able to jump out to safety? And I believe he will succeed. However, Lucario able to finally punish such transgression for that overextension as well into their central area, into their territory as well. Getting their nice evolution, which is definitely required for their side here. And also, fun fact, actually, it was Blue Sky usually playing the top side, but I guess because now he's playing Meowscarada, he swapped lanes with Teensar, who now takes on the top lane.
I wonder if this is a preference thing, right? Because Teensar really wanted to get his hands on the Buzzwole, and Buzz always goes top. We never see central lane Buzzwole. So that might be the reason why. If you're better on that Pokemon, definitely go play it. Although, speaking of Buzzwole, it gets KO'd by that Dodrio in the top lane. It was a 3-man ambush, so there's not really much Buzzwole's going to be able to do there. But Team MYS, they're ramping up. They've already harassed Blue Skies out of the central area. They've already punished the Buzzwole in that top lane, and the battle is just going to continue.
Again.
Yeah, another KO. I mean, the fact that Yang and Ice are being such a pest, they're assisting HT with these movements. This is a really terrible situation to be in if you're loading, because you're relying on your Meowscarada and Buzzwole to be your mid-game tempo controllers. Pikachu's there as your long-range damage dealer, but Pikachu, without that protection, I don't think there's enough protection on the side of loading to actually keep a Pikachu safe. I think HT is just going to get in there, he's going to stomp on him a couple times, and the Pikachu will just disappear back to the Pokemon Center.
The thing is this, right? I think Team Loading just needs to remember the fact that nothing normal does happen around Team MOS. They're very quick to adjust and really find ways to get answers to get the best out of their composition, even though it may not seem like a normal thing to do. But if it finds some form of success and if it works, they will try to attempt it as well. And Meowscarada finally getting that full evolution here. But look at the terms of the level race as well. For our central farmer, he's currently 3 levels behind the Dodrio.
Yeah, that was the thing that I'm really worried about. You're falling very far behind from your central laner. In fact, level-wise, loading are just starting to fall behind now. They're getting run over in these fights, and with a Dodrio that is absolutely getting out of control, and you're running a composition that really reliably only has Buzzwole as your reliable lockdown.
Correct.
I don't think Pikachu is going to be going for Volt Tackle here, because in a game like this, you play Volt Tackle, you're just setting yourself up to get knocked out by a Dodrio.
Exactly.
So it's such a tough game, and I think for loading, a couple things are going to happen here. Team MYS might need to get a little bit overconfident, or they need to start making some really big mistakes. And, oh, great secure there from the Lapras. So unfortunately for Nightmew, Foxy wasn't able to get that bottom Reggie, so nice little catch-up experience there. Not quite enough to equalize, but this will help them in that process. And we do have a big scoring party in that bottom lane, but look at the map. We see the blue coming in. They want KOs.
And they want a couple of pickups as well at the same time. Gets a couple of takedowns, one run through 2 slow, and they will succeed. The Dodrio is on an absolute roll with the drill back as well. Buzzwole trying to wrestle up for survival. Easily gets flat line here. And Lucario on the other side in a 1v2 scenario. But he's just too fast. He's a little bit too good. Won't be able to escape from Death's Embrace here. And now the rest of the squad will be able to backhaul. Although, yes, they did lose to Dodrio, but they get a couple of punishes in the process here.
I mean, they also lost the Sableye, so there was some pretty big bumps in experience for loading. So it wasn't too bad. It could have gone completely worse. It could have gone completely U-shaped, but they were able to stabilize that fight. So I think for loading, a big breath of relief at this point of time. Stabilize the game, continue on getting that experience, wait for that next objective. Don't lose Blue Sky, which is what just happened, unfortunately, going down to the Sylveon. And it looks like the Flava was going to go down here to this extremely annoying invading combo from MYS, the Lucario and Sableye. Great body blocks there from from Lapras, but Pikachu's still going down. The Unite's being used there. Ice just flexing his Lucario. He must be having so much fun.
And the thing is, you don't even get that many opportunities to even play and utilize Lucario in this kind of competition matches as well. So if you're asking me if he's having fun, he's having a ball. He's having a field day, Danelie. He's pretty much smiling with glee because he's just like, hey, you know, I actually get to fully put him out in the most biggest stage possible in such a high-stake game as well. But at the same time, of course, there is the concern, like, I know you did mention as well, like, they're waiting for a chance of Team MOS to be overconfident. I don't think we'll see that happening because I think with their years of experience, I don't think that will happen. But then again, there is the possibility of, you know, getting them or allow them to really come back. Because remember, Team Loading, although behind in the level race, but not too far behind. Not too, like, it's not like such a significant lead here. But as I spoke, I see the Reggie Licky already going for that main goal base already.
Yeah, so top lane was a bit of a disaster. I know loading, they got the Reggie down bottom, which was fine, but they lost Blue Sky. I think he was single-handedly defending that top lane by himself.
Yes.
Got instantly KO'd. We are getting a bit of a fight
Thunderstorm.
here. Thunderstorm coming out from the Pikachu,
Didn't last
instantly
long.
going down though. Buzzball going in pretty deep. The team is coming in, although Nyaskarada is going to be late to the party, but it looks like Teenza is doing quite a bit of work for the team. NYS still backing up. They do have some mobility, but great pullback there from Teenza. Another KO for the team. They won't advance, but they will take it nice and slow. Nightmare Foxy, though, got to be careful. Down to half. He's actually caught with the stun, and they actually grab him. Great KOs coming in for loading. Big bumps of experience. I think this game may have equalized, and now it's going to be NYS to have to get these consolation KOs to make this worth it. And I think loading might have stuck around for a little too long there as Blue Sky does eventually go down. Clefable, the next one to fall, and we could be seeing Kitties going down as well.
Yeah, Kitty definitely trying to make the attempt, trying to delay as much as possible here. But let's be honest, that gravity coming from the Clefable so many times. I spotted the Sylveon and the rest of the squad just trying to reset and get out of the situation, but just couldn't. Just that gravity has been a little bit of a nuisance for them. I think this is going to be a little bit of a clear message as they slowly turn things around here. Not too sure how much damage can the Saberlight do individually, especially to some of the members, because since we see Team Loading grouping up pretty much around that Clefable, I think they finally found the necessary cogs to keep this machinery moving, right? Like, just stick around the Clefable, play around the gravity, play around the Moonlight, because let's be honest, Team MYS needs to get on top of them. They don't necessarily have to initiate on Team MYS, they just need to get them towards them, and then they can prep for that counter initiation.
Yeah, I mean, we also need to accept the fact that even though gravity could play a really big role here for the Clefable, the timing for the gravity is so important, because if you pop it too early, that's an opening for MYS to just go on top of you in these fights. And actually, Ice going down to Blue Sky, so Nyaskarada getting a KO on the board solo. And it looks like we're seeing loading continuing on to advance and look for another KO here. It looks like they found HT on that Dodrio, turning onto Yamu here with the Buzzball. Gonna move back there because of the Sweet Kiss, but we are down to the final 2 minutes here, Leonard. Rayquaza is up, and there is still no Dodrio, and it looks like Loading want to use this opportunity to potentially go for the Rayquaza for themselves, but they do need to remember they're dealing with a Night Mew, Foxy Mew, the king of secure, so if they can actually do this, it would be a fantastic lock, but it looks like it actually may have gone to MYS.
Are you kidding me?
I said it, you have to be so careful around Night Mew, Foxy. This man knows how to secure his objectives. And point-wise, MYS is still leading. Looks like Night Mew Foxy gets out with the serve, so he won't even be KO'd. It's going to be up to Loading. How are they going to get these final bit of points in? Because they are on the back foot still.
Oh no, there's still one, by the way, there's still 1 minute on the clock. They have a decent amount of points on their belt, so they just need to find a way to just get those in. But now the problem is Team MOS, very objective driven as well, while being aggressive too. Going to be playing full defense. Unless seeing an opportunity for them to go for the pickup, then the Lucario, we're definitely going to see him do it. But Polymar, the rest of the squad, trying to find that opening. And by the way, if I'm not mistaken, Sableye, did he run Thief or not? I can't remember which skill he actually optimized. But if you can drop some of those Aeon's energy points, that's also going to be quite the pain in the butt for sure.
We've got to push down in that bottom lane. Ice is going to pressure that central area along with HT. It's going to be up to Teenza to stop the two of them. But this bottom fight, we have this advancement coming in for Loading. Can they get the knockouts? They are slowly pushing MYS in. They're going to try and go for the scores. They do get the jump in. 48 points there for Blue Skies. It's still not enough. 383 to 263. Loading. It looks like this might just be it. 3 Pokemon down from that bottom goal zone. It's going to be Lapras next. It's up to Teenza, but I don't know if a Buzzwole is it going to win a 1v4 situation. He will go for HT, but there's just not enough time for this man to score these points.
Oh, it was quite the close run if you think about it from another point of view as well, right? Like, they were able to hold up. They were able to hold up towards the late game. They were able to get the necessary leveling as well, trying to keep up with the race. But unfortunately, too much damage has already been done from the side of Team MYS. Too much openings and too much clearance that just makes this so much more difficult for Team Loading members to go for the defense here. Not really choked out of options here to try to decide how they really want to play out that round here. But honestly, I thought it was really close, especially towards the Rayquaza play. They got rid of Yang. They got rid of the neutral Yang. Yemo even committed the Fairy Frolic. They tried to buy the necessary amount of time. But all for the purpose of drawing the attention away from Night Mew Foxy, who was, by the way, very free at the top pit of Rayquaza.
Well, I mean, he was the first thing I saw. If I see a Rayquaza and I know Night Mew Foxy's in that game, first thing I do is he KO'd? No? Where is this man? Yeah, so he was towards the northern side of the Rayquaza. And it was quite surprising that Loading tried to race against Night Mew Foxy because Mew is a fantastic Pokemon for securing a Rayquaza.
Right.
And he actually got the secure with Electro Ball as well. Electro Ball, I mean, that move, the lower the health your target, the more damage it does. So, of course, if you're trying to go for that last hit, it's a great move for getting that secure in. And it was just sort of weird. I've seen teams try to play with those last hits, where they will either prematurely delay their last moves to trick their opponents into attacking Rayquaza early, or they'll do the alternate, which is they will suddenly, before the usual timing, they will just throw all of their moves before the opponent would
and just
ever
hope
suspect.
for the best, right?
I suppose hope for the best, or you would hope that you have tricked your opponent at that time. Like it's either, but that didn't quite happen with Loading. I kind of noticed that the lower the health was for Rayquaza, teams that actually changed his targeting to Night Mew Foxy.
Oh yeah, that's definitely for sure.
So it was a little bizarre. And Night Mew Foxy, I mean, this man secured Rayquaza. I'm not surprised. This is just what this guy does. There's a reason why Mew is banned against MYS.
I somewhat, maybe there was a possibility why they didn't really have their attention on Night Mew Foxy, mainly because of that cold mode actually got picked up. Because like initially, right before the fight with the Rayquaza fight, their condition of staying alive was pretty much cold mode, right? And then when I think TMYS also somewhat understand like what was really keeping them alive pretty long in these team fights here. So you see Yemo already jumping towards the cold mode, towards the Clefable. He pops the Mythical Fire, he had the targeting skill sets, and instantly you see the rest of the squad just dive on top of Yemo. They're like, nope, you want to go after cold mode, we're going to come in. That's pretty much where he committed the Fairy Floric, try to keep himself alive. More members were diving in, and a lot of attention was somewhat drawn away. Not majority of the team, but just enough for Night Mew Foxy to be able to gauge accordingly how much damage does he need to commit to steal that request. And of course, on top of that, like you mentioned, very free.
Yeah, I want to take a look at this highlight again because I think there are a couple things I'm a little bit unsure about because everything happened so quickly at the same time. But 100% Electro Ball secure on Night Mew Foxy's Mew. Loading, I think after that, I swear I saw the team just sort of stop. Like, everyone just took their hands off their devices. I might be tripping here. I think that would have been something I'd do. But the team just sort of stopped because they sort of realized like, oh, wait a minute, guys, we didn't get the Rayquaza.
Right.
And so it looked like there was a little bit of confusion with the team before they decided, okay, we're going to go for a big top push. And unfortunately, they just, without the buffs, they also had to deal with Night Mew.
Yeah. And there was also a lot there was a lot of chaos pickups also happening at the same time. So like the indicator, the notification didn't really came out as much.
Yeah, so the highlights are ready, so let's have a quick look at actually what happened at the beginning of the game and also at the end of the game. I do want to sort of talk about this early game pressure, or this is a little bit too late, but Yang and Ice.
Yes.
These two people, I think Blue Sky is going to be dreaming about these two guys for the next couple of days. I have to say, Blue Sky had a horrible early game in that central lane. He got bullied by a Lucario and a Sableye. There wasn't really much his team was going to be able to do. Teams had to deal with that top lane, but he also eventually got KO'd by HT. Early game for MYS, really, really scary. This team is just so fast-paced. And I don't think Loading is ready to sort of deal with that high-paced gameplay.
Right. That's what I'm saying, right? I feel like both Ice and Yang are somewhat in similar categories. Like they get fired up in these moments, but these two kids stay calm with their demeanor. Like whereas other players have their indecision and hesitation, there's a fine line between both nerves and excitement, and they can't contain all of that. You know?
And I think this was sort of the moment where I thought, okay, this game might turn on its head because Teamza is really coming online here. I mean, this man is just doing so much work. We saw the double KO. They were trying to look for more. HT was there. And this was sort of where I think Loading lost that momentum again because they overstayed their welcome. Yep. They lost Teamza, they lost Blue Skies. I think Kitty actually got away from this, but it was 3 KOs in this bottom lane.
I mean, he gets picked off later on, but like, you know, he got out of that initial part first.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like Loading lost the plot here because they saw, okay, we're going to come back, we're going for this big push, we're getting all these KOs, they're all squishy, there's no supports. When you're fighting on a goal zone, you have to be extremely careful of positioning.
Like,
but
you see, I mean, he went for, like, Yemu went for Common, right? Instantly, and also spot out Yang. He straight away popped out the Thunderstorm, and then he really knew, like, there was not much people to really try to focus down.
And
was it just a basic attack?
it may have been a basic attack
What?
after the Electro Ball, or it could have been the delayed damage output from Electro Ball.
Right, yeah.
But
that makes a bit of sense, yeah.
I just think it was, again, it was just a really interesting play coming out from loading because their damage dealers weren't focusing on Rayquaza. Like,
Yep.
Blue Sky was dealing with Yemu.
Yeah.
The Sylveon. Like, you kind of need your last hitters to be in that Ray pit. If you're committing to ripping that Ray, you rip that Ray. You don't just sort of leave him half-half,
Yeah.
deciding, I'm just going to have him for leftovers the next morning. You don't do that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what happens when you're pretty much trying to come back from an early game, that kind of situation as well. So I think a lot of priorities will slowly shift to, like, just need to keep the members that's trying to keep us alive. But of course, let's quickly bring up the questionnaire for some of our players. So starting off with Team MYS, it is player HT. Favorite Pokemon is Zoroark, of course, not too surprising. And this again, by the way, we did not design this questionnaire. All these players fill it up themselves what they want to put into it, and they put mental strength 1. Wow.
That's honesty. I mean, to give yourself a 1, I think that's someone that is extremely honest. I also think, so I've heard so many good things about HT. I hear a lot of people in the community really gush about how talented of a player he is, and for him to sort of rate himself like this, it's like he has a lot of self-awareness. And I think it's really hard for some players to be self-aware about themselves because some players, they're a little bit up there. They think they're really, really good. And it means that they are a little bit resistant to actually receiving feedback or working with their team. And HT seems to be the opposite. Like, he's a great player, but he wants to be greater.
No, the thing is, for me, I have a different verdict. Like, for my case, I feel like he's not giving himself enough credit.
That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not a big fan of the fact that he's setting himself with 1 mental strength.
I would like a few things to be swapped to 5 stars, but we are going to move on to the next one here.
Which is Blue Sky, the team captain.
Yes, so Blue Sky, the man that played Meowscarada in that last game, it was a tough game. For him to rate himself 4 stars mental strength, I'm hoping he just sort of bounces back. He's like, it's fine, we have bad games. Let's reset for game number 2.
I mean, I'm not too surprised, right? Because when you're playing those kind of games, it really takes, like, really true mental strength and, like, really good to really pull through and try to find a way. Because most of the time, I feel like if you let emotion get the best of you in those kind of scenarios, you tend to trail off from the rest of the game, and it's more visible in your performances, right? But we just didn't see that from each of those members coming from Team Loading. They still keep it what they were supposed to do, kept up with the race. I think they really did a phenomenal job. But of course, player comments, I think this is of course a very standard reply, right? Everyone needs to everyone needs to have that goal, right? I don't think I have seen any unique comments saying, like, I'm doing this for my mom or something. I want to find something. I want to find some wholesome comments. You know?
Okay. We're going to move on here to the player introductory stats here for HT. And now I've got some data here on 1 best of 3 plus 1 game here for HT. And across the board, this guy is extremely consistent thus far. But to be fair, MYS haven't lost any games yet. So I kind of want to see what happens to this team when they deal with an opponent, which is probably going to be later today in Rise, but they deal with an opponent that can beat them in one of these games. How do they mentally bounce back into that next game? Because at the moment, these are stats of HT when he's having a great game. We're going to switch on over to Blue Sky's stats here, and I think we're going to be seeing some pretty contrasting numbers between the two because Blue Sky, he's still dealing the majority of the damage for the team. So on average here, he's dealing 30% of the team's total damage.
Correct.
He's taking a lot of damage as well. He sort of flipped between his Pokemon too. Apparently we've got Blaziken and Lapras. I think Lapras he played last week.
Yes, because that's what I'm saying, right? When he has Urshifu banned, it was either him switching between both the defender or the all-rounders here. So that's why the stats wise for him is probably not. It's not so dependent on one role. It's going to be pretty split between the two here.
Yeah. So I am not sure if the game is ready. If it is, we'll jump into that in just a second. But I'm just kind of wondering, like, what would you do here for team loading and going into game number 2?
I think they have to do the same thing that they did going up against Rise last week. They need to pick up a lineup that can keep up with the way that MYS plays, right? MYS, extremely aggressive in that game. To be fair, they did go for a very unconventional draft.
True.
They went for no natural healing support. They went for a Sableye, and they invaded with a support Lucario, which also is more or less unheard of. So to see them sort of keep up with that, I'm pretty sure if I was loading, I would say the chances of them going for a double invade, pretty unlikely. I think they might go back to standard, but we have to match that energy. We've got to have something that can either deal with that aggression, or we have to have supports that are on standby to help Blue Sky or Teensar, depends on who's in that central lane, to help the central laner deal with that harassment, because you just can't. Because what's happening in that point of time is that with all this harassment going on, HT has a free central lane on the other side of the map.
Honestly, I don't think they should try to match their speed. I feel like they should try to not play by their tune, because let's be honest, Team MOS has this playstyle where like it really forces their style upon you and make you forced to play by their tune, pretty much play at the palms of their hands. Pretty much, that's why you see like very unique composition really coming out from Team MYS. So that's why I'm really excited to see if that team would play against a team like Zora Tigers, for example, to really give them that challenge. But for now, team loading, the mountain for you right now is currently Team MYS. Yeah, you need to try to literally climb over Mount Everest. But this time, going with the bans here, didn't ban the Yoshifu this time. They're finally let it go through, but they want to get rid of that Meowscarada.
Yes, quite surprising. I guess they just sort of don't want to deal with the Meowscarada.
Right.
Maybe even we saw the weird composition coming out from MYS, because they were just like, oh, look at this central laner that was going to be picked last. Let's go for something a bit crazy. But again, we're going to be seeing Yamu back on that Sylveon. So again, double attacker for MYS. Nightmare Foxy back on that new. We are seeing Komod. Okay, I'm not sure if he's trolling me here, but he is leaning towards the Azu pick here.
There's still 7 seconds though.
It's gonna go back. So Komod, Pikachu, Lapras, I think I'm totally fine with these two picks. Yang has selected the Mr. Mime. I'm not sure if he's trolling me here, because we saw Mr. Mime yesterday.
Yes,
I think we saw Solo tried to play Mr. Mime.
It was the two supporters.
Top lane, yes.
The two supporters.
I was praying that would work, but unfortunately in that game it wasn't quite successful. But it looks like we could be seeing this aggression coming out yet again for MYS. So Ice back onto that Lucario, and then of course HT back on to that Dodrio. I'm kind of wondering what's going to be the pick here for Yang. He's probably assessing the situation depending on these last two picks, deciding, do I need to go for standard support, or can I go for my Sableye shenanigans again? And it looks like we could be seeing, it could be a Wiggly tough. Wiggly would make Yevu and Foxy really deadly in these battles, because the special defense reduction could be pretty big. But Yang's going to go back for the Sableye, so we're going to run it back here for Team MYS. Loading, however, they do get some favorable Pokemon here. They do have the Urshifu. This is something that Loading does like, although it's not going to be Blue Sky that plays it. They're sort of like switching it between players. Komod now has it. And there we go. Blue Skies does get his Urshifu. I'm not sure what's happened here with the players. They're just sort of swapping Pokemon around.
I mean, which is it's pretty sad, right? Because Blue Sky, he has his Urshifu. They're definitely going to assign it to him as well. That means that now the dedicated defender will be Kitty. Teensar is going to be sticking back to the speeds here. Now it feels more like they have certain answers and certain policies for various situations. Team MY is still going to be sticking to what they did. However, that first game can be said to be like a trailer to what's coming from the side here, Team MYS with this lineup. So now they know what's coming. Can they prep for it? Who can they assign accordingly to take this role? Blue Sky is definitely. I have not seen. I'm not sure where he places Urshifu. Whether he goes top with Urshifu or goes to the central area with Urshifu. I'm not too sure about.
So I'm looking at this early game. I kind of want to lean towards Teensar going central lane, because
I think better, right?
It's going to be much faster. Because Blue Sky is going to be very susceptible to this potential harassment that's going to come in from Ice and Yang. So ideally, you'd want to have the Leafeon. Evolve at level 4. At least you can deal with that harassment, or you can even bring one of the supports in to sort of help you out. Get to that level 4, and then you should at least have a much more stable early game compared to Urshifu, who has to hit that level 5. So yeah, it is going to be Teensar central lane. I do like this call much better.
Yeah, it definitely reverts back to their original role placement as well at the same time.
And look at this, the respect. They even bring in Komod in as well just to get the damage in, and here comes Ice with the harassment. He's here, ready to get the last hit. Oh my gosh, and he get it. He gets the red buff too, and it looks like they might almost get the KO. They will finish off Blue Sky, so just not enough damage between that Eevee and the Clefairy.
The crazy thing about
they got another KO onto the Kung Fu.
the crazy thing about this as well is like they already knew the impending invasion was coming as well. That's pretty much why you see Komo going with the repositioning himself. But like you said, not enough levels, not enough heals, not enough damage to really keep them at bay. I think this is pretty much why I think this just comes in with not just experience, but just full understanding of several Pokemon and of the game, right? Like you just know when they can actually be very aggressive, be as strong as much as possible, and how much can they pressure and bully their opponents out of those lanes or even out of those central areas.
I mean, they're really pushing that top lane heavily. I mean, they are punishing Blue Sky for going for that Urshifu at all. The audacity, they say. They take out the Leafeon as well, so even Teenza isn't going to be able to do too much in that top lane.
Yep.
Again, it looks like we are going to be seeing a snowball coming in for MYS as they just absolutely snowball through all these lanes. And look at this, a 3-man rotation to stop Teenza from going in his own central lane.
Yep.
That map has been mostly occupied by MYS. The rest of loading, they're more or less stuck in lanes here.
They really can't do anything about it, especially since he hasn't really reached that level 5 for that Urshifu. They plan to snowball as much as possible. Do as much damage, keep them at bay, embed them with the necessary amount of fear of the fact that every time you walk in that brush, I will be there. It might even be there here. So much rotation it was even happening. They don't mind leaving the Mew alone at the bottom because they know for a fact that Night Mew Foxy cannot be picked up unless he either overextends or make a mistake, which rarely happens. Especially since his team wants to do very drastic action like this. Now there's the Urshifu. Some damage is currently being done. The Electro Ball comes in pretty big as well to try to keep them at bay. They do manage to punish Ao Yang, but what about HT? He's still in it and definitely plan to win it. But then again, the Solar Blade from the top side rotation was pretty massive. He didn't anticipate it, but it, of course, was barely able to sidestep away from the damage. Now, guess what? Tagged in. HT out. Ice is in. No additional KOs, unfortunately, here, but they are constantly going to be rotating among themselves to constantly pile up and stack up the damage.
Yep, so we do get at least all the evolutions on the side of loading, but unfortunately just a couple of these fights, because they can't get the KOs in quick enough, the reinforcements for MYS just keep coming in. They keep getting these counter KOs and either equalizing or ending these fights on a high for them.
Right.
Main objectives come in though. Registeel, up top, Reggie Alecki is going to go in favor of MYS as HT finishes that off solo. We do have some KOs there too.
No
Pokemon
way.
down on loading. Now 3, now 4. It's a wipe in that bottom lane. MYS going to get a free Registeel in just a second as they finish off Blue Sky. Unfortunately, Registeel will reset, but I think MYS, they're just going to break this goal zone. They say, let's get rid of the speed flux. Let's make this easy for us.
Did you
and
see that?
it's almost going to be they're just going to save it. 1 point, they're going to do a big overcap.
Did you see that prioritization coming from some of the members as well? They just completely ignored the Urshifu. They just like, you know what? Don't bother about Blue Sky. Get to their backline. Get to everybody who's going to be a nuisance because as they know for a fact, Blue Sky is just trying to set up the moment here. Play at altitude, play at our pace, and Yang was able to get all the way to the back line. Nice time with the gravity, that should slow
Foxy
things
again.
down. But then again, a beautiful pickup coming in from Night Mew, Foxy. Such a menace in securing all of these objectives as well.
Perfect.
You think Rayquaza was the end of it? No, he was going to secure and take everything on the block.
It was a perfect secure there by Night Mew Foxy. It boosted into an Electro Ball. There was no way loading was going to get that last hit in, unfortunately. But, oh gosh, I kind of want to talk about something that you sort of brought up, right?
Yep.
So Team MYS, they're ignoring Blue Sky. And there's a good reason for this. It's actually because Blue Sky, Water Urshifu did get a bit of a nerf last year. So it's not as strong as it used to be. It's not so formidable. It is definitely doable. You can deal with this Pokemon. With a level gap or a level lead, you can technically ignore the Water Bear. He is not going to be a threat to you at all. I think the Pokemon you're sort of worried about here would actually be the Leafeon for a potential Solar Blade KO or a last hit. Maybe even under certain circumstances, the Pikachu might be an even bigger threat because of that thunderstorm.
Wow.
But yeah, unfortunately for Blue Sky, he's
HT?
he's not really much of a threat. Nice Emerald 2-step though from Teenza. Managing to get that KO, so nice little boost of experience, but still not enough to really bring loading back into this game. MYS, they've either got to make one big misstep, or loading has just got to pull out a miracle from the magician's hat.
It's definitely going to be, it's not even it's not going to be magic at this point. It's going to be more like a miracle in this case, Danelie. But now the rest of the squad, we see Ice getting ready to reposition himself alongside with Common. He definitely is spotted within the central area, but Regieleki is slowly making ways, while at the same time getting those intel from the Regieleki, decides to get more priority targets. Managed to find Blue Sky, get a couple of more. Here comes the Thunderstorm, trying to do as much damage as possible, but then again, already the Mew pops the Unite moves.
And it's just Ice. I mean, it's just a support
One big
Lucario. You ideally are looking for HT. Even Yamu would be a really nice catch here, but they just can't get these really big core Pokemon on the side of MYS. And look at this, we're even seeing Yang just being a pain on that Sableye. He's got 40 points, he's just harassing loading while the Regieleki was there. The rest of his team though, nice easy lockdown on that Regirock. Gonna give them that defensive boost and a nice little boost of experience. Denying this away from loading. We are still a minute and 40 seconds left up until Rayquaza comes back onto the field to potentially give that comeback mechanism for loading. But this late game is going to be so difficult for loading. There's such a big level difference. Team MYS are comfortable fighting into the entirety of loading composition, and they honestly feel like they're going to win most of these. We are seeing a bit of a misstep here as 2 Pokemon go down and 1 big core knockout. It's on HT. They're looking for Nightmew Foxy. The surf into agility might just be enough to save his life, but Ice going to be able to dash on out of there as well. Yamu, though, turning back onto loading. Could we be seeing a fight here? We do see a big surf from Nightmew just to stop them from scoring. It looks like the 20 points will go in for Blue Sky. Ice coming in with the dash yet again. Oh, but he does get taken out by the Urshifu. Blue Sky getting that knockout, but now Blue Sky going to be counter knocked out here by HT on that Dodrio, and Yang is looking for more. He wants some more KOs. Nightmew Foxy just throwing out a warning Solar Beam. Stay away from my goal zone.
I love it. They totally understand the fact that they might have overstepped or overstayed their welcome themselves. Decided to play a little bit more safe, especially since they had Blue Sky currently KO'd and taken down. Decides to fall back and try to reset. And also, you notice from towards the initial beginning of the fight towards the central area, right? They decided, like, instead of trying to go for individual pickups, instead of having having Blue Sky handling one person while the rest of the squad do this 4v4, they decided to just commit every resource, commit every personnel on one of the closest person next to you, and then we'll move on to the other. And that's exactly what they did. They picked off Yang, then they moved towards HT, and they kept it going towards Nightmew Foxy, even forcing him to commit the eject, but to commit his abilities just to get out of those situations, and they just kept the momentum going. I think the goal was pretty much great, but they managed to fight Common in the process and remove it right before the Rayquaza fight as well.
Oh, hang on a minute. Looks like Ice is being caught out as well. We might be losing the Lucario. He is going to dash on out of there. Looks like XP does keep him up, and even HT slipping out of there as well. Unites have already been used on loading. There's no Thunderstorm. They still have the Emerald 2-step on that Leafeon, so maybe that could be a key component to bringing this team back into the game, but it's going to be really difficult if he considers Yamu. Yamu also has access to his Unite move to actually hide away from some of these big moves. Really big knock-up though, connecting onto 2, and we've lost the support as well as the Urshifu for loading. It's going to be down to 3. Pikachu down, Leafeon down, I think Lapras is going to go down in just a second as well. It's a team wipe. MYS going to lock in this Rayquaza and potentially end this series 2-0 for their first match of the day.
Oh, that's just too much. The problem is there was not much option left. And Team MYS, let's be honest, they were keeping track of everything. They were keeping track of what Unite moves were utilized, what skills, what item has been utilized, and then when they managed to like accommodate alongside with their team captains, has already made the call. 4 players without the Unite moves, especially from the most of their main damage. They only left with the Leafeon, but they were already too concerned about the Leafeon Unite move because now they know that they can actually take the fight head on. They don't have to play on their terms. They're playing on their own turf as well.
Oh gosh, look at this Sylveon going absolutely ham. Yamu's just playing around with his food. And there's not really much loading can do. Yang scores another bucket full of points. He's trying to score again, but he will get KO'd. With 10 seconds to go, I think this might just be it, ladies and gentlemen. MYS going to end this series 2-0 up against Loading, which means Loading, this team has one more series today, and it's their last series to score those points before they get their seeding into the playoffs next week.
It is literally a perfect 5-goal post save coming from Team MYS for that one. Really well done coming from them. I think, particularly, that first game coming from Team Loading had a lot more fighting capabilities compared to this one, but I think it's just the fact that I felt like Team MYS in this second game, with the exact same count that they had for the first game, had a lot more aggression than it's supposed to be. I think They just respected the Leafeon, they respected the existence of Blue Sky coming in with the Urshifu. They just decided, you know what, we can no longer just be relaxed anymore. We just need to pile even more damage, more pressure here. I have never seen Team RS so aggressive with that comp. I thought the first game was pretty aggressive, but when we see the second one, I'm like, whoa, that is a totally different level.
I'm going to say I will say men of the match.
Men, okay.
Men of the match for me. It's got to go to Ice and Yang. I mean, these two, the dastardly duo, I think that's what I'm going to nickname them. The dastardly duo from start to finish was such a pain in the backside for loading. I honestly could not imagine playing up against this combination that's going to pressure you in the early game, deny your central laner from getting any sort of early game experience, which is also going to delay the assistance the side lanes would have got if Teensar actually had that free early game, which set up the opening for HT to have a free time roaming up, down, left, right. So yeah, Ice and Yang, I think men of the match. These guys set up the game for MIS.
It's really either one of two, right? That kind of thing. And like, we're not talking about like this game particularly. I think even in their in other games that they did play, whether is it definitely not on the same line coming in from the side of
I'm
Yang.
pretty sure last week as well, MIS pulled off a similar play. Like they just had Ice and Yang be a nuisance to the central laners.
It was Yang with the Hoopa for two of those games, and when they were playing against Secret Red Diamond, and Ice was playing both the Snorlax and the Trevenant. They were just pretty much both just going back and forth with this as well. And I think we saw so many saves coming from Yang from last week with the Hoopa as well. Well, nice time hyperspace portal. Not your typical hyperspace portal, that kind of thing, just really well placed. And it's just absolutely significant for us. I recall seeing you and Flava so many times just baffle, just be like, Yang again.
What a pest! Where's the bug spray?
And to make matters worse, you have Ice with the Snorlax. Like I didn't even know which one was more irritating. Him playing the Snorlax or him playing the Trevenant. So much control, and then you have just this really oversized Pokemon just refuse to go down, and he's so initiative with the Snorlax as well. It was really. It's innovative.
Look, Snorlax for Ice, it's a specialty of his. It's an art.
Definitely.
The art of Snorlax, written by Ice. But yes, he does play a fantastic Snorlax. But I mean, to see invade Lucario, you know, I'm down to see this. I'm kind of thinking like, hey, if this is actually going to be the meta, I would love to see this.
I don't think he can pull that off very often, because I feel like it only works here because they had enough information on the opponent team, like understanding what's their skill level, knowing what's their strength, what's their quirks. That's pretty much why they can actually make that kind of competition for themselves. I think in other teams, they probably would not be able to pull this off very often. Maybe sometimes they can try it when it's not too high risk. But when the game's on the line, I don't think you'll see them pulling off this kind of Pokemon.
Well, I think a great test to this would be seeing MYS's final match of the day, which is also the last game of the day.
Against
Their
Rise?
last opponent is Rise.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I am actually kind of curious to know if this is a strategy that they would even consider pulling off against Rise. Now, I kind of feel like it's unlikely because they've already shown their cards, and it would be a bit predictable to just sort of be like, hey, Rise, we've been doing this like all tournament so far with the double invades. Yeah, I hope you guys are ready for it. I think they would sort of suspect something. So unlikely, but who knows? They might have outplayed me and they'll do it anyway, and it might work out against Rise, or it might not. We kind of don't know. We'll find out later today. But in this series, it definitely worked out, and I kind of just feel like it was loading at the same time. I think the first round, you can't blame them. I think most teams don't really expect a double invade of this manner, a Lucario and a Sableye. But game number 2, they saw it coming. I just kind of feel like they didn't respect the duo enough because they only set the Clefable in that central lane to assist Teensar.
No, I think that's what I'm saying. I think they were pretty much in the same spot with me, right? Where we were just very surprised on the level of aggression was just a different level for sure. Because they just didn't expect that kind. They expected like maybe a pokes here or there, but they didn't expect like a full committed dive coming from HT. You saw it just went straight for it. He usually just like play around, let Yang to slowly butter them up a bit before they go back in.
Sure, butter your toast.
But he literally just dunked them in. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's quickly bring out our favorite session. It's the Arts and Craft by Danelie.
I don't do art, but okay. I don't know when was the last time I drew. But we are going to be...
yesterday.
What did I draw yesterday?
Arrows.
I think it was Professor Flava that drew them.
Oh,
but
okay.
we are going to be focusing on Ice as well as Yang here. So the Dastardly duo, the constant harassment, the vision that they give, and the trouble that loading sort of had. So let's watch this first clip in its entirety, Leonard, because these two were so active all game. So Ice and Yang basically made the call to say that loading, your central lane is off limits. You come in here, we are going to pressure you. And the fact that they had this positioning, super easy for them to just come in for this backstab. Lock out kitties at the same time. It's a double KO, one in the central lane, one in the mid lane. The setup is great because loading, they were basically stuck to their side. The only places you would really feel safe, because look at this. There's no goal zone there's no tier 1 or tier 2 goal zone. You've only got this goal zone here, which to some degree you can say is safe. Not fully, because you have to worry about HT. Your central lane is also off limits. So ultimately, the only places they're feeling safe right now would very likely be this section here. Like all of that, probably safe for loading. Everything else completely off limits. So I'm just going to color color the entire jungle in. You go here, you're going to get KO'd.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for loading, because of that atrocious early game, they weren't able to get any kind of map control to actually prevent this from happening.
Correct.
You can't even safely rotate your support. Comrade, yes, is giving information to his team to say like, hey, there's a Lucario in our central area. There's also a Sableye. But what do they really translate that into? They didn't send anybody to try and farm in the enemy central area. A wise man once told me, in games where you are being invaded, some of the best places to farm is actually in the enemy's side of the map, because they are so busy on the offense on your side that you should be going to their central lane. Because sometimes they're not in there, they're not farming. The last place they would assume you would be is in their central area. So just the amount of control that's coming in from MYS, it just completely oppressed loading. Like, there was just nothing this team was going to be able to do, unfortunately. I mean, this is also just a testament to how deep of an understanding MYS has of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, and the best part about it as well, like, they were very quick to react in terms of their planning as well. Like, they understand the fact that not only were they the scouting team, basically, both Yang and Ice were the scouting team.
Yeah.
We're
going to move on to clip number 2 here, Mr. Leonard Lee. So we're at the Rayquaza fight here. This is game number 1. Oh, sorry, excuse me. It's game number 2. We're at the Rayquaza fight. Walk us through this. What's kind of happening here? We'll go through the clip together.
Well, first things first. Like I said, right? Their win. Like for this is, I believe this is game. This is game 2.
Yes, this is game 2.
This is game 2 Rayquaza pit, right? They understand the entire time that the one person that was really keeping them alive was Common. Common was their main player. Common was the, let me try to draw a crown, okay? Common was the king, okay? He was the king and also the one that's really keeping the whole team alive. He was the only sole reason why along their fights initially, despite the point disparity, they were able to keep themselves alive as much as possible. So when they would went into the fight, keep an eye on the rest of the squad that was trying to keep the rest of the team, and instantly everyone was able to converge upon them. They found Common, they saw a good knocked up opportunity, while at the same time, you see Lucario, you see HT, also keeping Kitty at bay. Their lone defender, their lone frontliner is currently out of sight and out of mind, which means more aggression for the rest of the squad. That's pretty much why you see a lot more confidence coming in from Nightmare Fury. He didn't need to stay so hidden anymore. He knows the majority of where's the rest of the squad. Only even Leafeon was also spotted out of the brush here. So a lot more confidence for them to take this fight, and they considered to proceed forward. They had so much control in a lot of this situation, where even until the point where the Dodrio didn't really have to be so present in the initial phase of that situation. And remember, a lot of Unite moves was not available, because before this Rayquaza fight even happened, they had a pre-fight before this, and instantly they had more confidence to take on the rest of the member. Without the Unite moves, there was pretty much nothing to really keep Team MYS at bay, and pretty much the rest is history.
The rest is history. And speaking of history, I think we're going to be able to make some more history here, because we actually are going to have Ice on the line, who's going to talk us through what's happened.
That's very fun.
Very fun. He's going to talk us through what's happened in that matchup, and I do have a lot of questions, and I know Leonard has some questions as well.
Pretty much.
But let's welcome Ice to the stream. How you doing, Ice?
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
How you doing, man? Good to see you, man.
Okay, can you hear us? We just want to double check. Is everything all good?
Yeah, everything's all good.
Okay, awesome.
Okay,
so,
great.
I need to ask you about what happened in game number 1 and 2. So I see you and Yang having a lot of fun in the enemy central lane with Lucario and Sableye. Sort of walk us through, like, what was the whole idea behind this really hard central lane invade? What makes this duo so good for this game?
So for us, we took some inspiration from the Japanese teams, and then we kind of like practiced this comp a lot, and then made it our own. And it really fits with our natural style of play, so we decided to adapt this type of comp, and it's very fun to play. I finally get to play something that's not a defender, and I don't do a lot of damage, but at least I'm annoying to the enemy team.
Right. So does that mean we're going to be seeing this composition a lot more often, or is this more like a very conditional or situational kind of thing?
Sorry. There's a very good chance you'll see this come from us very often, and because this is our comfort picks, we also can play team fight. So it depends on which team we're fighting and how the draft goes. It depends, I guess.
I kind of want to ask you a little bit more about this drafting style that you guys have gone for. So what was the idea behind not going for a classic support that does provide your team any kind of healing? Like, are you confident? Do you feel like you kind of don't need it, or do you think that you're prioritizing more of the aggression? Because Sableye does provide a little bit of damage, harassment, I think most importantly that vision. Why have you decided just to swap out your standard support for something like a Sableye instead?
Like I said, it's very aggressive. It kind of fits our team comp, our play style, and also in Thailand, you guys are gonna be playing. We are sorry, not you guys. We are gonna be playing.
I wish.
What's it called? One Pokemon per match. So there's a chance that you don't get any healer supports if the enemy like respective bans and picks your support. So it's also kind of a small kind of prep for Thailand, and that's why we keep practicing this Sableye comp.
That's actually very smart, yeah.
Which is great, because now at least he had, like, for TMOS, they have like more additional options just in case if something was to be denied to them. So I think it's pretty great. So a lot of extra cards to play. So I'm really curious about one thing, right? We've been talking about, like, among other teams, right? But for you, in your case, right, for TMYS, is there a particular team you're looking out for both SEA and East Asia?
I think for SEA, our opponents, we're gonna be looking forward to fighting Rise, because Rise is always Rise. You know, I look left, it's Rise. I look right, it's Rise. Every member of my team always has to fight Rise some way or another. It's always a rivalry. You know. Then for ACL in general, I think we are most excited to fight either SAR, which is my previous teammates. Shout out to Santi, Ikura, BKZ, and probably Mami's team, the Unite Holics, because they got third. I mean, Mami got third or fourth, I can't remember, in 2024. He's a very accomplished player. Or, in fact, KS, who is the new and upcoming team from Japan. They might not have a lot of achievements, but they are really very good players.
I mean, to be fair, all the greats, you're going to admire somebody to help push you forward. All right, so last question, Leonard, do you have anything you kind of want to ask?
Just mostly what, like Ice. I know I believe I asked you this during the regional qualifiers, but I didn't want to ask you again. Like, currently, there's a few patches that's been happening back and forth, especially with the newly added addition of Metagross as well. What has the current state of the meta is currently look like? Has it been the same, or is it just like a little bit more different now than before?
So, at first, initially, I thought Metagross was going to be accusation level OP. But then, after like testing it out, I asked some of my foreign, overseas friends, like my LG friends, my EU friends. It turns out that they also feel the same as me. Metagross isn't that OP. That it is strong, but it has its counters and its weaknesses. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Ice. Congratulations on your next best 2-0. We're going to look forward to seeing you play up against Rise, and hopefully we get to talk to you again later this evening, because that means that you would have won that series. Best of luck, Ice. Hope you have a great day, and we'll hopefully catch you later.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, thanks, Ice. All right.
Always absolutely swell to talk to players.
He's very lovely.
Yeah.
Right, speaking of lovely, you know, we've got another series coming up. And
I know.
that's going to be incredibly lovely. But we're going to talk about that in just a second. Let's have a look at the table to see what has happened in the groupings. Because after every game, there is going to be an update for those points. And at the moment, the Group A curse continues with points being completely allocated to Team MYS. Unfortunately, Loading dropping that series 0-2, which means they're going to be sitting on 0 points. Now, we do have a couple matchups to end the day here. So Rise will be going up against MYS later on today. And then Secret Rare Diamond is going to be playing up against Loading. So the two bottom teams with 0 points, this will be their opportunity to finally get points on the board. Whereas for MYS and Rise, they're wrestling to find out who is going to be getting that top spot, the top seeding, to potentially get the shortest road to the offline finals. That's going to be extremely exciting. We are going to catch up with their games later on though, because it's time to move back over to Group B. And of course, to welcome someone back to the desk, it's going to be none other than the Professor Flava. Welcome back. I hope you're excited for this next matchup.
I am very most excited, and I do see that you had an enjoyable time doing some commentaries together with Leonard on the previous game itself, and having
no
that
support.
No,
Let's go.
oh,
Sorry,
man.
excuse me. No healing support.
No
That's
healing
what I meant.
support. None of that. Very much needed, and of course, a very
No.
convincing win as well on the previous series.
Very, very convincing. But I think this next series, it might not be as convincing. It might be a little bit closer here. Or I could be wrong. I'm not 100% sure.
We will see.
Speaking
Now-
of that next game, Flava, would you like to introduce our next two teams? Or
Oh
shall
yes, we'll be more than happy to actually introduce these two amazing teams. Now, I suppose coming back today, allow me to do the honors to actually introduce back Onyx here for the second match of second series of the day itself, as they just had. Basically, they were part of the first series of the opening itself. They already had that strong win to kickstart the day, and of course, they're up for more. Before that, let's have a look at this video itself coming on for next.
น่าจะเป็นบอมครับบอมมี่เพราะว่าเหมือนมีการเข้าจังหวะที่ดีแล้วก็มีการแบบคอเกมที่ดีครับเพลเยอร์ที่เล่นได้โดดเด่นที่สุดตอนนี้สำหรับผมครับน่าจะเป็นบันนี่ครับเพราะสามารถเล่นได้ค่อนข้างหลากหลายตำแหน่งครับและเป็นคนที่เข้าใจแผนการเล่นได้เป็นอย่างดีครับแต่ไม่ใช่ว่าคนอื่นเล่นได้ไม่ดีนะครับทุกคนก็จะมีข้อดีข้อด้อยต่างกันไปครับ Our offline dia mainnya sangat bagus, terus juga mentalnya juga nggak main-main sih. Untuk tim Onyx itu yang strong itu ada di offline kami yaitu Ayler. Dia itu mentalnya sangat kuat dengan laning-nya juga sangat strong.
I think our star player is two of our support. Mereka sangat kuat mentalnya untuk mensupport 3 core kepala batu ini.
Those are some very in-depth conversations happening between these two members from Team Get together with Onyx. All eyes on Bommy and ALR from all that. But before we dwell even further on that, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our next match. It's going to be Thailand's Open second place winners, Team Get Together, up against Indonesia's Open second place winner, Team Onyx. Now, Get Together, they comprise of Daisy, Patty, we have Mylop, we have Xerxes, as well as Bommy. And of course, who do we have on Onyx side, Danny?
We have Kale, Dragod, Trixie, Resort, and ALR. And I do believe you guys spoke to ALR earlier today. Had
Yes.
some really great conversations. But the question is, are we going to be speaking to ALR again, or is it going to be Get Together? Because I do believe, going back to the leaderboard, Onyx won their last 2 series.
Yes.
So they are in a really good spot on that leaderboard. And I think the big one was the fact that they beat Talon PH.
Yes.
I would assume would be the favorites for Group B. I think that was a shocking victory no one saw coming.
Yeah.
And
And,
so-
they definitely look happy from that win. And not just any kind of win. It was a 2-0 win
Yes.
against Talon PH.
So I think morally the team is going to be feeling really, really good. And if I was Get Together, I'd be sweating bullets. Just, oh, guys.
You telling me these guys beat Talon PH?
They're like, oh, we were afraid of Talon, but I think it's time to be afraid of Onyx.
Okay, maybe we need to shift our attention a little bit to them. Of course, a little bit of team introduction for here for Team Get Together, and of course, looking at some of your statistics from average damage taken and dealt together with recovery. But one of the main highlights from here are definitely their frequently used Pokemons, 80% and on both the Leafeon together with the Blastoise, 60% on that Hoopa, very comfortable on it, and that Mimikyu 40%. across the board together with Trevenant and this Tyranitar. I do see the Tyranitar and Trevenant, which is not really some of the hot picks we see here during the East Asia as well as Southeast Asia segment, but they are comfortable with it.
Well, I do believe this is the team that get together, pulled out a Tyranitar, and they scared. They scared. I think it was Road to the Top that played against the Tyranitar. After that game, Tyranitar bans for the next 2 games.
It caught them off guard. I mean, they didn't really had an answer.
We were not ready for the Tita.
I mean, we studied everything, but then, I don't know, we might have missed out on a few pages. We didn't know there was coming up on the exams. But next, Danny, we have Team Onyx. Of course, we do some statistics on them, but 100% on that Buzzwole throughout the matches that we've seen so far from day number 1 up to today itself. 80% on Slowbro, 60% each on that Blissey and Alolan, Ninetales and Dodgers and Hoopa across the board on 40%.
So, is Buzzwole going to get banned?
Are they going to allow it though? Or probably they have other priority bans that they have in their hands against Onyx?
I was going to say, if you want to go for standard priority bans, then you're either looking to get rid of Umbreon. I think Umbreon is the must up at this point.
Clefable man.
Clefable, if you don't want to deal with the healing. Hoopa is also a priority ban as well for Southeast Asia. Aside from that, we're not really looking at anything else that is a pick or ban staple. I think
unless
if
it's
anything,
a respect ban.
Yeah, I would probably add Buzzwole to that list, because you don't want to have to deal with such an oppressive top laner, because Buzzwole is extremely overwhelming for a lot of top laners. He counters a lot of the standard top laners.
But banning that Buzzwole would mean that you would have to open the way to like either an Umbreon or Hoopa over there.
Or
so basically, yeah, so it's just
well.
opening, which your opponents are just ready for all this and more. And I do believe that our production have signaled us that the draft is ready, so we're gonna jump straight this to game number 1. Now, Onyx, as you mentioned before as well, Danny, they've already just left like just 2 series ago. They've just won 2-0 against
Look at the
Thailand BH.
Buzzwole bans. I was like, AALR.
Okay,
not
respect.
allowed to
Respect.
play.
No way. I mean, we've talked about this. Like, yeah, I guess we can let go. I mean, we don't mind letting go of a Hoopa or even a Blizzy. It's okay.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry, ALR. You're not going to be able to play the Buzzwole.
ALRs are like, okay, they're on to me.
ALR's like, dang.
It's okay, guys. I'm looking and say, it's okay, it's okay. I'm very sure he has other things in his sleeve.
Look, the team respects ALR. I mean, we had that segment where they said, who do you respect the most? They said ALR. So for me, I would automatically assume that he has a wide pool of Pokemon that he is really good at playing for that top lane. So he's going to be fine. They'll find an alternative, and it's going to be in that Blastoise. So immediately locking in that top laner for ALR. They could pivot this to a support Blastoise if they really wanted to. They're going to assess the situation first and keep their options open. But they do have a really great opening with Blastoise, followed by the Clefable. Lots of sustain for Onyx. But what's the play here for Get Together? Because I'm starting to sort of piece the puzzle together. And Crustle, I'm actually thinking a lot of these teams in Southeast Asia, they're leaning towards that Crustle to deal with Hoopa. Because one of the best ways to deal with a Hoopa portal is to just sort of push them out of there. You X-scissor them away from the portal, make it disappear, and you kind of laugh in their face. But it looks like we are going to get ALR top lane Blastoise. Trixie is going to go back to picking up the Slowbro. So we do have a really great support defender for Get Together. Sorry, for Onyx, which means whatever Get Together is going to pick, they do have to be worried in these team fights of not only a Hydro Typhoon, but also getting caught with the Slow Beam, and it's going to be Tyranitar for Get Together. Bommy back on his boy. He's ready to crush the central area, take down those towers. But for Onyx, it looks like they're going to go for a pretty fast-paced game because Resort along the Ninetales, a really early game attacker that can be pretty annoying to deal with, especially with the Avalanche. And you have a Dodrio who can poke a T-Tar back to base.
Yes, that is also true as well.
Turn him into Swiss cheese.
Now, I can't believe we're seeing this cheese run. Of course, they're going to give their best here for this game number 1. They want to make it strong opening, and winning the game number 1 will give them a really good momentum here in the series itself. There's no time to play around over here. Thailand, they have seen how Onyx actually perform in day 1 and here day 2 and earlier as well, so they know how strong Onyx is. And I believe that they are ready to actually fight for the life here in this particular series itself. Now, they do have ample amount of damage to penetrate to what Onyx has to offer from the Slowbro, Clefable on the back end, a little bit support in terms of healing, and together with the Blastoise as well. With the Leafeon and Italian combo from the back end. And they do have the Crustle on the front lines here with a little bit of recovery from this Eldegoss. Now, will this Tyranitar be their key to win this match. Now, it worked out for them before in the drafts in day one. Now, in this mix, will it work? We will see.
I think it's going to depend on how quickly Kale is going to push this game, and at the same time, I think it's also going to depend on Xerxes. If he makes the right calls to either ensure that Inteleon or T-Tar's lane is able to come online, at least one of their core Pokemon is going to be there to assist in those fights. Now, of course, T-Tar is their late game insurance policy, right?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be that really big Tyranitar. The reason why it worked last time was because their opponents, I think it was Road to the Top, I think they kind of underestimated the Tyranitar. They thought they dealt with it enough, but Bommy still managed to get that experience. And I think he managed to hit the late game at level 13 or 14. And a Tyranitar late game who has kept up in levels is a really, really annoying Pokemon to deal with. So if Onyx can keep that Tyranitar under control, this actually might be their game. But again, it's going to come down to the early game. Who makes the right calls? Who makes the right rotations? And can they get the necessary knockouts?
Yep, it's going to take a little bit of time. And hopefully, basically, with having that Leafeon over there. And of course, beyond all that, they also need to make sure that the Intel, we have a little bit of space for him to actually come online real fast right here. So we have two Pokemon here with double evolutions. You have the Leafeon online. And we're seeing here, the takedown here in hand is going to be the Larvitar getting down in hands of the Dodrio at the top lane. A great opening here for Team Onyx for the end. So in terms of rotation wise, it's already over there. Now, as you mentioned as well, it's going to take a while for this Tyranitar to get online. Currently, being a Larvitar is going to be able to actually do much itself, but given him the amount of attention, EXP, and care, he'll be able to actually do wonders over here. We do see a little bit of pressure being put on the Dodrio pawn, especially this fight. Doing a little bit of juke, fighting up against that Leafeon, which is very much expected, I would say, from this side. Meanwhile, in top lane, we do see this Dweeble up against these two men from the side of Team Onyx.
Yep, and we actually see the little Larvitar trying to go for a big wraparound for that score. We'll get the 2-pointer, so that'll be very nice.
He's still small now. I mean, like, give him time.
He's fine. He's a Pupitar now. So he's level 5. He's doing pretty well. I have to say, though, bottom lane is doing pretty swell on the side of Get Together, right? So there's Sobble getting up to level 6. Now a Drizzile, hopefully looking to get a nice timing for Inteleon, so at least he'll be able to help the team when these objectives come online, because Pupitar is basically off limits up until he hits that T-Tar. That is an indisputable fact up until this point. So if Get Together is able to keep their objectives going with just this potential 4v4 into 4v5 situation, then I actually think Get Together is going to come out of the laning stage relatively unscathed. And it seems like they're going to have 2 in the top lane. 2 versus 2, chasing after that Pupitar, doing some pretty good damage here with the War Turtle, pushing him back as well. Still trying to get out of there. Dodrio's there too, so
here
they
comes
are
Dodrio.
going to keep pressuring that Pupitar. I mean, this is the right call for Onyx. Do your best, slow down the Pupitar. At the same time, get ALR to that Blastoise. It's going to make that top lane really difficult.
Yep, that's true. And of course, with the rotation, Dodrio really helped them. And actually, not just slowing down, but also clearing out away from the lane, which forced him to actually go back into the middle segment here of the stadium, getting himself a little bit of experience from the wild Pokemons. But it does seem that there are going to be innovation. No, not really. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a caretaking going on here from the side of Get Together. And meanwhile, leaving the top lane to itself is going to be the Blastoise, and people are going to be. Meanwhile, the bottom lane over here stopping this Clefable from actually making an escape itself from behind is going to be the Crustle, giving a big opportunity here for Get Together to actually hit on and take on this Regirock at the bottom lane. They have the damage here coming from the Leafeon together with Inteleon on the bottom lane. So is this an opportunity for them? Oh, it's going to be Slowbro getting the last hit in. Regirock is going to be in the hands of Team Onyx instead. Get Together. Oh, that's going to hurt them a lot. Meanwhile, we do see here rushing up from behind. It's going to be Hydro Typhoon hitting off and clearing off that Eldegoss. In return, they're going to be losing out that Dodrio. And here we go. Get Together losing their Crustle here at the bottom lane. Opportunity for a little bit scoring coming up from the side of Team Onyx, making score now 170 to 20.
Yeah, Trixie gonna come out of that fight looking pretty happy for his team. Just like, hey guys, I stole the Regirock. You're welcome. Hey. Not very common for a Slowbro, but I mean, job well done. You've done your job.
Well done.
Now, we're going to be rotating up into this top objective here for Onyx because they're not waiting for any more evolutions. They just want to try and put the pedal to the metal. They want to push these lanes. They want to deny that map, the map safety from Get Together. And I think we could be looking at either a big push or a central area invade on the side of Onyx.
It looks like they're sticking around.
They're sticking around. They're thinking of pushing, but I think they want to go for the invade. So they're going to try and go for a two-prong attack, pushing from the lanes and that central area. It's going to be telekinesis onto ALR, onto the Crustal. And they actually managed to get the last hit there onto Crustal. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto multiple Pokemon as well. Tyranitar is actually out of the fight as well. ALR opening the door for his team. And look at this though, Dodrio coming in from the back, almost getting picked off there. Thankfully, Kale is going to just walk out of there scot-free. No casualties on Onyx. They did try to push, but they felt that it was just getting a little bit too dangerous. Backing up, going to go back to farming wild Pokemon and extending their lead via experience. Although I think a Clefable might be a little bit too deep in enemy territory. Oh, just gets out of there.
It's just what I'm talking about that. But it made a leave away. It brought to safety away from the Leafeon together with Nintendo. That was definitely too close to call. Of course, meanwhile, I have no clue how that Dodrio actually escaped through those 4 Pokemons from the side of Get Together through the minimap. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane should be one of our main highlights over here as Lobo is being run down by the team members from Team Get Together. Meanwhile, we do see Dodrio coming on from behind. Who's going to be his target over here? Charizard number one is definitely going to be on the Inteleon. And as I mentioned, it's going to be mano-a-mano encounter, and he managed to actually snipe out that sniper. Inteleon is going to be down. Meanwhile, going off for the chase is going to be from Team Onyx side, from right to left. At the current moment, Regice is going to be the target at this current moment of this game. Meanwhile, all this damage output still not enough to go in. Blastoise being hit and being shoved through behind by the Crustle. What is going to be the play over here? Hydro Typhoon is a full one from behind. Oh man, the Surf riding up from behind, hitting up, and he managed to get the Elder as well. 3 men down from Team Get Together, Danny.
Oh man, that Surf just locking down Get Together into the wall, saying, Leafeon, yeah, type advantages kind of don't matter in Unite. I'm just going to take you down with me. And that's going to be another objective going in the way of Onyx. Onyx are snowballing at this point, and this is what their game, they want their game to be like this.
Yes.
They don't want to let Get Together run away with the match. And at the moment, things are looking fantastic. We're at the 3.5 minute mark. Tyranitar is level 11, so they haven't fully oppressed the big bad Tyranitar, but he isn't in a position where he wants to be. Ideally, he's level 12 like Inteleon, but he could still make that catch-up happen. But the question I kind of have here is Get Together going to funnel that experience to Tyranitar, or are they pivoting it to Inteleon and thinking that he is going to be their late game insurance policy? We'll have to find out in just a second here though, because we are seeing a defense party on the side of Get Together. They're going to try and go for the Clefable, but actually Clefable using the Unite. Interesting decision at the 3 minute mark, but should be up again for the next Rayquaza. So no casualties in that bottom lane, but we did lose the Dodrio.
Yeah, but he's still alive. Quite unfortunate, we actually missed out on that. Meanwhile, all the team members, the whole village from Team Get Together is gathered around on the top lane over here, doing a little bit of screening. Now, Blastoise, on multiple occasions, he was able to actually penetrate through the defense from Get Together and do a little bit of scoring, but with scoring 50, and scoring is going to be a little bit tough, so you might need to get a little bit of help from your good buddy over there, Rayquaza, to actually make that happen. But I guess the burden is not really in the hands of Onyx, as currently they're in the lead with 246 points towards their side at the current moment. So there's going to be a lot of work required from Team Get Together to make an equalizer or even making it over than what Onyx has to offer. We're only 3 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here at the Sky Ruins Stadium. And what is going to be the play over here? Now, this is not going to be an easy thing. They have to force this fight to happen in Rayquaza area. So Onyx, eyes are on this Blastoise and how he's going to make this opening for his teammates.
It's going to be ALR and Trixie, the two defenders on Onyx. If they can find that great opening to catch out Get Together, or even just get that slow beam on that priority target, either on the Tyranitar or on the Inteleon, things are going to be great for Get Together. Things will be great for Onyx. But again, we'll see if they can find that opening. We do have Dodrio sort of sticking his head out in that bottom lane. He's thinking, do I go for the back cap? Tyranitar is going to poke that Rayquaza to try and force an engagement. Now, Dodrio can do one or two things here. You can try and back cap, or you can go for the backstab. Now, he is trying to get that vision to see who's at the back, where's the Inteleon. I want to catch them out if I can with that tri-attack. And hang on a minute.
He's coming. Dodrio trying to find this opening here to actually catch either the Leafeon or even Inteleon. Most definitely, Leafeon is going to be charging forward into the whole team fight.
They blocked too.
They blocked 2, but is there any follow-up from behind? No, there is not. But Russell trying to do something over here, trying to actually clear out team members coming from Team Onyx.
They're going in.
From here comes Drive, but of course, riding on the serve is going to be the Blastoise over here. Not yet. Holding it on, being a little bit patient over here. It's going to be the Blastoise. This might be the right time to actually rip it up. Hydro Typhoon hitting up
but
on
there's
2.
No follow-up.
There's no follow-up from behind. Quite unfortunate. Where is the damage at the current moment? But Blastoise is going to be the first get traded off over here. Big opening, but it does seem that it's Clefable in between 4 Pokemon from side tag get together. Couldn't be escaped. And Team Onyx going to be losing out the Alolan Ninetales as well. Oh man, this is not going to be looking good. They did lose a level, but Dodrio making it happen. But 50 points. Is that going to be it?
No, the thing is Onyx can win, but now what they have to do is they have to stop Get Together from scoring, because Get Together, they've got the Rayquaza buff, but can they stop them from scoring?
Seconds.
They've got 9. I mean, this should be enough time for Get Together to score these points. I think this might just be it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the score is there. But is it enough, Danny? All will be answered here in the next
It's
few
going to
seconds.
be enough. I think it's going to be enough.
I think Dodrio made it enough for them to just win it. It's a win for Onyx.
They didn't get there in time. They managed to defend.
So I guess it's only 100 points just now from the Crustle.
It was also Tyranitar.
Tyranitar, but Inteleon was not able to actually make it in time to actually do a little bit scoring for himself.
So it seems that he lost his shielding. Onyx, they pulled it to the very end. But that fight in the late game was an absolute mess. Like, so many things happened that just did not work out their way. The first one I want to point out, Resort. I saw him pop the snow globe behind his team. Now, I'm not sure if this was a defensive snow globe or he thought he was going to get jumped on, but he popped the snow globe at the back of it, at the back of the team fight, did not connect onto anybody, was not able to follow up with ALR, because we saw ALR. He actually got a really good Hydro Typhoon, but the follow-up just wasn't there. Kale wasn't there. Resort wasn't there. They more or less just sort of kept Get Together. So, that was a horrible joke.
I mean, execution is a little bit wobbly, let's admit it. Great that things work out for them, but that's too close to call, Danny. I think that if things were a little bit problematic on the side of Onyx, Get Together would have made that the win. They got their Rayquaza, but then time was not on their side for this. They were not able to dunk in those points and make it a win for themselves. It would require at least 2 of the Pokemons on the side of Get Together to actually go in for more scoring, to actually lean towards their end over here.
Actually, I think losing Xershi, because when they did Rayquaza, they didn't have Xershi around.
Yeah, they didn't have Xershi.
So if Xershi was there, they actually may have been able to score enough points and maybe even get that extra KO, because on the way, when you get the shield buff, you also get an increase to your damage output. So if you're able to knock out Pokemon on the way to the goal zone, you score your points, you can run back, pick up some more points, and maybe go for a micro score before your shield finishes and the game ends. But yeah, Xershi wasn't there. They lost their speedster. Maybe they could have won that game.
I think it was a 1-to-1 trade-off. I think they got the Clefable, but then Xershi couldn't actually make an escape away from all that. There was a lot of things being done by Daisy as well, something I want to highlight. He was jumping and all, but he was not able to actually get the teammates from Team Onyx together for him to actually show them off and actually do even more. But it was plausible action coming out from him over here. And even talking about the Dodrio as well, I think if he was in position to just do a follow-up with the Hydro Typhoon coming out from the Blastoise, it would have done wonders for Team Onyx. But even though with things not working out for them during that particular segment, they still have the win. It was just... It's all about time. I think it's too close. I mean, Get Together was not able to actually clear out. The Rick was fast enough before the timer. And Onyx still with the win, 370 points.
Yep. I mean, if you're Onyx, you're feeling pretty good, especially after what happened this morning. You got a win on Talon at PH, looking to get another victory here over Get Together, because if they do win this, then I actually think Onyx come out on top in the grouping.
Most
which
definitely.
A lot of people, and myself included, I did not anticipate this at all.
I think Indonesia is definitely trying to make a statement over here at the Pokemon Unite regionals for Southeast Asia that they are here to win, and they're here to prove that they are one of the best that Southeast Asia has to offer. It's not other teams, it's going to be them. And of course, these are some of the highlights on what Game 1 is all about in between these two amazing teams, and we'll see how things have transpired. Of course, they had a great idea from Team Onyx. The idea is to actually slow down the progress coming out from this Tyranitar, because once he actually goes in for the Pupitar, wondrous things is going to be happening for them. And I think this is one of them, if I'm not mistaken, one of the team members from Team Onyx was the one who actually got the last hit in. Was it? Or was it actually from...
It was Onyx.
It was Onyx, yeah.
Onyx got it. It was Trixie.
Yeah, it was Trixie, yeah.
Yeah, the slow bro. Pulling off some
Out
miracles.
of all the Pokemons on the side for Team Onyx, it had to be the slow bro. Yeah, oh, that was a beautiful Hydro Typhoon Mexican. I remember this segment in the top lane itself. Quite unfortunate that Regieleki was already cleared out real fast by the enemy, but so basically they were not able to actually dunk in all those big and chunky points from their end on their side. But meanwhile, this is going to be one of the big turnarounds, I would say, that sided towards Team Onyx. They definitely will look at all the stuff that Blastoise is doing over here, showing off the team members from their opponents, and managed to actually get 2 for himself, and they even have this lockdown with a slow beam from Slowbro on the Crustle as well.
Yeah, Crustle is such a big pain to deal with. Just get rid of the Crustle,
Let's slow beam
We're
him.
saving the slow beam for you, sir. Oh my goodness.
Oh, but this particular trade-off. Look at this. Riding on this, ripping off this huge Hydro Typhoon, hitting off on Tree. But then all that... People basically observing in this, Dodrio actually came back from the base. So he wasn't able to actually get in position to actually dish out all the damage. So this created a big opening for the opponents to actually win that team fight at the Rayquaza pit. But even with all that, as mentioned before, it all boils down about time. The thing about Team Onyx, they managed to actually push them out enough to a point where they're not able to score anymore, even if you do get the Rayquaza. So kudos to Team Onyx.
Yes. The game is not over as of yet. We still have game number 2. But before that, though, let's take a look at Bommy's, I guess, trainer card to see what he thinks of himself. I think we saw this last week as well, because I remember we saw a person that had Greedent as their favorite Pokemon, and it's going to be Bommy.
Yep.
His goal is to play offline at Icon Siam. He is talking about the offline finals for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
Which is the venue, right?
Yes, that is actually the venue name. And he's rated himself to be more of a combinations player rather than focusing on his aggressiveness, goal defense strategy, and mental strength. And I actually think it's because of his general playstyle, right? You're playing the Tyranitar, you're pretty passive during that early game. You don't really want to be in that aggressive hot seat because you can't afford to be in that position as a little Larvitar. But things change when you get bigger. You get bigger, you get stronger. Level 13 Tyranitar. Okay, you can be 4 points in aggressiveness then.
Yeah, I guess so. But it's a lot of responsibility. It feels like, you need to be babysitted, and you need to make sure that by the point when you reach late game, you're able to actually contribute to the team for all the time they've already opened for you itself, which is definitely not an easy thing. All right. So after looking at Bommy, we're definitely going to be looking at Resort from Team Onyx over here. Now on his highlights, now look at this: aggressiveness 4, goal defense a little bit lacking because he does play one of the main cores in dishing out damage over here. One of the favorite programs being Leafeon, combinations 5, strategy 5, mental strength 5, and an additional one over there, mechanics 5.
Yes, we're looking at a 5-star resort here. I'm sorry, I'm on fire with the jokes today.
Can we scrap that one off from the productions?
Look, I mean, the team's feeling pretty good. They have won all 3 games so far. I say 3 because 2 games from the first day, for their first best of 3. 1 game already in their second best of 3. At this rate, Onyx will be undefeated today. And even last week, in general, Onyx will be undefeated. And so I think this is a team that people are going to have to sort of look at now and say, like, hey, this isn't just a group of nobodies from Indonesia. Because personally for myself, so I don't really keep up with the Indonesian scene, but when I did do my research on the team, the players have been active in the Indonesian scene. Not together, but individually in other Pokemon Unite teams in Indonesia. And so to see them together, I knew we were looking at an experienced bunch of players, but I didn't realize how well this team works together synergistically up until now.
Yeah, and knowing the Indonesian teams, based on my experience together with them, they are very, very hardworking people, I would say, when it comes to training.
Very passionate.
And also very passionate at the same time as well, no doubt. And they're very confident in that. They dare say that they're one of the most hardworking people when it comes to Pokemon Unite action here happening within the region itself. And of course, we do see a little bit of play cards here from both resorted together with me earlier on. At this time, coming out from Onyx as well. I think this is more or less some of the stuff that we've already seen. Alolan Ninetales being one of the top pick rates, and he does play really good Leafeon in games as well.
But he prefers that Alolan Ninetales. I mean, if it's your preference, it's your preference.
It's your preference, yeah.
I'm leaning towards him maybe getting inspiration off of Axew from Rise, because Axew also loves Alolan Ninetales. And I kind of wonder, like, is this maybe an Indonesian meta kind of thing? Because Alolan Ninetales, we see it popping up here and there in Southeast Asia and even East Asia, but it's not a staple in any regions. It definitely feels like a player preference, whether they like to play the Ninetales or not. And so maybe I want to assume it's an Indonesian meta kind of thing, or maybe it's just looking up to Axew. I mean, it's natural to look up towards a player from your own region, right? So,
yeah, that's true, yeah. I think when we look at other countries they offer, people, like when we saw East Asia, people like to run double evolutions from the end. They didn't mind between
I know in the Philippines, they love evolutions.
They love that a lot.
The Filipinos?
It's Sylveon, Leafeon, I mean like Glaceon, and Espeon. They were just going with all the mixes.
If you let them, they might run an all evolutions team. We almost saw that at Worlds.
If given the opportunity, they thought they were playing. They thought they were playing that event. Like they thought it was an event. But anyways, jumping back into this is going to be the draft for game number 2 between a Thailand second place winner team get together up against Indonesia's open second place winner team Onyx, and they are still going to be a team get together. Still going to be batting that Buzzwole as a respect to his Team Onyx, and meanwhile Team Onyx spanning off that Umbreon, something we do expect here during the batting phase. Exact same bands.
Almost.
Yeah. So this time,
no, they're exactly the same.
exact same bands. So riding with the Crustle this time is going to be get together. Now this worked out for them somewhat in the game number 1, and probably they're able to actually make it into a positive change here for game number 2.
It looks like we could just be running back almost the exact same strats, because the openings more or less similar. We're not seeing too many changes in costs.
And it's pretty standard as well. It's like Clefable together with the Blastoise. So it's an opening which doesn't really show your hand too much, as it's quite standard, I would say. But meanwhile, get together, they're going with the Mimikyu and the Wigglytuff, which we have not been seeing much. Not really on the Mimikyu side, but I'm really talking about the Wigglytuff here, which has not been, I would say, one of the most favorable supports compared to what Clefable, the Eldegoss has to offer from what we've seen in day number 1 as well as day number 2, a little bit in East Asia, as well what we see today on Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what they're hoping to pair up with this Wigglytuff, and what the idea behind the Wigglytuff is, right? Is it going to be the standard sleep build on the Wigglytuff? Are we maybe going to be seeing some rollout shenanigans? And Bommy's gone for the Metagross. Alrighty, so Metagross is coming back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. I'm excited. I want to see this Pokemon do well. I want to see it succeed. I want people to discover what it's good at. Still a lot of question marks all across the world.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see a really, really, really good Metagross game itself, but not trying to imply that, you know, you should actually have to win just by having Metagross here, but we haven't really seen much, despite Metagross being allowed to utilize for this week itself, which is day number 2 for both East Asia as well as Southeast Asia. We will see how this Metagross will be played out for this game. Meanwhile, coming up from Team Onyx, they are going with, once again, running up the Alolan Ninetales, and this time they're going to be having Glaceon in their hands. Almost a full true blue Pokemon lineup from Team Onyx, except for that Clefable. So they have basically 2 water Pokemons, 2 ice Pokemons, and then a Clefable support in terms of generation.
So damage output for Onyx is great. I'm totally fine with it. Glaceon is solid, Ninetales is solid. They have the lock-on damage, they have the AoE, they have Secure. I would probably even say the Secure is probably better on Onyx, because I'm looking at Get Together. You don't really have too many options for trying to secure those objectives outside of just winning the team fights outright and hoping that Resort and Kale isn't around to last hit those objectives. Or maybe the teams just make mistakes. Like sometimes that just happens, right? You're at an objective, A9 is around, and then A9 maybe misclicks or mistimes, or we see the team sort of play around each other. Like there's all kind of stuff that happens in Unite.
These things do happen, and it's not really the player's fault or anything like that. I mean, like, when you're in the heat of the battle, it just happens.
Yeah, but if I was Get Together, I think you have to acknowledge that you will have the disadvantage at these objectives if you are trying to race for that last hit. because you don't have anyone that can comfortably hit it from a reasonable range, because you're dealing with the A9 combination. You have a Glaceon that's going to be stacking the icicle spears. I'm not sure if it's going to be Icicle Wind. That is a very niche build in general. Most teams don't really opt for it. But
I mean, they do have a good secure with the Pikachu there with the Electro Ball. I mean, one of the things like the lower HP, like the more damage you can actually with the Electro Ball. But it does. But one of the main highlights is that the thing is, you do have this other range Pokemon on what the other side has to offer, which keeps them at a safe distance to actually go in for secure. Meanwhile, forcing the enemy to actually go into mid-range and possibly in a very dangerous zone.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of wondering, is it going to be the Electro Ball Pikachu? Because we've seen multiple builds being picked up a Pikachu. Sometimes it's Electro Ball, sometimes it's Thunder. Yeah, so Thunder's a great one too. It's actually great for zoning, great damage over time. But again, yeah, it's just not a great secure for any of those objectives. Electro Ball is the preferred build.
Possibly you need the Electro Ball for the security itself. If not, you're going to be struggling in a few segments here in the game. We're looking at Reggie's, looking at Rayquaza, if that's also one of your main priorities. Also securing some of the kills on the back end, especially when you're trying to get this back end Pokemons like these these Glaceons and all this, you will want to secure those takedowns and not let them flee.
Yeah, I mean, it might come down to Milo P. Like, maybe he is just a Pika god. Like, he just plays as Pikachu. Because there are some people that just play really, really great Pikachu.
That's
and
true.
Like,
That's true.
How do you play Pikachu like that? Because people assume, oh, it's very easy to play. No. It's not easy to play.
I mean, it used to be in the golden days, in the early days, when Pikachu used to be a hot pick, I would say. I mean, like, yeah, but now we see so many other options compared to picking up Pikachu for the lineup itself. Yeah, probably a good time to actually showcase how godly you are utilizing Pikachu here in the
I'm just looking at the composition here, and I'm trying to figure out for Get Together. Like, what are you sort of aiming to do? Because they have Metagross, who I'm just looking at him and I'm trying to figure out how does he fit into this composition. Like, what is Metagross's role in this game? Is he just there to create space for Pikachu? Because you've got a Mimikyu as well. You don't want Mimikyu to have the attention focused on them, so you want the Crustle and probably the Metagross to be in the front lines to cause a lot of that chaos, to force people back, to stun them, to set up. But aside from that, is that really what Metagross is going to do? Are they just pivoting him to play more of just that defensive all-rounder, create space for your team, zone the enemy? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just really curious to see how this Metagross is going to be incorporated into this lineup.
Yeah, it's all about fitting all this. It's not really about just picking one Pokemon and have no clue on how to actually synergize what you're trying to, how you're trying to execute things already. And you did mention about the Mimikyu as well. So you don't want Metagross to actually displace Pokemons, but disrupt what Mimikyu is trying to do as well during the whole thing. So they need to have a clear idea how they want to place this as well. But the thing is about Metagross input is that the way that Metagross been placed into all this, do you really want him to actually create chaos between what the enemy has to offer? Or is it kind of like more or less like a Mimikyu Metagross combo with a Pikachu from behind as well and a mid-range Pokemon?
It's probably, well, they don't really have anyone. They don't have mid-range. Like, they've only got melee or range at this point in time.
Yeah.
So it's like you got the front and you have the one Pokemon at the back. Before we continue on though, I just want to give all of you guys an update. So we did receive an update that the players are recreating the lobby as one of the players has crashed. So we do want to apologize for the delay for game number 2. But thank you so much for sticking around with us for the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League. It is our final day for the group stage in Southeast Asia, where we are going to determine the seedings for these teams going into playoffs. That's happening next week.
Yeah.
And there's a lot on the line for some of these groups, because we have a group where we have 2 teams with the points, 2 teams with none, and then we have another group where an underdog, which is playing right now, called Onyx, currently is leading the group and is likely going to top it if they manage to end this series in a 2-0 or even just win the series.
Even with the
overall.
series itself, yeah, that's true as well. And just showcasing their dominance over here, which is going to be most of the eyeballs that we have here for today. I'm very sure the other teams from East Asia is also looking here and trying to see what East Asia has to offer.
Look,
and
if I were the other teams, I'd be like, hang on a minute, who are these Onyx boys? I need to take a look and see, like, what are they drafting? What are they picking?
What are they picking? I mean, we need to shift our attention to them.
We need to start taking notes.
It's like, okay,
which is what I'm doing anyway.
Maybe we need to start actually do a little bit of homework in these guys. Onyx, so what did they do? Day 1 and day 2. Looking too strong here in Group B, so...
A little bit.
A little bit. And then, of course, while we're waiting for the whole lobby, thank you so much to our amazing production team together with all the marshals to ensure a great experience for all the players itself. Now, this is the lineup coming up from both ends. If you missed out on our introduction earlier on, we have Team Get Together, a Thailand Open second place winners here comprised of Daisy, Patty, Milo Peso, we have Xerxes as well as Bami.
Yes, and on the side of Onyx, we've got Kale, Dragod, Trixie, Resort, and ALR. Although I do question, is it Kale or Chale? Because I know in Indonesia, no, because in Indonesia, C is pronounced as Ch. So I'm not sure if he's gone for the English pronunciation or the Indonesian one.
Pronunciation. Probably once we get in an interview together
We
with
should
Onyx.
ask.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not,
I
we're
will
not
ask.
indicating that we're going to be together with Onyx, but if we do get the opportunity, we will try to clear the air on this, and we will be getting answers from them for sure.
Yes, and so we're going to just buy a little bit of time here with the player introductions because I want to learn about some of these other players. Like we already saw Bommy, we already saw ALR, so now we're going to look at Milo P, and yes, somebody's heart is melting on the desk because the player comment.
Oh man, no! My goal is to buy a house for my family, Danny. How can you
know.
top that? Okay, best
Dude,
player comment.
that is still my goal in life up until now.
Exactly. That is all our goals. Look at all these people like who's currently watching the live
I don't
stream.
have
Is
a
like,
house.
yeah. I mean, I need to buy a house for myself first. Oh man, that's an amazing goal.
This man's relatable.
Man, he has won the hearts of hundreds and thousands just by having such a comment. But highlighting some of the things he addressed: 4 stars on aggressiveness, a little bit on the goal defense, which is not really his strong suit. Combinations at 4, strategy at 2, and mental strength at 4. No need for strategy. You got your teammates giving you all the strategy. All you have to do is execute. That's it.
And if you execute well enough, you should be able to buy yourself a house.
Yay!
Or that's the thought process anyway. I think that's how we sort of approach life in general. It's like, if we keep going, I think we'll eventually get this house. But I know, this is just very, very sweet. And I love learning about the players like this, like trying to figure out what their ambitions are when they play Pokemon Unite. Like, are you playing because you want to be the very best? Are you playing because of if you're trying to impress somebody? Are you trying to prove yourself? Because everyone's objectives in life are going to be different. Although we all have one thing in common. Our objective also includes the Reggies. So
Oh yes, the Reggies and the Rayquazas here in the
Yes.
game. Yeah, that's one of our main objectives, I would say. But still coming in, it is so sweet to actually watch all this. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping back to the draft once again here for this game number 2. Thank you so much, our amazing production teams. I'm unsure, are they redrafting the whole thing? Or are they just basically just picking back whatever they picked for the previous game itself? We will update you with the answers.
Okay, so apparently we are going for a half redraft. All Pokemon up until Clefable are going to be exactly the same. Everything else is going to be a redraft.
Isn't that the middle segment from isn't that after second pick coming up from Onyx?
So it should be the 3rd round of picks. So first pick for Get Together.
But the Clefable is here for so it's this. So basically, it's.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yes,
yeah.
so 3rd, and then after that, everything else is either going to be different or the same.
Because I remember he's always with the Blastoise anyway. So it's like, okay, so they are restarting this and they're still going with the Mimikyu, but this time
they want to change out the Wigglytuff Tough for the Blissey.
So was that like a mistake having a Wigglytuff?
If that's the case, because they did say it was a remake because a player crashed, Patty... Okay, so we're getting confirmation Patty actually disconnected during the draft. So only Patty looks like she's going to be changing her Pokemon, and then everyone else should be the same.
Yeah, so I guess we are going here. So there is going to be some changes over here. So we need to hold on to our horses and see how this will happen. And they're still going with a Metagross and
Thank
this.
goodness.
Thank goodness. Okay, we talked a lot about
There we
this.
go.
Yeah, so they're still running with this. So yeah, Pikachu together with Mimikyu and Metagross. The only change here is they're going to be running the Blissey instead of the Wigglytuff.
Yes, so Kale is
Whoa, calm down.
flashing the banned Pokemon.
Calm down, Onyx. We wouldn't want a redraft.
I don't think we'd get another redraft if that happened. So it looks like the drafts are finally going to be locked in, and we will be going into the game with this. So no Wigglytuff for any Wiggly fans in the chat on either YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. I'm a little bit sad as well because I would have loved to see some Wiggly. But yeah, sometimes you kind of just need to stick with the usual stuff.
Yeah, I mean, seeing a first time Wiggly here in the mix between East Asia and Southeast Asia caught everyone off guard, but it's okay. So running, there's not much changes happening over here. Just that one little swap out to the Wiggly as to Blissey, but Onyx still running off with the Glaceon, Alola Ninetales, Slowbro, Blastoise, and this Clefable.
Yes, I actually love so far, I love the pool of Pokemon that Bommy has been playing. He's been playing all the crazy stuff. The Tyrannitars, now the Metagross.
Is that really the conversation going in the back end? And they were like, Bommy, can you run this?
Well,
I'm like, oh.
It just seems to be Bommy's playstyle. Like, he loves to play these late game oriented all-rounders. And I think the first time he did get away with that Tyranitar game because I kind of feel like Rogue to the Top just didn't respect the concept of Tyranitar. A lot of the times people just don't pick it in pubs because it takes too long to come online. Pubs are uncoordinated as well, so that's like the worst place to try and play a Pokemon that requires some kind of coordination with their team. So I am interested to seeing how Bommy makes this Metagross work. Maybe he's going to be a part of solving this mystery behind this new Pokemon.
Kind of feels like he's like that wild card for Team Get Together to just, solve all problems for them coming into all these games. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get to know on whether will this work out for Team Get Together or Team Honest be able to attain this second win here in this series and making a victory for them. For a 2-0 victory here for them in this game number 2. The game is underway right here, so we're going to be seeing the straight ups here coming up from team members. It's going to be Pikachu together with Chansey going up against the lone Vulpix and this Slowpoke at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, on the wild Pokemon area over here, still inside is going to be the Mimikyu who's right to actually kind of Animema going off on the inside, but they do have to have to be a little bit careful. Clefable trying to make an escape away from this. Opens up the Moonlight, a little bit of recovery for this Glaceon, so you can actually tank up, soak up a little bit of damage, if any, from Team Get Together.
Uh-oh. We're looking at a pause here, so it looks like we might be running into some technical issues. We will get an update from the production in just a second, but thank you so much, guys, for being so patient with us. We're trying to make sure that the competitive environment for the players is also good for them. We don't want them to deal with too much lag or delay or any kind of shenanigans. We're going to try and get this fixed as soon as possible, but I have to say, though, the lanes are looking pretty stable across the board. We're not seeing any train wrecks happening in top lane or bottom lane. It's been pretty stable. We saw the rotation happen up top. Clefable. Dragods, this man was treading a little bit too close to the sun. Thankfully, his team was there as he was able to get out of it.
He's okay. He's able to
hide under the cover of that moonlight. So, yeah, Dragods very, very lucky. It would have been good for Get Together if they could have gotten the KO there, because that would have been a nice boost of experience there for Bommy.
Yeah,
but
and
Bommy
also a good opening for them to go to the Altair family as well.
Yes, Bommy wants experience. He is hungry and he wants it now. So any way to get that experience expedited, he'd be pretty happy.
He'll take it. I mean, anything's gonna work out for him. Meanwhile, Clefable, after having quite a slow, getting screened out over here by the Crustle. Will he be able to actually make his escape this time as he's getting chased down by 2 Pokemon on the side for Get Together? A small opportunity, but no, they got him. It does seem that the Matang is going to be the one getting that last hit in. Meanwhile, chasing down this Wartortle, there was a slight opening for Wartortle to actually go in for a little bit of scoring, but he didn't take up on that opportunity. Screening out this Matang, but she was scoring, but was not able to actually stop this Crustle from doing so. Here comes a very angry Clefable together with the cavalry, the Slowbro together with the Glaceon. Not enough, Danny, to clear things up from Team Get Together.
But middle lane, though, both teams contesting for the Swablues and Altarians, and we didn't quite see who managed to get most of them. I do believe it was Onyx, though, as we are seeing some Pokemon level up. Although I saw the Glaceon actually bump himself up to that level 7. So Onyx will be pretty happy with how everything is going. They're going to continue attacking the top lane, and I don't think that fighting is going to end. I'm seeing a very low health Metang up there. Down bottom, though, just a bit of harassment. But yeah, up top, it's looking pretty scary here for this little level 6 Metang. He doesn't want to deal with the Glaceon.
Yeah, he's having the lane to himself, so he decided to actually just teleport back instead of actually walking back, which is not going to be very safe. Now, the idea is Get Together is giving him a little bit of space for him to actually get all levels for him. Meanwhile, a lot of tangent being given here at the bottom lane as they just clear out the Altaria and Swablu family members here at the bottom and giving extra care. As knowing at the top lane, they also need to give a little bit space for that Wartortle to actually become a Blastoise here for the next evolution. Meanwhile, Registeel, this is going to be a big one because you would want that special attack and attack buff coming on from him. Meanwhile, soaking up all the damage is going to be the Slowbro, but that's going to be enough. Oh, looking at the Thunder hitting up, and it's going to be Luna Ninetales together with the Glaceon getting taken down right here in the hands of the Mimikyu. Now, got to be careful. Clefable, he's behind the goalpost, and of course getting screened out by the Crustle as well, and goalpost gone.
Oh my goodness, we are actually looking at a Trick Room Xerxes here on that Mimikyu. This build is almost unheard of in the competitive space.
We did saw it somewhere, but it was just one thing, yeah, but it's totally unheard of.
Yeah, it's just absolutely unheard of. I've heard so many people whining about the ability, but Xerxes, he's got other plans for this Mimikyu. So maybe he's here to prove some people wrong, to say, hey, Trick Room is viable. And I'm going to prove to you this is the situation that you want to be running that Mimikyu Trick Room in. But in the meantime, though, we are seeing a very, very angry Team Onyx grouping up in that top lane. They took the Reggie Alecki, and it looks like they won't hard push into that top lane.
Yeah,
so they're going to leave that alone, but taking objectives away from Get Together, this is what Onyx want to do. Keep them on the offense all the time. Hydro Typhoon, and they're going to eject forward as well, but they only connect onto one, and the team is just not close enough.
Oh, no.
Look at this, a backstab from that Crustal. Unfortunately, the X-Scissor not quite enough to get them, but hang on a minute, they managed to catch up. The Ninetales there. We're seeing a Thunder build coming in here for Milo P, so damage over time is the name of the game. Great block into that X-Scissor. Great job from that Crustal, and the follow-up is there from Get Together. Milo P raining down Thunder onto Onyx. Get Together are looking for revenge, and more Thunders coming down, taking down the Ninetales this time. And now we are looking at a Metagross who's just going to go down to that Glaceon's Icicle Spears. But Get Together, what a push, what a team fight, knocking down multiple Pokemon down for Onyx. And again, just the disrespect against Milo P. Do not mess with the Pikachu.
Oh, wow. All that is coming together. Now, we did question this, but it is finally answered. We're putting a lot of pressure and also a really great damage ability as well as zoning coming out from the Pikachu as well. He might just be the Pika God that we're looking for in this competition. Now, with that, is how it puts Get Together currently in the lead with 138 points to 89 against Team Onyx, but we're only halfway through. All this and more will be clear for everyone who's going to be the winner on this, and looking pretty close, I would say. And once again, the Reggie steal, and this time we are looking at Bommy utilizing no longer Matang. It is going to Metagross on his end. Trick Room again. Once again, it does not seem that there's going to be any form of commitments from Team Onyx on this Reggie steal, and of course sweeping up all those juicy points is going to be the Metagross. Here comes the hole, but there's nothing. Is that more basically the telekinesis is over there?
Oh my gosh, the setup again. Daisy with these Rock Tombs causing Onyx a lot of issues, but hang on a minute, we're seeing a massive Typhoon on to Get Together. We do see the Bliss Assist as well, just to keep these Pokemon up. It was connecting onto the Metagross, so Metagross is going to be fine. Bommy just jumps on out of there. No casualties to Get Together.
It's just defense,
Wow.
Danny. It was just defense because they had the Glaceon here at top lane, tried to secure on the Reggie. Lucky, well, all that, they were just jumping bodies after bodies. Like, there's no way you're going to be scoring on us here through the bottom lane.
Oh my goodness, this game is very close. Onyx might be leading in points now, but these team fights are looking really good for Get Together. And speaking of this, we still haven't seen the compute and crash come out from Bommy.
Not yet, yeah.
So I'm really keen to see how this is going to turn the tables for Onyx, because we're seeing a lot of crowd control, long-range crowd control coming in from Get Together. We've got Rock Tombs, we have Thunder coming in. I think we've also got Thunderbolt as the secondary move on the Pikachu. So you also have that long-range disable. We've got Trick Room that's going to make Mimikyu a annoying pest, because slows mean absolutely nothing to this Pokemon within Trick Room. It's gonna be a tough game. And it looks like Metagross just being a big nuisance, even pushing out ALR.
Wow. I think they need to keep this pressure on, because we're coming close to the 2-minute mark, which means that Rayquaza is going to be coming out. Meanwhile, hitting off on this Clefable, trying to make a big rotation here to the bottom. Are they going to commit? No, they're not. I'm guessing it's just going to be wasting their time over here on the side to get together.
Doing
Meanwhile,
a pretty good job.
a little bit opening here for the Blastoise to actually go in for a little bit scoring for his, and widening up the gap even more right now. So they are rightfully having around 91 point gap siding towards Team Onyx, and definitely, like as mentioned before, the burden is going to be on the side to Get Together to actually get this Rayquaza, and of course Team Onyx is going to be covering some grounds on top and bottom late goalposts from any form of scoring from Team Get Together.
So far, experience from the Reggie Rock is going to go in favor of Get Together, and they get the defensive bonus
Exactly.
as well.
So this is going to be a great start, a great advantage for them into this Rayquaza attempt.
It will be extremely useful, especially for the frontliners, right? Crustal and Metagross, key Pokemon on the side of Get Together that want to jump into Onyx to help set up for Milo P. Remember, Milo P, we've been seeing this man work some real magic on that Pikachu, and unless Onyx can find a way to get into that backlines to catch that Pikachu, they're just going to have to deal with the constant raining down of Thunder, the Thunderbolt, and eventually the Thunderstorm. It's going to come down to ALR and Trixie, the defenders on Onyx. Can they break through Get Together's defense? They are so scared because of what happened in that last game. They may have won last time, but they didn't win that last team fight. The Gyro Balls, the computing crash, though, coming in. They also go the Hydro Typhoon down as well. Bliss assist going to be launched off onto the Mimikyu, I believe, and it looks like we are seeing a big fight come out from both of these teams, but no real winner up until 2 Pokemon. On the side of Onyx, they're going to be eliminated. They still have their Glaceon, the big attacker, but Glaceon's going to have to compete with a Pikachu.
Oh no, but it looks like Rayquaza is fresh and healthy back again, but managed to actually pull him down all the way to half HP at the current moment. Get Together definitely wants this big win. Rotating from behind is going to be the Crustle here from behind, trying to show away this Glaceon. What's going to be happening over here, but trying to drive this Pikachu away to the right side, trying to get Lance in.
Get ready.
Oh no, this is going to be very
Glaceon's blocked.
They're going to be getting it. A little bit more. It's going to be Rayquaza in the hands of Get Together. Now it is time to actually go for a score. Compared to before, they have the time to actually go in for scoring. But trying to provide the nuisance over here is going to be the team members from Team Honest Premium. At the current moment, 259, 250. But making his way through the top lane is going to be the Slowbro. But Mimikyu is tailing him from behind. What is going to be the outcome from this game itself? They managed to stop the Crustle. But how about bottom lane? There's still that. Let's see what is going to happen here.
I think we may have just gotten enough points here for Get Together to take this game number 2 and to bring it to a game number 3. MVP for this round 100% goes to Daisy, because if it wasn't for Daisy's Rock Tomb, it actually very likely would have been Kale who could have gotten that last hit onto the Rayquaza. Daisy got a last-second Rock Tomb onto Kale. Kale was trying to right-click the Rayquaza and could not get in range to lock on with the Icicle Spear, allowing Bommy to get the final Gyro Ball off and that final secure onto the Rayquaza for the buffs. What a late game situation there for Get Together, but I mean, they've got to be so happy with how things turned out in that fight as well. The initial team fight was so chaotic. There was so much happening. I just couldn't see what was
all over the place. Yeah, exactly.
on.
So it was like there was so much strategy going on in the middle and the top lanes, man. But what a play. What a play. So most definitely Daisy, I mean, like, commendable efforts coming on from him over there, and definitely lead the team to its victory here in this game number 2. Yet another close game, Danny. Too close to call coming up from both ends. It did look like Onyx was holding on quite well over there, but this time I'm guessing that Get Together was able to actually get their Rayquaza at a much earlier timer and was able to actually score in the faces of Team Onyx. So congratulate Team Together. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, you know what that means. That means that the Thailand Team Get Together, is going to be forcing a game number 3 for making the equalizer in the score in this best of 3 series. 1 for Get Together and 1 for Onyx.
If Get Together can fell Onyx, I have to say Group B is probably the most chaotic group out of the group so far, because I thought I definitely had like a tier list of the teams for the groups in my brain, and I kind of thought, okay, this is probably going to happen. This the most predictable things. I did not predict this.
We did not predict this.
No, not at all. So I am surprised up until this point. But to be fair, I'm enjoying the games very much. In particular, I love the drafts coming up from Get Together. This team is so fun to watch.
Oh man, and we're not done yet with them, as we're going to see more of them later on in game number 3. But of course, let's have a look at some of the highlights, shall we, on that game number 2. Of course, one of the main ones is definitely this Mimikyu trigger room, this Mutilize for this particular game itself. Now, of course, this massively, look at that Thunder dealing up damage and also stopping them in their tracks here in the game and in the early stages of the game.
Oh man, Milo's performance in a lot of these team fights is just so good. The timing, the coordination between these players and these teammates, and again, Daisy with the just threatening consistently with these really nicely played Rock Tombs. And obviously, this was a really big play as well, because this was a 3-way KO. Beautiful setup. Milo P with the Thunderstorm ending things. And again, another setup. I think this was also the end of the Ninetales, because the Thunder plus the Thunderbolt Bye-bye Alola Ninetales, you are paper to me. But this was the end team fight where things really got hairy for both of the squads. And we did see the snowball come out from the Ninetales, but unfortunately, because everyone was so clumped up together, this Pokemon just melted. But this last 30 seconds was where things ended. At the top, as you can see, Daisy is doing their absolute best to deny Kale from getting any access to that Rayquaza. That final X-Scissor, stunning the Glaceon long enough for the Metagross to get that final hit. Oh man, these guys are hungry for the win.
Oh man, I mean, who isn't? Especially when you're up against one of the top teams with Showcase that have not dropped a single game.
Daisy,
and
MVP, Daisy,
and getting
MVP.
themselves a game over
MVP
in game number 2, I think they are thrilled. They should be happy, and I'm very sure all the fans back at home are definitely happy with the performance over here. Now, do like the whole idea, and I would like the highlight on having the Crustle over there with the Rook Tomb. They had a good idea on how they want to execute. So Rock Tomb together the X-Scissor, showing them behind, and being able to set up together, paired up with the Thunder, and you have the Mimikyu dishing up all those melee damage, and more is just, it's just beautiful, I would say.
All right, we're going to learn a little bit about Daisy because we haven't given this man enough attention as of yet. So we've got the player introductory card here for Daisy, who's rated himself, and you know what? I'm not going to disagree with any of his stats, okay? He's got,
most definitely, yeah.
Yeah, especially the last one. Pokemon fan, 5 stars, let's go.
Let's go. Come on, man. Who doesn't enjoy Pokemon? But anyways, player comment. Now, this is going to be a lengthy one. I am enjoying playing Pokemon Unite with my current teammates. Well, is he saying he doesn't enjoy Pokemon Unite with his past teammates? But anyways, I didn't think about what the future would bring. In my head, there's only this.
Wow. Okay, this man's like a one road. Okay, he's got one path. It's called ACL 2024. Champion, world champion, maybe. That's probably on his mind right now. I love the contrast though. So we see Daisy playing just this rock solid Crustle, and his favorite Pokemon's Greninja.
It doesn't work. But I'm guessing it's like, hey, I love this Pokemon, but
I mean, Greninja's cool. So
I mean, to win Pokemon Unite, I need to use something else. So
are we gonna see Daisy Greninja one day? I think that'd be pretty fun. But what is this? Dragons, the support for Onyx, also loves Greninja.
I guess it's something that we don't know about each and one of them. But look at that aggressiveness, maximum. Gold defense, 3 combinations.
Wait, how does that work if you're playing Clefable? 5 points aggressiveness. Oh my goodness.
Oh, but my goal is to win Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 with Onyx, not with somebody else. It must be Onyx. His heart is set on his team.
Yes. Look, I have to say, Dragons actually plays a really fantastic support up until this point. He's been really solid for the team. His positioning is always great. I don't think I've ever seen him in any of the games, including the matches against Talon PH. I've never seen him really be in an unfavorable position.
Yes.
So positioning-wise, Dragon does a really good job. Although I have to say, maybe I do agree with the 5-star aggressiveness. Sometimes he does kind of like get a little bit too excited trying to score points to get those levels in. But there we go. We're going to switch on back to Daisy here, and so far he's been playing a lot of Hooper if his team gives him. But Crustle seems to be the star of the show here today for Get Together, and I kind of hope this continues because this is really working out for them.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he's going to be comfortable enough if the team actually permits him to do so. To actually run the Crustle back again here for the next upcoming game, and it so happens to be the deciding game for this series. Is that we will see. And of course, coming up next is going to be Trixie from Team Onyx, and frequently used Pokemon is going to be the Slow Bro over here, and the Crustle as well.
Yeah, Crustle has been a pretty surprise pick for me in Southeast Asia. Like, a lot of teams have been picking up the Crustle, not always because of the Hooper, but the utility that the Crustle does provide.
Rock Tomb.
They love the Rock Tomb. X-Scissor is basically the go-to move. I don't think I've ever seen anybody run Stealth Rock. It's just not popular right now.
There are people who do run Shell Smash. It's a very situational kind of thing as well.
X-Scissor Shell Smash, yes. We have actually seen that a couple times. It's just... Yeah, I think Stealth Rock needs a change or a boost or something because it's just really not that popular. Kind of a weird move, I think, on Crustle as well because it's a ranged AoE move. So after that, Crustle's like, do I hit things?
Where do I go from here? You know.
Technically, it's supposed to be paired up with Rock Tomb, but sometimes you just can't get both moves to align and connect.
Exactly.
So it's hard to play. But what's not hard to do is watch this next game. It is
Yes.
game number 3 between Onyx and Get Together.
Is it really not that hard? I feel
No.
like, you know, if I was fans from Indonesia and Thailand, I'll be at the edge of my seat right now wondering.
They should be.
They should be, because this is going to be the deciding match in between these two amazing teams for respectable nations. Now, of course, once again, it's going to be banned on the Buzzwole here from the side to Get Together, but instead, they are batting the Clefable.
Wow.
So for this game, instead of the Umbreon, which gives an opening for them to lock in that Umbreon for themselves for Team Onyx.
Yes, so Trixie gonna get Umbreon. This is a fantastic defender as well, because Trixie up until this point has been playing a lot of slow bro for Onyx. So I think he does like the change of pace, because Umbreon can provide that aggressive frontliner that you need. You can decide to either go for that mean look for the team, or you can go for foul play. So it depends on the situation, right? Like, do you have to control a speedster or a mobile Pokemon? Mean look is good to go. Otherwise, you could just be this really annoying defender. Foul play in, consistently knock Pokemon around. It's very, very annoying especially for the speedsters, attackers. You have to be so careful. And even a Leafeon, you got to be careful if it's foul play Umbreon, because Umbreon can just dumps
exactly.
a Leafeon if you want. So we got Hooper for Onyx. So Dragon still playing a very stable Pokemon in his Pokemon pool, but ALR has picked up the Mimikyu. So no Blastoise this time. Onyx are going for Tyranitar.
I'm guessing they can run it too. You know, if you Get Together, they can actually run the Tyranitar.
Are we actually going to see Tyranitar and Metagross top lane?
Wow.
Wait, no, it's Kale. So it's mid lane. So it's
mid lane.
So Mimikyu top lane up against Bommy. So yeah, Bommy versus ALR. Kale central lane Tyranitar. Look, if I was Get Together, I'd be Daisy. You go into fight the Larvitar.
Exactly, just go invade. Just go invade.
Yes.
Because the thing is, they're not giving the levels to the Mimikyu, so they're giving it to the Tyranitar instead.
There's a but here, and I hate to be that person to bring in the but. But invading has not been the go-to play for Get Together. This is a team that focuses more on their lanes. They prefer the 2-1-2 composition. They don't really send anybody in that central lane, but we could maybe see some changes. We're not 100% sure here.
Now this is going to be a little bit tough as well. So if you don't do that, you also give space for Kale to actually get the levels he needs. So instead of going like T-Tar on top lane, now you give him all the space that he needs. But the thing about T-Tar is that if you give him mid lane, and even if you actually just go into the next level itself, as Pupitar, rotation-wise, is that going to be contributional compared to him running in a normal lane itself? That's the thing. That's the thing in my mind. I'm like, okay, you give him the levels, but then when it comes to rotation, it's really going to be bringing the impact on what usually your mid lane Pokemons are supposed to actually give in the game itself.
So traditionally, back in the day when Tyranitar was a little bit more meta, I suppose, this was also during the Comfey era, because the teams just sort of struggled to fit Tyranitar after he received like the initial round of nerfs. Tyranitar doesn't really provide a lot of support in the side lanes. He's mostly there in the central lanes. You pick a Tyranitar central lane because you picked 2 strong side laners that are more or less going to be capable of looking after themselves. They're not really looking for that assistance of that central laner. So what this does is that you've got your self-sufficient side laners. Your Larvitar can focus on getting to Tyranitar as quickly as possible, so that you hit your timings and you can go for that really big snowball, especially around that 7-minute mark.
Yep. And of course, there's definitely something that we definitely look for here in this game itself. But we do see a lot of pressure here from the side of Team Onyx towards Get Together at the top lane. I was going to be taking a little bit of time here for the Doom to actually get a little bit of space for himself, trying to actually get into a safe position. Meanwhile, we do see Leafeon providing a little bit of assistance for Get Together here at the top lane. And as mentioned before, Pupitar, it's not like even if he does any form of rotation, his presence is not going to be as big as standard mid lane Pokemon should be in for standard draft. But meanwhile here at the bottom lane, it does seem the pressure is working for them, as they do have the Umbreon together with Lulu and Ninetales going in for a little bit scoring. All 3 members coming up from Team Onyx, and they're putting a pressure and screening out this Hooper. They're going to Hooper here at top lane, but instead of bottom lane, they're going to be using out the Pikachu over here. So I guess it's an aggressive movement for Get Together in top lane. Meanwhile, Onyx putting pressure here at the bottom. But Pupitar is all the way inside on the wild Pokemon for inside of Team Get Together. Instead, Matang is on the way over over here. They're going to be clashing against one another.
And Leafeon's going to come as
oh
well.
no, is
so
that going to be problem for him?
It's a big problem.
It's going to be a big problem. And he's already been cleared out. Yeah, enhanced Leafeon. There is the damage over there.
Yeah, you have to be really mindful of your rotations when you're that Pupitar, because I can understand wanting to go into the enemy jungle because sometimes they don't really come back. They're focusing on those side lanes, but to be spotted out like that, especially by the Metang, like there's no way you're going to be running away from a Metang. That thing just sticks to you.
It just
like a
sticks
magnet.
like, exactly.
So, yeah, and a Leafeon was nearby as well. So the cavalry was coming in to get that eventual knockdown. But we are seeing some more pressure happening in this top lane because Pupitar is heading up here. He's level 7, getting close to that level 9. So as long as Onyx can get Pupitar to that Tyranitar,
Yes.
things are still going according to plan. Mimikyu is here, Hooper is here. They can't quite find an opening to even jump on the Metang, and now they know Daisy's here as well. So it's probably a no-go up until this point. They will go and try to get that secure. Oh.
Save. Hyperspace hole here coming up from the Hooper, bringing that back home and returning back them into the lane, looking fresh and healthy, even after that nice blockade coming on from the Crustle. Now he does have the idea, but Hooper was actually on the outside line, so he was able to actually provide that portal inside the tombstone itself. So basically close and those are opening over here. Meanwhile, bottom lane is going to be a Registeel. Now, most of the team members, with me honest, are actually gathered here at the top lane, trying to go for a little bit scoring, which is an opening for Get Together to actually get themselves this attack and special attack buff from the Registeel. Meanwhile, much of the attention from Team Omnis is definitely going to be on that Regieleki instead after the Frederick cleared out on that bottom lane. Ooh.
But we do have Leafeon taking the buff away, so no buff from that bottom buff there for the Pupitar, unfortunately. Eleki, though, going to be taken. This will buy some time here for Onyx to go back and just farm their experience. But Tyranitar is level 9 here, Miss Professor Flava. So he's online, but technically both Metagross and Tyranitar are online. The two big all-rounders that both teams have been waiting for. And so now the question is, when we come to these really big clashes, who is going to be in a favorable position? Hang on a minute, Tyranitar actually popping his Unite off the get-go. Daisy having to get a Bliss assist, a big X-Scissor, and Onyx are completely wiped. It's left to the Tyranitar slowly burning down the Pikachu, but the Sandstorm not quite enough. Get Together, just too strong, and they didn't even need Metagross. Bommy's just having a party up in that top lane, scores 31 points and breaks that goal zone. Onyx going to be pretty upset with that.
Man, the disrespect. Get Together, they totally ignored the Tyranitar. Tyranitar was just dishing, hey, I'm using him a Unite here at the back. And then it's like, oh, no, it's okay. We don't care much. We're going to go straight to the Mimikyu. Yololee tells, oh, okay, you're still here. Okay, so it's literally a sandwich between 4 Pokemons here from Team Get Together there at the bottom engagement.
So I was quite surprised they decided to go for that push, because Tyranitar doesn't really start to hit his stride up until that level 10, level 11. Level 9, he's like, in that weird adolescence phase, he's not quite an adult yet. He's still like a bit of a, he's a young adult. He doesn't hit hard enough yet. So level 10, level 11 is the ideal time to fight with the Tyranitar, even with the Tyrannical Rampage. It's just not enough to really threaten Get Together. I think especially with the fact that they actually tried to focus Daisy. You kind of don't want to focus your attention onto a Crustle, because Crustle's job is to absorb damage.
Yes.
And you have a Blissey. So Blissey is going to provide that shielding and force you to do some more damage. On the left side, though, we are seeing a bit of a fight here, and even Rings Unbound being popped as well. Actually, we see Umbreon Unite being used as well. Hooper going to be the first one to go down. We actually saw another Bliss assist, I believe. Oh, no, that was actually the Crustle Unite. Crustle going down, so Daisy is gone. Even the Blissey. Metagross and Pikachu was here, though. Now we do know that Milope can make some magic happen if he wants, but yeah, with the Umbreon there, very likely just going to be zoned. Going to play it safe, keep the Registeel buff for Onyx, and Get Together. Defensive positioning, waiting. Is the snowball coming? And it doesn't look like it will.
Yep, I guess. So it's just a fake coming out from the side of Onyx right here. Now, they were able to actually find an equilibrium here when it comes to levels coming up from both ends. Level 12 on Alola Ninetales being the highest at the current moment, level 11. And on both the Mimikyu together with the Tyranitar. We do see double level 12s coming in, the Leafeon and Pikachu on the side of Team Get Together as well. And they believe that they are on equal terms here at this moment in the match. Meanwhile, top lane over here, and of course, revolving around the Reggie Lakey segment is going to be both ends over here. What's going to be the play over here? Screening out the Hooper together with Lowland Niners all the way to the back. But here comes the jump.
Tyranitar really wants the Pikachu, but he just pops. Oh no, yet again, this Tyranitar is trying to do his job, but this Pikachu is just too elusive, too far in the back. They do finally take him down, but it comes at the cost of the Mimikyu, who had to sacrifice himself for that KO, and without their damage dealers, Onyx again just giving these objectives away.
Should be careful with Pikachu. Now, this Pikachu is not the same you usually see in Pokemon Unite. It's more towards the animated series where it's very elusive.
It's a level 100 Pikachu.
It's a level 100 Pikachu, despite being like in the early segments of the episode. So, yeah, probably not a really good idea. But great bait coming up from team members from Get Together, luring that Tyranitar all the way. We look behind, he's like, guys, like, the teammates was not even close to actually provide any form of assistance. So you have to be really, really careful. But now, Danny, 2 minutes and 35 minutes left on the clock. But both of them are not that far apart when it comes to points. 200 against 196. These small numbers will play a very, very big role here in this final match.
Yeah, level difference is really close between these two teams as well. They're just slightly in favor of Onyx at the moment with 3 Pokemon at 13. Now it's literally equalized.
Literally equal. 13, 13, 13, 11, 11.
Yes, and now it looks like this bottom Reggie is going to go in favor of Get Together. So that's going to be a nice little health buff for Get Together. Now it's time.
It is time.
It's time.
It will be answered in this next 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we're going to be seeing a little bit of poking. This could be an opportunity for none of them to actually go in for the Rayquaza attempt or go in for a little bit scoring on the enemy's pit. But it does seem that both of them are going to be committing here to his Rayquaza pit. What's going to be the opening over here? Can Tyranitar survive all this? Oh, here comes the block. But of course, Hoopa make an escape here with his own portal to his upper side. Here goes Tyranitar, setting him back. It's going to be everything back fresh and healthy. What's going to be havoc here?
It's on the Umbreon, but in the back lines, though, they're trying to jump again onto this Pikachu. Even Mimikyu committing onto Milo P. This Pikachu does finally go down. And is this the recipe to victory for Onyx? Tyranitar now chasing down Daisy. Get rid of that Crustle. We are so annoyed of all those Rock Tombs. Blissey all alone. Patty looking for a friend, but can't quite find one. We now have 3 Pokemon on the side of Onyx looking to get into this Rayquaza, but wait a minute, there is a Leafeon.
There is Leafeon.
Leafeon can actually steal this last hit away. Now it's up to Hooper as well as Mimikyu to stop this Leafeon. They get the KO, but the team is coming in. Pikachu is here. Milo, get it off! Get together!
Oh no!
This Pikachu ruining the party for Onyx. And Get Together. Get Together are still behind. They need those shields, and it could be up to Daisy. Metagross trying to score points, has 43 points. Alola Ninetales pops a shield. He will get the score in. Get Together leading with 282 points. Tyranitar, though, defending the top goal zone from Crustle. Tyranitar, one of the best Pokemon to defend from scoring because the Sandstorm piercing through the Rayquaza shield, but bottom. Daisy's heading down bottom. This is not going to be a good one for Onyx, but 10 seconds to go. I just don't see them scoring points.
Exactly. Where is the opportunity for scoring over here? Umbreon at the top, getting screening out. Also, by the team members Get Together. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, Hooper gets taken out here. Nance as well. So
Mr. Milo P. Milo P.
Pikachu. Pikachu God.
Milo Pikachu. That's not the P stands for. Milo the Pikachu God.
Oh my goodness. Milo P, with your blessings, you have earned that title of Pikachu God. This is the animated series Pikachu that we're looking at here at the last second, securing that last hit on that Rayquaza, Danny. And what a way to end this game number 3. Thailand making things happen over here in the regionals.
Milo P, MVP, easy choice.
Easy peasy. Man, we can go all day with this. Milo P, what are you?
I think I honestly would love to split it between Daisy and Milo P.
Exactly,
between the two of them, the coordination between Daisy and Milo on the Crustle and the Pikachu is just on point. Like, Milo understands the assignment. He sees a Rock Tomb, he throws down those Thunders, he throws down the Thunderbolts, he sees objectives, he throws down the Thunders and Thunderbolts.
That's all I need to do. I mean, you go first. I mean, like, you go first. I'll follow you
That's
up.
where Daisy's like, oh,
you first, because that's legitimately a Pokemon move.
It's as easy as A, B, C.
Jeez.
Man, these guys. I mean, like the damage output coming up from both ends are just well saturated in between them. There's nothing too much coming up from ends. Very much understandable, I would say. But man, oh man, this has got to be one of the closest series.
Yes.
Compared to all the series that we've witnessed so far, comparing the day number 1 East Asia, day number 2 East Asia, even Southeast Asia as well, the closest series we have witnessed. And I believe that Yololee must be jumping up and down just watching this game. Now, I have to give much respect to both these teams, Onyx and Get Together. They have served such a beautiful best of 3 series of Pokemon Unite to all the fans. And Onyx, unfortunately, they lost out the series 1-2, but a big round of applause to them. I believe that their fans should be very happy with what they are seeing here and what Onyx has to offer.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, Onyx, I think they definitely performed over original expectations.
Most definitely.
I didn't know what to expect from Onyx going into the tournament, to be completely honest, because I hadn't seen this team play together aside from the Indonesia Open, and especially with the regional opens, like sometimes it's hard to gauge how they'll do internationally against some of the other regions.
Exactly,
so,
because you're not fighting with like teams within your country, which you have a lot of knowledge on what meta they actually bring.
Yeah, and at the same time, like these players on Onyx, this is the only time I've ever seen them play together. Aside from this, they've all been split into other teams. Like, they haven't played together for that long. So this is the first time they played together. They've impressed me 100%. I am not disappointed that they lost this series at all.
Yes, most definitely.
I do think we also need to give Get Together the credit that they also deserve, because they played out of their minds, and they did it with showing Metagross.
Showing Metagross, hey!
Maybe a little biased here, because I've been wanting to see a Metagross played in a really good and close game, and we did get it in 2 games. Thank you so much to... Thank you, Bommy.
Thank you, Bommy.
For giving us the Metagross. I'm still a little bit torn on Metagross as a Pokemon in general, but maybe this is going to open some doors. Teams are going to see how Get-Togethers have played it, and they'll see, like, okay, this is where Metagross is really worked out. Maybe we'll start investing some more time and energy into learning this Pokemon. I mean, the same thing was said at Worlds last year with Inteleon. A lot of Asian teams didn't really give Inteleon the respect it deserved until after Worlds had started.
Yes.
So maybe that's going to be the same case with Metagross. His mixed feelings now, but soon he might just be the Pokemon to go for. But it'll be tough because Buzzwole was banned in both games.
Yeah,
so
I
all 3
agree as well.
games.
Yeah, I think I think that was a great idea to actually give that much respect on the ban on the Buzzwole here, not enabling the team to actually utilize and capitalize on that Pokemon. But what we saw here, again, there was a lot of amazing high plays here coming out from both ends. They knew how they wanted to execute on this. Now, things didn't really run well for the Tyranitar here in the mid game itself. I believe that the late game, especially during his Rayquaza as a pit, it was actually executed a little bit better. But there were certain segments where, you know, I think things were just a little bit wonky coming out from both ends, and it could be anyone's game, I have to say. And meanwhile, during this particular time, now this has got to be one of the best highlights itself. While all this is happening, you know, we got trade-offs. Team, basically, I believe that it is actually Team Onyx here on the side, basically on the purple side here, was able to actually do wonders from their end.
We're going to zoom in.
Oh, look at that. Oh, man.
Thank you.
Take it to the production side. Look at this guy. Oh, securing the last hit in. I mean, like, we did all the hard work. Onyx did all the hard work, and then you come in and doing that.
Well, I mean, you also, I mean, if you saw to the side of the screen as well, you saw Kale. He got stunned because of the Thunderbolt. So he's just standing there, and he's probably watching his screen. He's like, no, in slow motion.
In slow motion.
No. It's frustrating to be in Kale's position. Like, he's so close to getting that Rayquaza, and then Milope all of a sudden just... Mine.
If we had the power to bless these 2 teams as winners, we would have. I mean, like, you couldn't get anything better than what we've witnessed just a while ago itself. But yeah, I think Team Get Together, I think that they put it in the books. I'm wondering who we're going to be interviewing later on and see who's going to be coming on front. I just want to ask, like, what was the whole reaction for the team after beating off like Team Onyx, which has won a clean 2-0 series so far? but then to stop them in their tracks here in their final series of the day.
I'm going to ask Metagross questions. Sorry. I think a lot of people have some Metagross questions for Bommy as well, but we will be going through our favorite segment. It's Drawing with Flava.
Is it really our favorite segment?
Yes, it is. It's all of our favorite segments.
That's cheers off. And of course, we are going to be looking at, firstly, we're going to be looking at game number 2. Of course, it's going to, most of our attention is here, definitely here going to be a Rayquaza pit. Now, pay close attention here to some of the wild things that we have for the game. So we're just going to be doing a little bit test over here. Now, in terms of positioning over here, Metagross is all the way back on the left side, which is on Team Gather Space. He's trying to make his way towards all this engagement happening on Rayquaza Pete. Meanwhile, they're also losing out the Blastoise here on the other end as well, waiting for one more second. Now, we're going to be playing this out, all right? Well, all this, so it's literally a 4v4 situation if we minus the Metagross. So from here, you see all this, they're actually trying to chase down on this Pikachu. So they are movements coming on from the Slowbro. We also have movements coming on from Givo over here. Now we're going to see whether all this is going to be enough for them. And remember, from behind, they also have the chances of trying to actually go in for the chase as well. While all this is happening, see all the screening. Mimikyu here, very low on HP, so it's going to be really problematic for him to actually make an escape. Meanwhile, on the top as well, they do have the Glaceon putting on a little bit rotations. So here, as we play on, right? So we see here on this end, this is going to be a goner. So definitely Pikachu is already been screened out at this point already. While all this is rotating, look at this screening coming on from the Crustle, putting Daisy in his place. He can't make it.
Yeah, Kale can't move, right? Like Daisy has this Glaceon on lockdown.
Oh man, this is going to be very problematic. And well, he's all the way there. Look at this. The position of its teammates is over here, and then you're all the way there. There's no way they can actually help you. And I believe at this time he doesn't have much to offer. He's going to be basically just screened out from the team members and just an easy cleanup. And Metagross, after making his way to the inside, getting last hit on Rayquaza. But of course, now this is going to be the important one. We're just going to be playing on over here. It was a close match. This was a very close match for all the series itself. And this time, they had ample amount of time to go for scoring as they have 20 seconds on the clock. And yeah, going for it went for this time and solve. So coming up next, I believe, is going to be clip number 4, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, play far. Of course. So of course, we're passing over to Danny for this. Now, of course,
this
has got to be one of the
fast.
This has got to be one of the best segments we have.
The best segments. Oh gosh. All right. Well, that's assuming my brain works fast enough. So I want to watch this clip in its entirety. We do need to have a quick recap here, but this was incredibly messy, right? So we had Get Together on the right-hand side, Daisy on the bottom here with Trixie. So at the moment, Onyx are split. The majority of the team is in the top left-hand corner of that screen, just on the left side of that Rayquaza pit. Get Together is in an aggressive position, and Trixie is all alone. The team has to turn around, but we also need to remember Onyx are so desperate to get onto Milo P because this Pikachu has been griefing them. I think that's probably the best word to describe it up until this point. They just struggled to get on top of this Pikachu. So we'll start off with the clip here. So Trixie's isolated, Onyx is ready to go, and it's up to Kale because he's the only main source of initiation for this team. They're not running your standard defender. And unfortunately for Trixie, he can't do it because he's being jumped on by Bommy. Now they do try to get onto that Pikachu, and they committed so many unites for that, but because of it, they were in the middle of Get Together, and they were also running out of a lot of their health because unfortunately for Kale, you're a Tyranitar. You're not there for stuns. You're there to dish out damage. And Leafeon is here. Leafeon, big threat. He
has the damage.
He has the damage. He has the secure. He's got the burst damage. And Onyx understand this, right? So they have to watch out for this Leafeon. Oh, we actually don't get the rest of the clip. And so okay, so we get the actual clip. Oh wait, I think yes. Okay, this is supposed to be the actual clip. Okay, there we go. So this is the actual clip. Leafeon was the one that actually tried to buy some time. He got the tie. Milo comes in, and okay, that was the end of the clip. So
yes. Unless we have an actual actions there, but yeah, I think you get the gist of it. We had the slow-mos happening early on as well.
Thank you, production. I tried my best. I think I made it scuffed. But it was a really insane fight. And I actually think it really came down to the fact that this Leafeon I would prefer our viewers to go back and watch that game. Leafeon bought so much time because he ran around the pit, buying so much time. Hooper had to chase him. Kale, Tyranitar also had to respect him because there was no way he was going to outsecure that Leafeon. So they were forced to go for that KO. But because of that, they just didn't have enough rip to finish off the Rayquaza before this little itty-bitty Pikachu comes in. Milo P steals the game and actually secures it there for Get Together. It was just an insane game all around. If you missed this and you're just tuning into the broadcast, I highly, highly recommend watch the entirety of the game. It is just brilliant. We're going to come back to the desk here, but I have to say, this was a wonderful game. I never anticipated this series being as close as it was. Highlight match for me so far for sure.
Yes, most definitely a highlight series for this one, because I think that it's so tough being put in a situation where you have two amazing teams going up against one another. I mean, all three games were so close. It was very, very close as well. All boils down to the Rayquaza engagement as well. There was not a segment where it didn't boil down to that part itself because everyone was just so close to one another. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, of course, one of the main highlights we have for the day here is just to show you where all these teams stand currently in the group stage stuff. And we start with Onyx with a big 7 points over there. Now, of course, they actually had a great run here in the tournament itself. They won 2-0 against Talent PH and rode to the top, but they're being stopped in their tracks at finally lost in the series after fighting up against Team Get Together. Meanwhile, Get Together, they have finished, they have also completed all their matches over here with 4 points together with Team Road to the Top. Now, we go by head-to-head. I believe that Road to the Top would be the winner and would be in the second seeding if we still stand by these points as they won head-to-head against Team Get Together. And meanwhile, Talent PH still has one more match, and this could be an opportunity for any one of these teams to flip the placements here in Group B, Dani.
Actually, yes, right? It's kind of crazy. Road to the Top and Talent PH. Like, this one matchup alone can cause a lot of changes in this bracket, right? Because if Road to the Top win, I think they lost the matchup against Onyx, so...
They're still second.
Yeah, so they'll still get second, but at least they get second. And Talent PH, if they lose, they're going to be last. So they have to take the long road through the bracket. So for Talent, what they need to do is if they're going to lose, they need to at least play full 3 games to force the 4. But actually, do they lose the tiebreaker against Get Together? They do, right? So they would still. So they can't afford to tie. They have to win this series. So at least they get second place in their grouping.
Yes, actually, you're right. I was actually observing 3-2. I thought it was going to be 3-way tie. No, it's not, because if the circumstances, if Talent PH actually only wins 1 game, that means Road to the Top get 3 points. Meanwhile, they will actually head-to-head together with Onyx.
They would lose that anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So Talent PH now...
They have to win.
They have to win. If they win... Yeah, they have to win.
No,
actually, you're right. No choice. They can't win by 1. They have to win by 2.
Yes, they have to win the full best of 3 to get second place. Otherwise, they're just going to be like the other teams, bottom seed, longest road to Thailand.
Yes, that's true.
So
by just a rough look into this, Onyx is literally confirmed.
They confirmed first place.
Confirmed first place. Now, this one series is going to be deciding the fate of all the remaining 3 teams here in Group B. And Get Together, quite unfortunate for them, all they have to do right now is just sit back and watch the game and see how it unfolds.
Yep. Oh my goodness. We are almost at the end of the road here, Flava. We've got 3 more best of 3s. And of all the best of 3s, these are the last matches for all the teams participating. None of these teams are going to be playing double matches now. It is all their final games. And after these games, we will be locking in those groups for playoffs. So it's going to be super exciting. Don't go anywhere though, because we are going to have a quick break for the players to have a quick lunch break. I don't know if you want a team meeting. Do whatever you need to now, because it's your last chance to get those points. But we are going to be back in 10 minutes. Do whatever you need to do, but make sure you're back, because we've got so much more Pokemon Unite action coming your way. extremely annoying invading combo from MYS, the Lucario and Sableye.
Yep.
Great body blocks there from the from Lapras, but Pikachu's still going down. Unite's being used there. Ice just flexing his Lucario. I think he was single-handedly defending that top lane by himself.
Yes.
Got instantly KO'd. We are getting a bit of a fight here. Thunderstorm coming out from the Pikachu.
Didn't last
Instantly going down though. Buzzball going in pretty deep. The team is coming in. Although Meowscarada is going to be late to the party, but it looks like Teenza is doing quite a bit of work for the team. MYS still backing up. They do have some mobility, but great pullback there from Teenza. Another KO for the team. They won't advance, but they will take it nice and slow. Nightmare Foxy, though, got to be careful. Down to half. He's actually caught with the stun, and they actually grab him. Great KOs coming in for loading. Great KOs coming in for loading. Big bumps of experience. I think this game may have equalized, and now it's going to be MYS to have to get these consolation KOs to make this worth it. And I think loading might have stuck around for a little too long there as Blue Sky does eventually go down. Clefable, the next one to fall, and we could be seeing Kitties going down as well.
Yeah, Kitty definitely trying to make the attempt, trying to delay as much as possible here. But let's be honest, that gravity coming from the...
And there is still no Dodrio, and it looks like loading want to use this opportunity to potentially go for the Rayquaza for themselves. But they do need to remember they're dealing with a Night Mew, Foxy Mew, the king of secure. So if they can actually do this, it would be a fantastic lock. But it looks like bottom fight. We have this advancement coming in for loading. Can they get the knockouts? They are slowly pushing MYS in. They're going to try and go for the scores. They do get the jump in. 48 points there for Blue Skies. It's still not enough. 383 to 263. Loading. It looks like this might just be it. 3 Pokemon down.
Signing to him as well. That means that now the dedicated defender will be Kitty. Teenza is going to be sticky, trying to keep them away. They do manage to punish Dao Yang, but what about HT? He's still in it and definitely plan to win it. But then again, the Solar Blade from the top side rotation was pretty massive. He didn't anticipate it, but it, of course, was barely able to sidestep away from the damage. Now, guess what? Tagged in. HT out.
Main objectives come in though. Registeel up top. Reggie Alecki is going to go in favor of MYS as HT finishes that off solo. We do have some KOs there. 2 Pokemon down on loading. Now 3, now 4. It's a wipe in that bottom lane. MYS going to get a free Registeel in just a second as they...
This is because as they know for a fact, Blue Sky is just trying to set up the moment here. Play at altitude, play at our pace, and Yang was able to get all the way to the back line. Nice timing with the gravity. That should slow things down. But then again, a beautiful pickup coming in from Night.
Difference. Team MYS are comfortable fighting into the entirety of loading composition, and they honestly feel like they're going to win most of these. We are seeing a bit of a misstep here as 2 Pokemon go down and 1 big core knockout. It's on HT. They're looking for Night Mew Foxy. Yamu also has access to his Unite move to actually hide away from some of these big moves. Really big knock up. They're connecting onto 2, and we've lost the support as well as the Urshifu for loading. It's going to be down to 3. Pikachu down, Leafeon down. I think Lapras is going to go down in just a second as well.
They want to make it strong, opening and winning the game. No one will give them a really good momentum here.
Out of the laning stage, relatively unscathed. And it seems like they're going to have 2 in the top lane. 2 versus 2, chasing after that Pupitar, doing some pretty good damage here with the War Turtle, pushing him back as well. Still trying to get out of there. Dodrio's there too, so
here
they
comes
are
Dodrio.
going to keep
the damage here coming from the Leafeon together with Intellion on the bottom lane. So is this an opportunity for them? Oh, it's going to be slower, getting the last hit in. Reggie Rock is going to be in the hands of Team Onyx instead. Get together. Oh, that's going to hurt them a lot. Meanwhile, we do see here rushing up from behind. It's going to be Hydro Typhoon hitting off and clearing off that.
They want to go for the invade, so they're going to try and go for a 2-prong attack, pushing from the lanes and that central area. It's going to be telekinesis onto ALR, onto the Crustle, and they actually managed to get the last hit there onto Crustle. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto multiple Pokemon as well. Tyranitar.
From right to left at the current moment, Regice is going to be the target at this current moment of this game. Meanwhile, all this damage output still not enough to go in. Blastoise, big hit, and big shove from behind by the Crustle. What is going to be the play over here? Hydro Typhoon is a full one from behind. Oh man, the Surf riding up from behind, hitting up, and they managed to get the Eldegoss as well. 3 men down from Team Get Together, Danny.
Oh man, that Surf just locking down Get Together in.
Russell trying to do something over here, trying to actually clear out team members coming from Team Onyx. Here comes Drive, but of course, riding on Surf is going to be the Blastoise over here. Not yet. Holding it on, being a little bit patient over here. It's going to be the Blastoise. This might be the right time to rip it up. Hydro Typhoon hitting up.
But there's no follow-up.
There's no follow-up from behind. Quite unfortunate. Where there is the damage at the current moment, but Blastoise is going to be the first get traded off over here. Big opening, but it does seem that it's Clefable in between 4 Pokemon from side tag get together. Couldn't be escape, and Team Onyx gonna be losing guard, but it's okay. So running, there's not much changes happening over here. Just that one Blastoise here for the next evolution. Meanwhile, Registeel, this is gonna be a big one because you would want that special attack and attack buff coming on from him. Meanwhile, soaking up all the damage is gonna be the Slowbro, but that's gonna be enough. Oh, looking at the time they're hitting up, and it's gonna be Lola Ninetales together with the Glaceon getting taken down right here in hands on
to keep them on the offense all the time. Hydro Typhoon, and they're going to eject forward as well, but they only connect onto one, and the team is just not close enough.
Oh, no.
Look at this, a backstab from that Crustle. Unfortunately, the X-Scissor not quite enough to get them, but hang on a minute, they managed to catch up. The Ninetales there, we're seeing a Thunder build coming in here for Milope, so damage over time is the name of the game. Great block into that X-Scissor, great job from that Crustle, and the follow-up is there from Get Together. Milope raining down Thunder onto Onyx. Get Together are looking for revenge, and more Thunder. They may have won last time, but they didn't win that last team fight. The Gyro Balls, the Computing Crash though coming in. They also go the Hydro Typhoon down as well. Bliss Assist going to be launched off onto the Mimikyu, I believe, and it looks like we are seeing a big fight come out from both of these teams. But no,
Mimikyu. What's going to be happening over here? But trying to drive this Pikachu away to the right side, trying to get
ready.
Oh no, this is going to be very
Glaceon's blocked.
They're going to be getting it a little bit more. It's going to be Rayquaza in the hands of Get Together. Now it is time to actually go for a score compared to before. They have the time
here, and I hate to be that person to bring in the but we come to these really big clashes. Who is going to be in a favorable position? And hang on a minute, Tyranitar actually popping his Unite off the get-go. Daisy having to get a Bliss Assist, a big X-Scissor, and Onyx are completely wiped. It's left to the Tyranitar, slowly burning down the Pikachu.
What's going to be the play over here? Screening out the Hoopa together with Lola Ninetales all the way to the back. But here comes the jump.
Tyranitar really wants the Pikachu, but he just pops. Oh no, yet again, this Tyranitar is trying to do his job, but this Pikachu is just too elusive, too far in the back. They do finally take him down, but it comes
here. Can Tyranitar survive all this? Oh, here comes the block, but of course Hoopa can escape here with his own portal to his upper side. Here goes Tyranitar, setting him back. It's going to be
Computer
back and healthy. What's going to be havoc here?
It's on the Umbreon, but in the back lines, though, they're trying to jump again onto this Pikachu. Even Mimikyu committing onto Milope. This Pikachu does finally go down. And is this the recipe to victory for Onyx? Tyranitar now chasing down Daisy. Get rid of that Crustle. We are so annoyed of all those Rock Tombs. Blissey all alone. Patty looking for a friend, but can't quite. To Hoopa as well as Mimikyu to stop this Leafeon. They get the KO, but the team is coming in. Pikachu is here. Milo, get it!
Need to figure out ways on how they can actually go to the back lines to actually take down this god.
And the fight for Regieleki is pretty important for each of them as well.
Yeah, we want to score this, so of course this is going to be a very, very big one. Oh, using up the Unite. It's going to be the Espeon here holding people and pushing them out, but it's not going to be enough. Was not able in a bad position here. Loses that Gardevoir, loses that Blastoise as well, but they're going to be losing out Hoopa on their end, and it seems that this Regieleki is going to be in the hands of Team Onyx.
Them didn't lose out on the Regieleki. A couple of more points has been thrown back to Team Onyx as they got their lead. But how now? Here comes the opportunity with the Hoopa unbound.
Oh no, the Crustle jumping in right here, but he does Hydro Typhoon hitting off on tree. But then where's the follow-up coming up from behind? It's going to be the Crustle going down first, and next follow-up is going to be Hoopa together with the Alola Ninetales. But they're going in for more. They're going to go getting yet the third coming up from this 3 KO streaks here in the hands of this Espeon. But he's going to go down from Talon PH. But I guess I was trying to push away this Crustle from this Regice like we wanted. You managed to win the previous team fight himself, but this time it's going to be...
Again!
Oh no, we saw this before, but it's happening again. Over here, and of course, we'll see how things will commence as the time was only left at 1 minute. Now there is a...
They're gonna melt him down.
Hydro Typhoon being utilized, but then there's no throw coming from behind, but all the jumping in over here, they did not manage to clear out, but Buzzwole's gonna be first, getting traded off from this array itself. 22 seconds on the clock, and even though no problemo here, having 5 Pokemon surrounding him, this Crustle is able to make an escape. Instead, it's going to be just the Blissey together with the Crustle.
This is definitely a lot more better because Squirtle to get the necessary EXP that he really needs, and what a nice timing with the Axis. This is what I'm saying, right? That constant staggering is just somewhat really annoying during those mid-fights here.
Oh, very smart move from the Crustle, showing the man you're not going to be using the portal here to actually make an escape. I'm going to show you back.
Any pocket damage, any Unite move going to come in here, they are able to always reset at any time. Of course, that's if the Hoopa is not disturbed.
Oh no, Slowbro getting caught off guard here in between the two members of Team Talon PH and charging in. Here with the Russell as well, making it a full on clear.
Trying to take a couple of part shots. Twister requires a side. But here comes the serve. Jumping in the mix as well. Getting forced on the ultimate coming from our react. But here comes the massive hydro typhoon. Imagine they could have knocked up all four, but guess what? The Crustle is here. Wraps around to the backline. Serve to completely deny their forms of escape here. They managed to get one. Thank God for the Hoopa Unbound. Was able to help reset the basketball. But guess what? No Unite moves. Now they can slowly turn the fight. The counter initiative.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again with more Pokemon Unite action here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Southeast Asia 2024. The regionals itself halfway done and 3 more series to go.
You know, honestly, I would love to say they were halfway done, but at the same time, it feels like we're at the final stretch, right? Because like so many teams, like I mean, literally 3 more teams, or I guess you could say 6 more teams are currently running in their final series to determine or to either solidify or to break through certain teams to get that seed advantage here.
Whew, all this and more will be unfolding, and I'm having the chills. I'm having the heebie-jeebies over here.
I got goosebumps a long time ago. Don't worry about that.
I think a lot of Pokemon Unite fans out there are waiting to see how the day will end over here for
pretty much
for the Southeast Asia segment itself. I believe there's a lot of fans on the East Asia segment is also curious to see how things will unfold here for Southeast Asia. And of course, in a few short moments, we're going to kickstart with our next series, which is going to be the 4th series here for the day itself.
Yeah, but first things first, let's quickly check out that interview video prepared for us from both of our teams.
In our team, we consider Mycross, our central laner, to be the star player of our team. Without his efforts, he helped us with the jabs and the rotation. Without all of that, we don't think we could have reached top 2. Stated earlier, consider Mycross our central as the star player of our team. But for me, I consider my support, Hoopa, as the star player because without his support and the sustains we need, we wouldn't last long in team fight.
คิดว่าผู้เล่นที่โดดเด่นที่สุดของทีมคือทีมซ่าครับเพราะเป็นผู้เล่นที่มีสกิลเพลย์ที่โดดเด่นและคาดเดาไม่ได้
Tencent is the most standout player because he play in the middle, that the one who can make the play.
Ooh, some good highlights being shared by our 2 competitors here. And of course, Leonard coming up next is going to be the Philippines Open 2nd place winners, Team Secret Rare Diamonds. Open going up against Thailand's Open 4th place winner, Team Loading. Let me begin by introducing team members from Team Secret Rare Diamond. We have Tolate, Steam, Mycross, Huawei's, and AC.
I mean, of course, besides that, we also have Team Loading, which you guys have seen throughout the entire day. Their team captain, Blue Sky. Of course, following up, we have their defender, Kitty, Cobalt, Lullaby, and Teams Up. I would like to actually agree to the fact that when they said like, what was the most
outstanding
and also outstanding player or standout player, I totally agree with actually Teams Up. I think because of all the Pokemon pool that someone has been utilizing has been pretty flex. You have really no idea what was his usual go-to in this case. If you felt, for example, like Leafy was his go-to, no problem. Teams Up was really quick change, and even up against the Team MYS initially, which we saw earlier this morning, we also saw that the fact that he was also very quick to switch his roles. He's usually playing around the center, but this time when it comes to certain like Pokemon being selected, prioritizing for Blue Sky, that's when you see him switch to the top lane. That's when you say like, all right, he's not just the center player, he can also play the top at any given moment.
Yeah, and being that flexible is also very helpful to the team because you want to ensure that your team is having the comfort in the game itself and running around to lanes that is most comfortable for them. Well, let's have a look at some of these Pokemon player trainer cards, starting off with Secret Rare Diamonds. Now, looking at based on the statistics and data that we have from the previous matches that we actually played out itself, one of the top picks they actually had is, of course, the Clefable pick together with the Umbreon at 75%. They also have this Buzzwole together with the Crustle and Glaceon at 50% together with the Mew as well. Across the board, looks pretty standard.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure, because like I said, right, they don't really like have anything definite. Sure, their roles, I think, comparing to Secret Red Diamond, compared to the side of Team Loading, their roles is definitely a lot more defined. It has already been somewhat preset already. They are not planning to change their positioning. Pretty confident in what they play, and however, and the best part about it as well, they do run. They're one of the few teams that is very consistent with the double defender lineup as well. So maybe that's why you don't see as much damage dealt among the whole team compared to most teams who usually run one single defender and bring out more damage into the field, whether it's special attacks or normal or physical attacks.
Yep, that's true. And of course, we don't want to miss out on their competitors over here, Team Loading, as one of the top picks, as they are not scared to run that Lapras, which is something is definitely from their end, and 50% here on that Leafeon, Clefable and Pikachu, and then one of the very few who's actually running some Pokemons like Aegislash and Blaziken in their mix here, which is not something common, we would say, running in East Asia and Southeast Asia.
I mean, definitely for sure, and we haven't really get to see like a lot of good Blaziken game. I think we only seen 2 Blaziken games. One was during East Asia, and one was last week, which was being played by Blue Sky and Team Loading here. Their team captain actually picked it up. However, it was relatively a really tough round. I have to say, it was a really tough round for that Blaziken game, mainly because of the fact that they were playing against a team who was somewhat specialized with early game domination as well. And they just somewhat understand the strength of Blaziken and did not even allow Blue Sky to even reach that state at all. Like, we've seen teams that's really good at, even though they may not have a really good early or mid game, but they're really good at ensuring that they have the necessary EXP, the necessary level, keeping up with that level race to ensure when you get to that Rayquaza pit, it just comes down to that clutch moment. Usually we see team pretty even out in terms of that level. But when it came to Team Loading, they really struggled in that one round. But I think they have learned from last week. Even today's game against Team MYS, we saw some really great improvements. However, the only difference was that Team MYS decided to bring it with a new surprise. A real magic trick for sure. Something definitely out of the norm, which I think that's pretty much what makes MYS really scary and also really amazing at the same time, because of the fact that they are the team that's willing to try, and if it somewhat works and it somewhat fits with their play style, even though it doesn't seem normal at all, no healers, no nothing, no supporters, they still are totally fine with this.
Yes, of course. I mean, no surprise coming up from them on this. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the draft now. This is going to be the first game for this series itself, the opening match in between the Philippines second place winners Secret Red Diamond against Thailand's open fourth place winners Team Loading. And it does seem that it is going to be yet another Umbreon ban here coming on from the side of Team Loading. Meanwhile, coming on from the side of Secret Red Diamond, it is going to be on this game.
Which is understandable, right? Like, I think Clefable has been one of the few popular supporters to be banned here, alongside with the Umbreon. However, I think for Team Loading, for them to actually ban the Umbreon makes me feel like they want to try to lead to bring in that speedster for that central area. For Teensai in particular, I feel like the Leafeon might be coming in, but then again, that just means Hoopa was available in the pool and they're going to lock it in for themselves. But just in case, understanding what Super Red Diamond can actually do with their boss, but particularly LC here, they decide to steal that away for themselves.
Oh, am I surprised that the Philippines are riding with the double evolutions? No, I'm not. And of course, they're riding this. It's going to be the Sylveon together with the Leafeon. But wow, this is going to be interesting. They are going to be getting the Comfy. And I do believe that this Comfy is going to be latching on to this Buzzwole for this game. And they do have some juicy damage coming on from the backlines here as well. The Chandelier.
What? not just the Chandelier, the Tyranitar coming, making its third appearances as well from a different team too. And interestingly as well, I didn't expect Alcy to actually pick up the Tyranitar, because let's be honest, he plays a really crazy Buzzwole, right? But since Buzzwole was taken away, I thought another all-rounder might have been picked up for them, or possibly him shifting to the Crustle, bringing in the double defender to play alongside with their team captain Tolotis. But then again, quite a surprise. Not to say it's not an all-rounder, it is an all-rounder.
Yes.
But it is the Tyranitar, which is actually quite the surprise for me. Bringing Muscle Band and everything, he's going to be at the forefront of a lot of these fights.
I believe that knowing him, he's quite familiar with running the Buzzwole, and he knows how to counter the Buzzwole as well, and how to play out this game. Now, Secret Rare Diamond, I like out of pocket the 4th and 5th pick, they're running with the Snorlax and the Tyranitar. That's quite some beefy Pokemons here on the side of Secret Rare Diamond compared to Team Loading as well. I think they're doing quite okay. They do have the Defender Blastoise over here. You can actually either latch on Comfy towards Blastoise to provide even more generation sustainability in games, or I would assume most of the time it's going to be with the Masquerada as well as the Buzzwole here for this game. But I'm loving the drafts coming both ends. It is Chandelure making its entry here at the Southeast Asia Regionals Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. You do wonder on how well this Chandelure is going to perform here for this match. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 1, and the teams are underway to their respective lanes over here. Of course, going to be putting off a little bit of space here for one of the EVs here at the middle segment. Probably both of them at the same time as well, just in case of any form of evasions. Meanwhile, the Buzzwole taking the mid. This time about giving him a little experience. Now, you wouldn't want a very beefy, high-level Buzzwole to actually do rotations on the lane because he's going to be bringing in the pain.
Actually, I'm really surprised to actually see teams like picking up the Buzzwole towards the side. But then again, like I said, it's just one of those few situations where they just change things up. But of course, top side, having a couple of clash. But then again, he does have the Comfy, so he's still totally fine. Squirtle, on the other hand, Palabra has to fall back, especially since the EV has finally got that level 4. The Leafeon is here. Then you better be prepared to expect a lot of harass coming from that range. Solar Blade, massive damage, decent amount of range here. And let's be honest, I think this top lane is going to be a pretty slow one between the both sides since they'll be battling out to try to get that AXP. But so low, the Skull. But the Snorlax comes in for the nice, quick final save. But the Litwick and the Squirtle running to the face of the Sylvia with the Gleam. And they want to try to get a couple of more pickers here. But then again, he does get the body shield for the goal post. But they want to get a couple of pokes. Snorlax, unfortunately, a little bit too slow on the uptick here. But for the max range, Solar Blade will get the first KO. What about the top side though? Nice rotation coming in for the teams here. But not going to be able to get the final pick out on the Larvitar. But they will be able to secure at least the Altaria family.
Wow.
But that just means, you know, since we're playing a lot for that late game EXP, the central one, I'm looking forward to that fight.
Oh man, look at that Squirtle bringing in his dancing shoes at the bottom lane, but quite unfortunate. Masquerada is going to be the one getting traded off here. Long range ahead. Meanwhile, we do see some really great rotations coming from Team Secret and Diamond putting on pressure over here, but still not being able to actually catch that naughty little Squirtle here from the lane. Now, of course, because of that pressure coming out from beside Secret Red Diamond, it delayed his progress into becoming a War Turtle here in the game itself. And still, that snatch coming in from the enemy. Meanwhile, we're also going to be having a little bit of tension here on this Pupitar for this game, which is soon going to be this Tyranitar as well. Meanwhile, Masquerada here at the top lane. Now, he does have a Pupitar here with loads and loads of points and might be seeing each other. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, going to be losing, and it's going to be Lantern in the hands of that Leafeon. Be careful. He packs a punch and loads of damage in his mice.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely packed a punch for sure. And let's be honest, I think Team Leonard need to try to figure out if they're able to do some damage control. I think damage control is somewhat the name of the game for them because they have 3 Pokemon who has multiple evolutions here. So now there's a lot of EXP that needs to be shared between the 3 sides. The Chaos are great, but they need to secure as many of these wild Pokemon, this neutral camps as much as possible here. We even have the Hyper Voice. I believe it's going to be the Calm Mind with the Hyper Voice on top of the Sylveon, which, as you guys know, recent patch, pretty great damage coming up for the ultimate. No longer get out of jail free card here. And of course, with the more special attack stats as well, which means Calm Mind plus Hyper Voice, massive amount of damage coming out for that Sylveon.
Yep, all things and more coming on at the bottom lane with Sylveon here stuck in between multiple, had to pop up with the Unite as well. Meanwhile, we do see this Leafeon coming on the backline, providing assist on the Sylveon as well. What's going to be happening here? Oh, it does seem that Masquerada gets on the Regirock, but instead Hoopa here getting on the Regirock.
Oh, that was amazing. Like you get 2 KOs in the process. You break the goalpost, and you also able to secure the Reggie, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yes.
So now they're slowly making ways to the other side, but most importantly, they cannot overstay their welcome. And it feels like seems like might overstay it, but then again, like I said, not full evolution yet, not even level 8 yet. Blastoise is finally into the mix as well. Blastoise feels a little bit more confident, but then again, the Blastoise is currently here. Did he bid a little bit more than he can chew? I think so. Yeah. And it's like a quick smackdown from the courtesy of Teamza, and they're going to be punishing the rest of the team. Really overstate their welcome for sure. And a necessary punishment must be made. That's pretty much what declared for Team Loading.
I have to agree. Quite an overextension coming up from the
Oh,
side of
good
Secret Red
delay.
Diamond of this. Something to cover to make a mistake. Meanwhile, bringing on the pain is going to be the Buzzwolf here, clearing out the Leafeon from Team Secret Red Diamond in Imano encounter. Meanwhile, the serve riding it up is going to be the Blastoise, clearing out the members. But the Comfy is going to be the one clearing the Tyranitar with 2 KO streaks here in hand of the Buzzwolf. They may be able to get a shot on low, but this time it is going to be Hoopa getting traded off, and Blastoise is going to be the one getting that last hit in. Now with this Hyper Voice, it's going to be enough to screen out this score. No, it will not. Meanwhile, running away to safety with the serve together, Comfy and the Buzzwolf is going to be the team members from Team Loading.
Yeah, they just need to endure. Blue Sky just dance, pretty much prowling around the central area on the side of Secret Red Diamond. He's trying to make the run for it as well. So low, and of course the Tyranitar, he wants to look for it, but he was able to juke out of the way. Can he sustain it for as long as possible as he can? He commits everything that he can do.
Oh, wow.
Dashes across the cliff, but guess what? Secret Red Diamond, well positioned just to cut off any escape routes and will be able to secure the takedown. But then again, it is still a level 12 Meowscarada here. And Team Loading, who initially had a very slow pace since they went for this really super late game kind of composition, they are slowly bringing things back here. They have the damage, they have the level. Now they need to look for a couple of takedowns if possible. Good ones if they can find one. But of course, 1 KO has been secured with one of the main attackers. 2 KOs on 2 of the respective members. They're trying to look for a couple of more. Unite move also has been coming for the Cypher for the Comfy. And Basu is doing all he can. Teamza is doing all he can, but not for too long. Trying to wrestle up for life, but will not find that opportunity.
Well, bringing on the pain is definitely Secret Rare Diamond in this game. It's quite unfortunate that the Blastoise was not able to actually open his Unite with that. That could have actually saved him. Probably have a good set for the team itself. Or probably he decided to actually save it for another day. But meanwhile here, Regirock going to be in the hands of Team Secret Rare Diamond as Leafeon gets last hit in, which means that the team members will be having this advantage of having the defense and special defense buffs for themselves. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Snorlax, what are you doing over here? That cute little hat is not going to be saving you.
He's just visiting.
He's just
Flavor.
visiting.
He's just visiting, you know, just checking out the real estate, you know.
Yeah, check it out. Oh, meanwhile, we do see here Leafeon. What are you doing all the way inside of there? But it's going to get scattered out by the Blastoise. Meanwhile here, top lane does seem that the fray is going to be kick-starting off by Team Loading. Doesn't look like there's going to be any commitments from Team Secret Rare Diamond. And now since we're at this point in the game, Leonard, I have to say this, they're very close in terms of level. We do have a level 13 Meowscarada together with that Leafeon over here. They're definitely close to one another. I think it's almost the same. Almost.
It really comes down to their final fight towards the requires a bit. So, but let's see what they can get a couple of KOs. A decent amount of surge, trying to CC them and push them all the way to the backline to secure the Regieleki. They get 4 KOs in the process, and they're going to be dunking a lot of points to try to catch up, and they finally took back the lead. It's a real tug and war between push and pull between both of this team here to see who will actually take on top. Pretty even for now, right? Pretty much. Like you said. Level-wise, I think Secret Red Diamond is slightly higher for some of the respective members. Point-wise, Team Loading is, of course, they've managed to take back that lead. So in other words, that requires a bit. That final 2 minutes, it will be the clutch moment. Who's going to be the real clutch meister between both of the sides? However, I am a little bit more concerned because, let's be honest, Sylveon Solar Blade has been one of the few best secure moves in the game as well here. So maybe there is a possibility if Team Loading is able to keep this Leafeon in check, then there might be an opportunity here. But let's just see in terms of positioning between both sides.
I think that all that and more will be said on the Buzzwolf jumping in for initiation. Together with the Blastoise, we're able to actually really set up a read and a setup for a team with that Hydro Typhoon for the team members. Now they do screen out here on the Snorlax. There's going to be quite a number of things that Team Loading has to do here in terms of condition as well. They have to go through the Tyranitar. They also have to deal with the Snorlax side, which is very much a very strong defense. Meanwhile, here comes the jump. Number 3 members, is it going to be no Hydro Typhoon? Not latching out to anyone at all. But then, will that be a problem for them? Not really, as they try to actually clear out this Snorlax backing down to behind. You're not running away. So they managed to actually grab one. 4 more to go. And all this chasing, they got the Leafeon as well. And it's going to be a huge win for Team Loading. This time grabs yet another. It's going to be a Sylveon now. This thing is more or less in the bag. As the only remaining members is going to be the Tyranitar together with the Hooper. Not really much, but got to be careful on this. Meowscarada gets that last hit on that Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Blastoise also clearing that last hit in on that Hooper Unbound.
Honestly, that was really fantastic as well. Like, I got really concerned because they were committing a lot of resources to try to get those catches as well. In my mind, I'm like, if you're committing a lot of these Unite moves, you need to go for big ones. You really need to try to secure not just 2 members, maybe a couple of more. But what's the best thing? The best thing about the whole thing is they also got the Leafeon in the process. So in other words, they don't really have to worry about this Rayquaza potentially being stolen away. They got rid of 3 members at the same time. So pretty much, like you said, the Rayquaza was pretty much easy picking. They didn't even lose a single member during those clashes as well.
They lost the Blastoise, that's all, after Rayquaza.
Yeah, after Rayquaza.
Just that. Meanwhile, they still have 4 healthy team members and making their way to just scoring. At the current moment, with 70 seconds on the clock, 759 for team loading and 277, and I believe that the game is over here. Loading takes game number 1 away from the Filipinos here, Team Secret Rare Diamond.
They really endured. Like, I'm talking about, like, we're not talking about like 1 or 2 Pokemon with multiple evolutions, right? We're talking about both the Blastoise, the Meowscarada, and even the Chandelure as well. There's three Pokemon that has multiple levels of evolutions that needs just as much EXP to really get there. So in other words, a lot of objective would have been abandoned by the side here, team loading here, before they even try to contest. Because let's be honest, I don't think they really want to try to contest for a lot of these fights unless they really get to that final stage. It was the same goes for the Tyranitar coming from the side of Elsie. However, they had 4 Pokemon that was really pretty great for early game here, which I'm really surprised that they were piling on the pressure. They were doing a couple of invasion, a couple of pokes here and there, but they didn't really like deliver the finishing blow. They really didn't even try the attempt to snowball as much as possible, because let's be honest, we saw the only one time we saw them trying to be super aggressive was towards that bottom second goal post. And right after they got 2 KOs, they secured the objective, then they went for the second goal post. That was the only time which we saw them being really super aggressive as they all grouped up. However, Polar Boy was able to endure to get that Blastoise form, and that's when they overstayed their welcome and really got hit pretty hard for it.
Yeah, I have to second that as well, because all that even happened during the second segment of the game, which is something that you don't want happening for Secret Rare Diamond. But they're a little bit in the bind, although they were supposed to actually even perform in the early game segments, but you have basically the Pupitar over here. So AC, basically they need to get him online. So if you consider him out of the whole equation, it's literally a 4v5 situation. And Blue Sky, I think there was one segment where they managed to pull away 4 of the team members, putting the dancing shoes on, trying to chase him down. He bought so much time, and it was very lucky the Secret Rare Diamond was able to pull off that takedown upon Blue Sky. If not, that would have been very, very troublesome. Him eluding away after all that commitment coming out of Team member Secret Rare Diamond, that's going to be very, very costly for them. But yes, quite fortunate. So you managed to buy time for your teammates. Meanwhile, at the same time as well, you managed to also waste a lot of time for Team Secret Rare Diamond.
Yeah, but just you see how close it is, just constantly back to back. And the crazy thing about it is that you normally don't expect this from Secret Rare Diamond, especially when you have 4 Pokemon running early alongside with you. You don't expect to see this kind of scoreline this close before. You normally see them having a slight lead if they're being a little bit more aggressive initially as well. But the fact that I think around that 4-minute marker, that's when you start seeing everyone started to get the necessary 4 or 6-minute marker. You see everyone starts getting the necessary amount of level. You start seeing everyone starts grouping up, and that's when you see the power spike towards the Rayquaza. That's when everyone just committed everything on top of them. They had a really good catch. It could have gone anyone's way if they weren't able to get the necessary pickup. Because can you imagine, right? You commit all 5 members of Unite move. And it wasn't even the fight for the Rayquaza just yet. It was right outside the pit. They were trying to remove as many variables as much as possible from the equation to ensure that they have a very smooth Rayquaza pickoff. So I got concerned because they weren't really picking up. They were really taking down anybody in the first place. But eventually, they were. It felt like that forced aggression forced that fight upon Secret Rare Diamond, and they just took that fight head on, which somewhat actually worked in their favor as well.
Yeah, and I believe that this is going to be one of the main mistakes we see over here on the side of Secret Rare Diamond. Overextension. I didn't mind so much about Snorlax charging forward and just pushing the team members away. At one point, he was actually creating space for team members to actually run back. I think if the Snorlax actually look back at this replay, it's like, what are you guys still doing here? I was actually trying to protect you and provide this cover because that's my job. But then, since everybody's still there was an easy 3 picked off there in the hands of Team Loading. So, yeah, there's so many. I think those are some of the things that should not have happened for their end.
Yeah. the thing is when we get to really super late game, right, it's that kind of thing where those who actually had late game composition and decent amount of levels, they will somewhat just outskill way better than those early game Pokemon as well, especially since you're not really snowballing as much as you want to as well. A lot of this fight was pretty clear, was pretty great. I love the positioning coming for the Sylveon, just constantly like denying them their escape route while also dishing the amount of damage with the Hyper Voice.
Oh yeah, and of course using the Unite here to actually make an escape, also healing himself up is also a great idea as well. But I believe that during the segment, they does not even have enough to actually screen out the team members coming out from team loading. In the end, they still managed to caught off together with the Leafeon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the things as well, I think you need to respect the amount of firepower that these guys actually have during this segment. Now that Blastoise, that's a very, I think it was just a panic one, just to clear out team members coming on from Team Secret Rare Diamond, that is all. So, I mean, those things really do happen as well. But at screening, grabbing themselves on the Snorlax, and after losing out one of the main contributors of damage, which is Leafeon, I think that was, you're already cutting down 50% of your firepower already. And to put a cherry on top of all that, you also lost out your Sylveon.
Yeah, they really just really got baited out from the force aggression, right? Because you see this Leafeon getting gunned upon, then they decide, you know, maybe it's time for it to actually do this roundabout. But guess what? They were very quick to turn around and kept the fight going. Pretty much, they came towards them. They were hoping that they were running away from Team Loading members, but they came towards them. So they were like, yeah, you just did us a favor.
Yes.
You did us a very massive favor. You came towards us. You pretty much did all of our jobs.
Yes, actually, that is true. And of course, these are some of the Pokemon Trainer cards that we have here for both ends. Starting with Secret Rare Diamond, we do have Steam here with some of his own evaluation. Of course, I believe that we did highlight this before, but just a recap and rehash for all our amazing viewers joining us today itself. Aggressiveness 4, Goal Defense 3, Combinations 5, Strategy 3, Mental Strength 5, and of course we do have an extra one where we actually allow these amazing players to actually add on, which is Cooking 5. That's a win in my heart.
I mean,
that's it.
I mean, like, you know, the only way to your team members' heart is through their stomachs, right?
Exactly.
So you're gonna be a five-star chef. I think he can like take on any members anytime.
He has secured his placement in this team for Secret Rare Diamond for the next 10 years in Pokemon Unite, as long as he ensures that he has 5 stars in cooking.
I mean, besides the cooking, I mean, he's also a pretty dang good player, right?
Yeah, that's the reason why we keep him in the team. Yeah.
Anyway, moving on to the next question of our players here.
I guess that's one of the reasons why he's in the team. But of course, next off we have Kumon from Team Loading. Now this guy is perfect in every way. Now before we got to the one of the best options here, Aggressiveness 5, Goal Defense 5, Combination Strategy, Mental Strength. Now if you're perfect and all that, you're not perfect yet unless you have 5 stars on Handsome.
I think it's I mean, he's a swell of a player, definitely for sure. And I think it fit him a lot better, especially if he's a super aggressive player, right? So like the fact that he has the comfy, it doesn't really restrict him that much, because when he plays the Clefable, he can't just be a very forward Clefable, you know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah.
He has to always still play around side with the team to just get the necessary support. But either way, let's quickly move on to the next stats that we have for you guys to see. Really excited to see what else that we have in store for you guys, because let's be honest, coming in we have Who Eyes here, personal player for Secret Rare Diamond. Average damage dealt is in literally 14,800. 10% of the team.
Don't blame him. I mean, like, basically what he's going is literally on the support side here. So he's running with Clefable 60% and Eldegoss 20%. Yeah, which is mainly towards healing. Now, it's not a really easy role. People were like, oh, all you have to do, you don't have really to be in the front lines, but positioning is key. You also need to know when you should engage and disengage from team fights as well, and how to be close enough to your teammates, because your opponents are on the lookout for you, actually.
And also setting up your skill set. I mean, Moonlight is definitely a definite thing, but deciding between whether to take Follow Me or Gravity in some of this team's composition, I think is really great, because
one of the key choices to victory.
Exactly. He knows exactly what he wants to go for. But of course, moving on to our next player coming in from the side of Team Loading. It's gonna be our next player introduction. I'm really curious to see. We already seen Who Eyes. It wasn't really back to back. I don't think this team can. Oh no, we got back. Come on.
We got Mr. Handsome.
Mr. Handsome gentleman.
I'm gonna remember him forever. He is Mr. Handsome 5-star.
Mr. Universe.
Mr. Universe. You are winning in life. If you're an amazing Pokemon Unite player and you're handsome, that's it. You win hands down.
Yeah, but I felt like him picking up the comfy actually changed a lot of things for his team. Like it didn't really restrict him in terms of his aggressiveness. Like he wasn't like, I need to play around my team, I need to keep healing my team, that kind of thing.
Yes.
No, you see him with the comfy. He's always able to play alongside with the Meowscarada. I felt that actually felt a lot. It felt like he was in the zone when he was playing that comfy.
Exactly. And he was also transitioning between actually latching on to the Masquerada together with the Buzzwole as well from time to time, depending on the situation. So it's not like he was passive all the time. He was actually mindful on which one to prioritize when it comes to latching on as well. So kudos to Come On. I mean, that's why he's handsome. I mean, like, look at Comfy, man. Look at this guy. This guy is just literally winning in life.
I'm actually curious to see him actually playing back the Hooper again, because last week he was playing actually the Hooper. He was playing a really great Hooper again, but then again the game was slightly more different since the conditioning had drastically changed as they were really prioritizing that Blaziken on side here, Blue Sky here. So I want to see him back with the Hooper here. I want to see like actually how aggressive can he be with the Hooper, because literally today alone, we have seen like crazy Hooper plays coming from.
Exactly, crazy Hooper plays.
Yeah, so we have seen really super aggressive Hoopas, invading Hoopas as well. I want to see like where does Cobalt really stand among all these aggressive Hoopas. But first things first, we're just gonna call for our amazing production team. So let's quickly get into our second drafting. Could this be the comeback round for our dear friends of Secret Rare Diamond, or could we see a potential 2-0 coming from Team Loading?
This could possibly kickstart off with a respect ban here coming from Secret Rare Diamond. They have to ISAT on that Meowscarada for this banning phase from their side. Meanwhile, for Team Loading, they're going with the Umbreon, and they're confident in this.
Which is fine. I think it's somewhat open things up for them, right? Because Umbreon, like in one of those fights, can be very disruptive and also very annoying to deal with. Meloop, of course, is one thing for sure, but also at the same time, Snarl. At random times of the fight, during the fights as well, when you're dependent on certain times and certain combos, you could just suddenly get disrupted during midway because of that Snarl alone. So I think that's pretty great and pretty something that Loading didn't want to deal with. But also at the same time, his ability to steal shields away can also be quite detrimental for some allies who are really dependent on that additional shield for protection.
I'm a bit sad because I thought he was hovering on the Venusaur over there.
I was also thought of Venusaur too.
Yeah, so,
I would have loved it.
But instead, Secret Rare Diamond, they're going with what they're comfortable with. They have run this before. They have run the Trevenant, but other than that, they're also bringing Mr. Mime here in their draft for their third pick itself, paired together with that Leafeon. Meanwhile, looking at the segment of Team Loading, now this could be an opportunity for them to actually run this Buzzwole in the game. Now it has been proven from time to time to be a menace, and we'll see how it is in their hands. Follow up with a Blastoise together with a Sylveon, looking solid from them.
I'm actually really surprised. Actually, Mr. Mime was actually one of the most played hero for the side here for Commode as well. Yeah, so don't think it was a respectable steal. I think they just wanted to try something for themselves here as they bring in the double supporter lineup here with both the Hooper and the Mr. Mime. You got this really burst AoE damage with the Pikachu and one of the few top defenders here. Pretty nuisance in the fight as well, whether it's against speedsters or all-rounders. You have this Traveler that's always going to be constantly in your face, controlling you as much as possible here.
Oh, I think
Scizor also coming into the base. Interesting.
Very okay. I was just about but yeah, Scizor is going to be the last pick here for Team Loading. Now I wanted to shift the attention a little bit to this Mr. Mime. Look at the items he's holding over here too. So this is going to be a aggressive support, I would say, coming from myself.
The thing is this, right? Like, I'm not too surprised. Like, okay, the thing is this, there was a condition that Team Loading was trying to go for, right? They want to try to go for a little bit early game mechanic, but at the same time, they cannot forget about how much strength that the Blastoise can really bring into the fight, right? But at the same time, they also couldn't bring the Urshifu in at the same time, because then again, they didn't want to be restricted that much, right? So you have the Scizor coming in, has a little bit more speed, but then again, Scizor has been hit with all kinds of things. He's pretty much off the meta for the longest of time here.
This Pokemon has been abused by so much patches, I would say. And looking at him, it's quite a refreshing look to actually see they play Scizor here.
I agree, it's fresh.
It's very fresh. But can this work for them?
I mean, I would like to see how Blue Sky can surprise us, because it was an opportunity for him to bring back his all-time favorite Urshifu as well. So the fact that he chose to go for the season, there's definitely a plan that they have for themselves here. But to see whether they can make it work. It's a double supporter lineup against an all-time favorite coming back into the scene for a relatively long time. But in terms of early game, right, Flava, there is actually quite the potential for both sides. Both sides can actually go head-to-head with each other and buy the necessary amount of time for this Squirrel to actually get that Blastoise out.
Yes, both of them can actually do so just from this particular lineup itself. So we'll see how execution will be, I would say, coming up from both ends. Now, both of this, I would say that coming up from the middle segment itself, both can actually get online really, really fast. Now being at Leafeon, now his rotation is going to be very, very crucial. His main target here is mainly on his Buzzwole. You want to bully him. Now, of course, Buzzwole is a bully by his own, but you want to bully the bully. Now, there is backup here coming up from behind, coming up from the Leafeon. It does seem that Eject's already been utilized here on the top. And Wilwa, all this action here, we're coming back to the top, is going to be this cute little Clefairy together with the Buzzwole and giving an opportunity for the Mr. Mime getting the last hit in.
No, that hurts so much for Blue Sky because he actually got literally solo picked off by the Hooper alone, who has been, if you by the way notice on the minimap, has been quite the pest for him in the initial phase. I thought he would be able to back out, but no. I think Blue Sky decided to take that fight head on and was just not able to find that final pick off here. So that's definitely going to slow things down for them here. Whereas on the side, this Leafeon just calls it on the roll. The Electric Web definitely locked down the poor Squirtle, who hasn't even reached to level 5 for the War Turtle here as well. For that bonus stat, he was not near the goalpost on the bonus shield here. But again, commit the Shed Ninja Doll here. Try to buy some time. Did pop down the Mystical Fire just in case, but he will be able to eject button himself out to safety.
Oh, Hold'em is missing. They're not done yet. Oh, but the smash!
The Phantom just evolved. The Phantom just evolved to the Trevenant as well.
Look at
so
this.
That is gonna hurt.
He didn't see that coming. Woodhammer in the face, and of course pushing that Scyther away. Oh, that huge blade. Leafeon is actually being positioned here on the top right segment, which is the wild Pokemon area.
He couldn't find a way to run out too.
Yep, it's a 2v1 situation between the Hooper together with the Leafeon as well, but managed to push the Sylveon back into the bottom lane. Here things are looking kind of tricky coming up from both ends. Meanwhile, Mr. Mime holding on that top lane. And while all this is and more is happening, Trevenant, he's not done yet. Look at this Woodhammer doing wonders here for the team, standing by, waiting for the Shedina Doll to actually reappear back. And this time, the next victim is definitely going to be this War Turtle. Where are you going, my good sir? Where are you going?
The problem about it is because they have so much initial KO so early into the round here. It just gave them such a boost in levels where now they're starting to snowball into progressing them. Now they're piling up the damage. Now they're just seeking them out before they actually get to even more further stages. Look at the Leafeon, for example. He's already level 8, right? Well, of course, not too far behind. We have Blue Sky, who's currently level 7, but it has been significantly slowed down here. Tencent, on the other hand, has been pretty comfortable so far, except for the fact that he was being poked up pretty early as well as the amount of rotation that was being combed in here. Honestly, I think the only rotation we ever seen being made by Blue Sky was towards that bottom lane only, just to try to hold up for the first goal boss. However, first objective is currently here. Does Blue Sky want to commit for the objective? It seems like he is, as he's slowly making his rotation by doing this huge wraparound to the backline because he wants to get towards that Pikachu if he can.
Yeah, of course, the Pikachu will be utilized over there as well. Meanwhile, Trevenant all alone, handling all these 3 Pokemons coming off from the side of Tweeluring. All he needs is Chain. And Chain, that's all you seek for from Trevenant as well. Here comes Hornish coming off for did not manage to hit on anyone. Double Woodhammer hitting off here, but it's going to be the Clefable getting cleared out here on the side of Team Loading. And they also lost out the Blastoise as well, but going for more. They're going on the Sylveon here. The leading charge is going to be traveling together with this Hoopa. There's no way he's going to make his way out from that. And meanwhile, at the top lane, showing his dominance is going to be this Buzzwole against this Mr. Mime. Now, both of them are still having the Mexican standoff because both ends have their own advantages. One has huge amount of damage being dished out. At the same time, the other is bringing in the Thunder, bringing in the Muscle, and the Smackdown towards the other end as well. So now we do see rotations coming up Pikachu together with Trevenant, trying to make something happen here for the side of Team Secret Red Diamond, but there is a little bit of support coming on from the Clefable as well.
The crazy part about it now, massive rotation to the top side. They felt like Thompson has been a little bit too quiet for a couple of times now, and they noticed the leveling coming from Teensar. Good control, gravity on top of it as well to try to buy the next amount of time, but it's just too much to deal with. You have a frontal CC like a Trevenant, and you have a backline of a Pikachu who also has his own form of control, and instantly nuked out the competition. Again, Blue Sky just can't find an opening. Even when he had a good wraparound towards the bottom for the Registeel objective, he instantly got stunned by the Pikachu and burst down to out of commission here.
Oh, that is going to be amplifying Pikachu's level and experience here in the game, all the way making it to level 11. That was a great set for his Thunder to actually go in, and he himself got that 3 KO straight for himself. So here's currently at level 11 at the current moment. Not just losing 2, but also losing 3 here in the hands on team loading. Meanwhile, the server going off. Hydro Typhoon hitting off on multiple units, hitting off on 3 actually, but can Buzzwole bring on the pain over here? But instead, it's going to be Sylveon getting traded off the hands over here. And at the same time also, now on the side of Philippines, they're going to be losing out their Pikachu. Now, can they fend this off? The only person left on the side of team loading is only Blastoise, but he's going to be making his way to safety. Meanwhile, this Scyther also tried to find an opportunity for him here in this game.
I can't believe it, right? Like although yes, it's great that they actually managed to pick up the Pikachu, right? But it took so much damage to try to pick up the Trevenant, and he still survived for it. Although an opportunity, look at how much damage he's dishing out, right? So he starts to sustain. He needs to live for this, right?
No.
But he couldn't get the pickup. But he will find a consolation prize on the Pikachu, courtesy of his ally. The Sylveon here was able to cut off any form of rotation. Trevenant playing on top of the goalpost. He knows he gets the bonus shield here. Our Unite move's going to be coming in as well. There is the Fairy Frolic if he wasn't to commit for it. But I think he has decided that his team has enough damage to really try to pick him off here. He dives in, trying to zone out the Leaf here. Pikachu is coming in to see if he can try to nuke them out of commission. Big damage as well on top of the Thunderstorm. He's chasing out our poor friend Sylveon here. Drops on the Thunder, drops on the Thunder Shock, and that will be 1 KO. Not just one Flava, but all 3 will fall.
Amazing work from Secret Rare Demo. They were holding on to their life on that goalpost, just holding off the right moment itself, and the moment the cavalry has arrived from team members, they managed to clear out, doing a clean sweep over on team members from team loading. I mean, look at that. All the damage coming on from, the screen coming on from Mr. Mind. The damage output coming on from the Pikachu as well, doing wonders here for Team Secret Rare Diamond. But we still have a little bit of time here in the game. Secret Rare Diamond currently in the lead with 225 points compared to 165 on the side of team loading, and we're just 1 minute and 5 seconds away before the appearance of Rayquaza here at the Skyruin Stadium.
Honestly, in terms of the level game, even though this disparity, especially coming from Blue Sky, so from the Yololee invasion, the Yololee pickups not able to get the necessary KOs, he's still able to bring this game back into the fold here. However, the final conclusion is still going to be dependent on the Rayquaza. Team Loading did the exact same thing to the side of Secret Red Diamond. I think they're somewhat prepped for it. It just comes down to that one clutch moment here. And let's be honest, 40 seconds to someone, I guess you could say, resolve themselves, get the necessary amount of EXP that's currently remaining in the wilds, and also at the same time just try to charge this Unite move as much as possible here, especially coming in from a dear friend Tinza here, who still hasn't had that Unite move just up.
Yeah, I think it's going to be taking a while as well, but he's going to be ready by the time that we are going into the next segment. He does have to Unite. Everybody is online with their Unites over here and waiting for the next 15 seconds as Rayquaza, it will be appearing, and we'll see. Now, the burden is going to be in Team Loading as they're low on points at the current moment. But look at all these 4 team members from Team Loading to all gather up. It's like, okay.
They're trying to go for a read. They know someone from the top goalpost is definitely going to make their way down here, and they still have vision on the Rayquaza too. So they want to try to remove one variable, then slowly move to the next person as well. But just in case, I felt like he felt something was off.
He could smell it.
He felt something was up. He's walking back.
he felt hockey going on over there. Oh boy! And of course, right through 100 bomb hitting up on the Hoopa. No, it will not be, but not in a good position over here. Usopp Unite is going to be trapping it, but we survive it. Oh, uses the one of the wind hammer. Side by sand back by the Hoopa just in the nick of time. Trapping is going to be returning back and healthy right now. Look at this. This 5 team members have been loading, riding away between the tail between their feet at the current moment right now. Where is their opening here? They need to go inside. Man up and fight right now. We're gonna don't have a choice. Meanwhile, here comes the joy. Oh, but instead, Leafeon's gonna be the one getting on Scyther. Hydro Typhoon hitting off on 2, but where is the damage over here? Sending them back. That is gonna be the safety coming up from the Hoopa. Meanwhile, Sylveon all the way on the left side, all alone there, being chased out by the Hoopa together with the Pikachu and the Leafeon, and Leafeon's going to be taking that last hit on the Sylveon. They're down 3 members here for Team Loading, making it a 5v2 situation. Can they get this Rayquaza with 48 seconds on the clock, Leonard?
No, they have to try to. They have pressure to do this. They know for a fact they have pressure for it. Full defense on some of the members coming from the side of Secret Rare Diamond, but some is still going to play around the records. I mean, try to be a nuisance, try to buy the necessary amount of time, but also keeping an arm's length so they don't easily get picked up because more openings means an opportunity. Leafeon is definitely a big pickup here. But then again, it's only left with 25 seconds on the clock. Rayquaza is currently has begun. The attempt is going to be beginning here. But remember, look at the Pikachu here. The Pikachu is the main goal. Someone needs to keep it in check, and that comes in with the Sylveon. He needs to get the final pickup here. They secure the Rayquaza. 10 seconds left on the clock. Team loading. Finally found a chink in the armor, in the defenses here. And now they're going to get all the dunks here. 1 dunk, 2 dunk, 3 dunk, 300 points into the side of Team loading. I can't believe it. I told you, Flava. I told you many times as well throughout this entire series. No matter how much Team Loading has to endure, it comes down to that one clutch moment, and they endure long enough to bring that victory across.
Too close to call. We're
really? Yes, I agree. Too close.
Too close. We're sweating bullets here as your commentators. I think everybody would think is like, holy moly. That was quite a match. Now, Secret Rare Diamond, if they were able to retain that Leafeon, or probably just one extra member, they could have delayed probably a 2-second hole during that Rayquaza pit would have made a big change to this result itself. Oh man, oh man.
I have to say, man, Kitty has been absolutely phenomenal. He's so objective driven throughout this entire 2 games here, ensuring like what the team needs and what the team requires, right? Especially like I said, when we pointed out that Pikachu, I don't know whether he heard me magically or magically figure out. He just dashed, he just eject button across the wall. He just knew for the fact like, you're not going to try to steal this from us. I've seen many VODs. I have seen Night Mew Foxy does it before with the Pikachu. I'm not gonna let my team fall before the hands of a Pikachu. Not this time. Constantly kept him in check and even picked him up as well. I think that was the real nail biter. But at the same time, Blue Sky, after all the damage he has been receiving in that second game,
he was punished hard.
He got rid of Mike Ross, and I think that was amazing. That limits the amount. That literally limits like the amount of players they need to pick off, right? Which is pretty much just either Mike Ross or Steam. Mike Ross is out of the picture. They only had to focus on Steam, and he still had a couple of more seconds on his respawn timer as well. So really great job. In the final moments where they really count, when the game was on the line, they were really in their prime, and they have succeeded it fantastically.
Or to be honest, I really thought we were going for Game 3, but by the looks of it, time was ticking. My eyes were literally on that timer. I mean, like, they're not gonna make it. But losing out 3 team members to Secret Dynamic, they lost some of the main ones here. They lost the Leafeon, the Damage, they even lost the Trevenant as well. There's not much they can actually do over there. So basically, loading, they went all in. They were driving everything on that last hit on the Rayquaza, and then went for scoring. That was.
Look at the difference. This is what I'm saying, right? It's like they had all the advantages. They had the aggression. They found that one success in that one team fight. That's where you see a significant lead coming from the side of Secret Red Diamond, right? But when it came to the final moment, that one fight,
yes,
everything just changed.
Yeah, most definitely. And I know that people were saying like, oh, the Sylveon actually gets cleared out. But actually what he did was great. He tried to actually backcap on some of these Pokemons that behind, but he got caught off guard when Leafeon cleared him out during the engagement at the Rayquaza. But what he did was actually great, because pulling away one of those 2 main cores to attention towards you, it should have been somebody else. But then the thing is, he knew what he had to do in that segment. Is either he catches someone, but since he's already been caught, he's already got scouted, why not he just pull them away from all that and stuff? And I think that was deserving of an MVP over there.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more areas that there was definitely a lot more attackers and a lot more priorities that Secret Red Diamond had to reach someone removed from the equations here. And let's be honest, right? Like that game, this is definitely not very. It's not considered rare, you know. This is actually very common in some teams that we also have seen in East Asia, where they love to play for these clutch moments here. They don't mind being on they don't mind having their back against the wall. They know for the fact that there is still the comeback mechanic as long as they meet certain conditions to reach that stage here. But of course, first things first, ladies and gentlemen, we got a couple of highlights ready for you guys. Well, let's quickly go through the carnage that has presented for us.
Oh man, I look at this Trevenant, man, the moment from Batum into a Trevenant, he is just Hulk smashing everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, I got scared of all these wood hammers displacing enemy team members at the same time as well. He manned up against all these multiple Pokemons coming
Look at
on
Blue
from
Sky
side.
behind us.
Yeah, look at him. He's like, hey.
Absolutely just kited around for that one. He endured. He really endured. That mental strength that he put on his questionnaire, 5 stars, is totally understandable.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the pressure that you see here is mainly on the Trevenant. If you see him, he's just sustaining, be able to dish out damage and displacing and all this. I mean, does Buzzwole still be able to survive this particular engagement? Well, look at this. Double Wood Hammer in the face, follow up together with Thunder. How are you going to escape all that? Of course, the takedown was not in his hands itself. Somebody else got it, but he did his job. What's happening? Create this big opening for triple scorers here at the top lane.
Which is why I'm saying, like, Trevenant is really such a phenomenal player. Like, not just the Pokemon, but the player itself. Like, it takes a lot of guts and just understanding of how to be disruptive with the Trevenant, knowing when to commit that Wood Hammer as well, is really phenomenal coming in for Toletis. Really the true defender players that we have seen so far.
Yeah, you're not afraid to actually man up. It's not the easy as well to actually run this because we were just lucky enough there's not much lockdowns coming on from the side of their opponents here that could actually stop him. And then there's Buzzwole trying to bring in all the barrage on him, but even with all that, if he can sustain, he can actually dish out, doesn't make sense, able to actually cover himself. But even with the trade-off, doesn't even matter. But this is one of the most hurtful situations, I would say, coming up from the team. Look at the time, it's 14 seconds. Like, oh man. And they've already lost out. During this period, yes, you lost out 40 members, but during that time, before that, they actually lost the Trevenant together with the Leafeon. So basically two main, I would say, even together with the Trevenant as well, 2 main cores for the team based on that game itself.
Yes. Like, it's crazy, right? Because, like, there were so many things that was playing on the line, like to ensure that they can really reach that state here.
Yes.
We've seen many teams that just get pressured so hard to the point where they can't even contest for the Rayquaza here. So the fact that Team Learning was able to just make sure they really get to it, I think is absolutely fantastic.
And of course, let's jump into our, well, your favorite segment, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be the Illustrator segment over here. So let's have a look at clip number 2 over here, and we'll see what our good friend here, Leonard, has to offer.
Okay, really plain and simple, right? Like, it's really plain and simple. There's really nothing much going to be happening with you guys because there's a lot of intel coming from a lot of these members, right? So we see the Leafeon that's currently making his way towards the top side goalpost. We have the Mr. Mind that's currently making that defenses, right? So with the fact that they actually lost out one of their team members early, this somewhat gives them a little bit more a stroke of confidence here. Even Toletis is also trying to give as much vision as much as possible, and Steam, and at the same time their Hooper player was currently standing at the back and ready to support the team because there's still 40 seconds left on the clock, by the way. A lot of Unite move has been expanded. Do take it into account.
The only one left is actually the Buzzwole, so remember this, yes.
Buzzwole was the only one with the Unite move, whereas the rest of the team has committed a lot in that fight.
All of them, actually.
Do remember, I know a lot of people were speculating that the initial jump coming in from Blue Sky towards this area, remember he took the launch pad and landed here, right in front of the Mr. Mind where he did a perfect barrier, literally area displacement everyone in this spot. And there was massive amount of damage. I believe at that moment, pretty much the game was pretty much set and done. However, I do forgot to take into account of the time. That fight happened so early that there was still enough time for them to somewhat respawn and get back into the fight as well. And I remember, without the Unite move as well to really try to counter or burst a majority of this player out of the picture, we see at the top side, because remember, Leafeon was in this position at the second goalpost, right? They got the intel, he's there trying to dunk it as much points as possible, which leaves an opportunity for Blue Sky to come in to pick him up. And he's at a level, remember, he's level 14, so is the Leafeon. He's at a place, he has endured for so long and make sure he got into and kept up with the level race, but now he can go toe-to-toe with the Leafeon. And the biggest pickup was that he got rid of one of the core targets. He got rid of the Leafeon, which gave a huge burst of morale for the rest of the team to keep the fight going. And the best part about it is, Buzzwole did so much damage to Toletis, he can no longer be present in this fight.
Actually, he got chased down as well. The Buzzwole is going to be clearing him at this point. And so basically, Trevenant is also gone and out of the picture together with the Leafeon.
Okay, now here's the best part, right? Without the Leafeon, without the Trevenant now, there is only one person, the hero, the protagonist of this story for the side here, Secret Red Diamond, to bring in the win to secure this Rayquaza, the prime target Rayquaza here. But at the same time, they know for a fact that Steam can only try to keep himself out of the open for too long,
Yes,
because
that's
everyone
right.
will try to divert the attention to him. So to prevent that, you see Who-Wise jumping in already. He's trying to lure them as much as possible here. But guess what? With only 20 seconds left on the clock and the adrenaline running at the same time, everyone was so prioritized in just getting this Rayquaza. Rayquaza was the main goal. Whatever distraction was not going to face these players at all as the main goal. However, as usual, Kitty, still calm, collected, still keeping a very third-person point of view, sees this entire game from a massive chessboard here, sees that Steam could be a potential threat with the amount of nuking damage, and decided to engage upon him. He literally dashes across the wall, commits the mythical fire to remove him, and once without Steam and without the Pikachu here, there was no other player to really secure the Rayquaza anymore. Hoopa could, but the chances is very, very slim. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much it for our arts and crafts. Let's quickly get to our interview prepare for our interview with Kitty for the side here of Team Loading. I'm really excited to really talk to them, try to figure out what was really going on their minds.
Yes.
Because they really had their backs against the wall. But anyway, let's quickly bring in, ladies and gentlemen, Kitty from Team Loading. How are you doing, buddy?
I feel so good that we win.
Oh, you definitely deserve to actually be happy after that win. Now, of course, game number 2. Now, let's be honest, it's a very, very close one. To be honest, here the casters.
First one as well.
Yeah, even as well. But number 2 was just insane. Now the clock was ticking, Kitty. What was the situation going on with communication between your teammates during that game number 2?
We just call out to open the fight the Rayquaza fast so that we can score in time. But we all focus on the Rayquaza.
Right.
Yeah, it's very simple and plain. Basically, they knew that they had no choice. They had to actually focus over there itself. But of course, we also want to ask you, Kitty, is how's the situation with the team right now? How are you guys feeling? And were you guys in panic mode when during that particular situation in Rayquaza area, or did your team captain manage to keep you guys calm and composed and to approach all that?
We're not panic as much because we think we can get the Rayquaza. Yeah, we confident in our lasting shot.
Yeah, of course, most definitely. You really need that confidence as well, approaching such a segment as well. So, of course, Leonard, any questions you have?
I do have one actually, really curious. Is Kitty, what was the reason why for Blue Sky to actually pick up Scyther to be the final Pokemon in the drafting for that game too?
Scythe is his old main.
Oh,
yeah, he's
okay.
playing very well. The past, yeah.
Okay.
So that we have a chance to pick him up. That we try and it went well, so we decide to pick.
Oh wow! So actually, they've always thought was to actually run this itself in part of their draft. So it's not something. So it's not something that randomly happen. You know.
But of course, Kitty, thank you so much for this interview as well.
Congratulations.
Can you say one last word to your fans and families that's currently watching this stream potentially?
We will do our best in week 3. Yeah, please share us.
He's ready. He's ready.
Yeah,
Thank you
he's
so
ready.
much, kiddies. Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Bye.
Bye. Oh
Yeah.
man, I like him. Like that. We'll do our best in week 3.
I think that's the point is about the thought that counts, right?
Yes,
I mean,
correct.
sure, anyone can say that I want to be champions here, but does one have the resolve and of course the skills and of course the team to really back that up, that claim, right? That kind of thing here. So I think when you want to go for that championship, I think that mental state is the most important thing first.
Yes, for sure. And they really showcased that they actually had confidence in how they want to approach approach some of the main things that are happening in the event. Okay, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the table, shall we? Now, of course, this is going to be a great one, Leonard.
Oh,
let's see the current standings of all these people here in Group A.
And the thing is this, right? All the teams, like I said, the final 3 series, which by the way, I guess the final remaining series, the 2 series that we have left, will somewhat determine how the standings going to be like for some of these teams here. Particularly, as you guys can see for the updated one, Secret Red Diamond has no other series. So in other words, they will be sitting in that 4th placing since Team Loading was able to take their very first win. So they were able to break the tiebreaker between both Secret Red Diamond. However, the journey is still going to be quite a difficult one, as if you guys can remember for Day 3 for the playoffs bracket here, both group stages, 3rd and 4th placing will of course have the longest climb, the longest run to the very top. So there's going to be a lot of work going to be happening between both Team Loading and Secret Red Diamond. But of course, enough with the bracket. Let's quickly move on to our next agenda of the day, the next topic. But of course, first things first, let's welcome back Danelie, who will be gracing us once again.
Well, the main topic is actually the next matchup there, Leonard. But thank you so much.
I mean, the main topic, and then later on we move on to the next agenda, all right? How about that?
Yes, sure. So, we have a really exciting matchup coming up next. It is none other than Road to the Top versus Talon PH. And this is the last matchup for both of these teams. Before I get into the nitty-gritty though, let's look at their highlight video.
I think the best player of our team is Kochi because he basically can play everything, and then he also have a very good sense that he can give us a very good call.
Star player of my team should be Bochi Genkai. The reason why Bochi is our star player because he's the one who will flex all type of Pokemons, and for Genkai he is always aggressive. So yeah, people watch out with him.
The star player of our team, all of us, because we cannot win our games if we cannot out each other.
I think that's the same answer as Rubik's. I think all players are the star of the team because without the other 4, the team can function very well.
Ah, this is gonna be so fun, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be the last series for both of these teams as well, so to determine where they actually stand. But first things first, we have Team Road to the Top versus Talon PH, their respective players, of course. The star of the show, we have Genkai, Bochi, Calamity, Jal, and Kami Rules, which is, by the way, unfortunately, Jal has a medical issue currently.
Lie.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Lie.
Okay, let me explain
All
very
right,
quickly.
go for it.
I wanted to do this and you stole the thing. I was super excited. Yeah, so unfortunately for Road to the Top, we had to have a last-minute sub for the team. So Camera Rules will be replacing LY moving forward, so he will now play with Road to the Top, continuing on to the playoffs, I believe. So welcome the addition. I think some players the viewers should be pretty familiar with Camera Rule.
Yes.
If you've been following the Pokemon Unite scene, Camera Rule used to play with Renaissance, and he also participated at the first Pokemon Unite World Championships under the Renaissance banner. So there you go. Camerals, we know who he is. He's a really talented player, and I'm kind of really interested to seeing how he's going to add to the Road to the Top roster. Because Talon PH, we know who these guys are, right?
Yes.
It is essentially old guys rebranded as Talon PH. Old guys, also another team that went to Worlds. They were known as Kumu.
Couldn't we just say veteran players?
No, the team's name was literally Old Guys, so I'm
yeah.
not
You're going
insulting
for
them.
you're going for
I
the
know
team
them,
there, okay.
they know me, so it's all good. We're all friendly, don't worry. They won't come for me. We're friends.
But of course, this is the stats for the side of Road to the Top as well. I'm also really interested. I'm actually really happy they actually brought up the fact on terms of the stats. How will Kami also actually play a crucial role into the lineup to fill in the gaps here for LY here. Although LY, I hope you get better soon, and can't wait to see you as well. But at the same time, let's quickly get back to the matter of hand, right? Where he plays and how he's going to be able to bring out, I'm actually not going to be too surprised about it because of his experience and his background. But let's quickly move on to the next test for the side with Talon PH here. This is going to be a really fantastic one here. because they are one of the few teams who has been playing a lot of attacker, a lot of damage dealers in their lineups here. So seeing that kind of damage numbers on their stats, I'm actually not too surprised.
Well, I don't think a lot of people are surprised just because of the way that Talon plays, although they do play some wacky stuff if they choose to do so.
Right.
Although I'm going to be very honest in saying that I was quite surprised that they lost their first series today, and it was a 2-0 as well.
Yes.
The community in general thought that Talon PH should have won that series.
Correct.
Maybe if it's a 2-1, understandable, but to be 2-0'd, very, very uncharacteristic of the team. So I'm kind of wondering what sort of really happened in those first couple games. Like, was it a case of maybe was there some miscommunication with the team, or maybe just their idea didn't pan out? I'm hoping they had that moment to sort of like regroup coming into this series.
I mean, definitely for sure, right? Like just kind of get that recap, try to understand like what really went wrong. But however, I would like to actually point out the fact that it's more like not what really went wrong. I felt like Unite is just such an amazing game. Everyone is just getting better as time goes by. We're getting more talents. Everyone's getting a better understanding of the game. They have really good seniors, a lot of good mentors to follow and learn from. So I'm not surprised that, especially comparing from last year's ACL and this year's ACL, a lot of players are just getting so much more better, a lot more innovative with their ideas, a lot more creative as well with the composition. For example, to what we've seen from earlier today with Team MYS, and even from the East Asia side as well. So I'm actually looking forward to see even more potential as well. Like it's gonna reach until the point where like any new teams comes in, we cannot just say like, oh, they're gonna be fresh. No, that's entirely impossible. We see Team Kabi-chan completely taking the role by storm. But first things first, let's quickly get back to the matter at hand, and that's gonna be Team Road to the Top against Talon PH in their first drafting, in their first best of 3 in their final series.
Yes. Now, as the teams are looking to ban their first round of Pokemon, I also want to very quickly mention, we did talk about this before the break beforehand, but we have to come back to this. Talon PH in their grouping is in a really weird predicament because at the moment this team is projected to be the bottom seed of their group, meaning at playoffs they're going to have to play the most amount of games to even make it to the offline finals. To get out of that, they have to win this series against Road to the Top. They have to win it. They can't just get 1 point. They need the full 3 points, because if they get those 3 points, they'll move out of 4th seed into 2nd seed.
Definitely. And honestly, seeing the first ban coming from Talon PH, by the way, seeing the Bustle, I felt that's more like a very respectable ban towards Genkai as well. As you know, Genkai has been one of the most aggressive player among the members of Team Road to the Top as well, and the team captain too here. So, but then again, that is definitely not the end for Genkai. He's still very aggressive with other Pokemon here. I'm particularly looking forward to him playing back the Crustle here to play alongside. But since the Mimikyu being picked up, I believe that's gonna be him already.
Yeah, that's very likely. And I mean, they can't really fit a Crystal anywhere else. So, yeah, pretty interesting decision.
So fun though.
It is fun. I'm just curious to know why they would go for the Mimikyu so early, because there is really no rush to pick up that Mimikyu unless they may be worried that Talon PH themselves are actually aiming to pick up the Mimikyu themselves. We will see a little bit later on, but in the meantime, we are going to be seeing the Pikachu picked up. This has been a pretty interesting Pokemon thus far. It's either had a great game or it's had a not so great game. And it's going to be in the hands of Dylan, which I found out last week is actually Thorfinn, who is also from Old Guys. So yes, we are still looking at almost the entire roster of Old Guys here for Talon PH. To finalize the draft, so it looks like it's going to be the Glaceon locked in here for Sync 1. So a really fast, action-packed team.
Really, it is.
Really quick evolutions, 2 evolutions and a Pikachu that doesn't need to evolve. Lots of long-range damage. They also have Burst coming in from LeBron, and Cameroon going back on that signature Gardevoir. If anyone's watched this man play during the first World Championships, this was a Pokemon that Cameroon was really well known for.
Right, this is gonna ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hand. It's gonna be totally fine. And the best about it, this is slowly coming back to that very traditional debate, that discussion that we usually have among players, right? Like, who does it better? The early game control, the early game damage, comps, however, or going up against like those all attackers, late game composition, so bringing in both the Gardevoirs and Talons as well. But sadly, no Talons, but Gardevoir is always a great thing to see. We all know from the past as well. Ultimate's a lot more faster, so it doesn't feel as bad. when you sort of miss that very singularity, but it does so much more damage on top of that too. So it's going to be really great. And remember, a lot of these fights are happening in very close, compact areas here. Except, of course, maybe not in the lane. Most of the time, it's usually around the Rayquaza pit, or in some part of the sanctuary, or in the objective. But they're so compact, which allows both, not just the Gardevoir Unite move, but even the Pikachu's Thunderstorm comes into full effect as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of scenarios that can happen for these team fights, and it's going to come down to who decides where the fight happens.
Correct.
Who is the one that's going to be determining the tempo of their game. And just looking at the two drafts, it should be Talon dictating where and when these fights happen up until the Rayquaza pit. That's when they need to be a little bit more cautious, because Road to the Top will want to fight into them, and Road to the Top has a fantastic team fighting lineup. So got to be super careful. It's really going to come down to positioning, the choke points, and who potentially can get picked off as well. Because we've seen time and time again some Pokemon overstepping boundaries, getting picked off, forcing a 4v5, and the team that's lost that Pokemon ends up wiping completely because of the numbers disadvantage.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. Bottom lane, I think it's just more like a caution kind of thing. I don't think we have to worry too much about the skirmishes between those two. Top side, I'm a little bit more curious, because since they actually send in the Leafeon, so in other words, we get a lot more range poking damage. And look at our dear friend Genkai already brought up to half HP. Of course, he did take the berry to sort of restore some of those HP back. But this is what I'm saying. The top side is going to be the one that requires a little bit more attention. So central rotation is going to be happening between coming from the Curlia. But what about the bottom side? We see a little bit more difference of opinion as the Glaceon currently playing around the brush here, getting a lot of visioning here, and comes on not just a 3-man rotation, but 4 will converge to the bottom side. Thank God for the eject button. Quick reaction as well to get out from such a precarious surrounding.
That snow warning as well coming in. The Ninetales passive actually maybe saving him there as well, because it froze LeBron. He couldn't move at all. So they left the Ninetales. Sometimes those passives, they do come in extremely handy, and especially in team fights. The snow warning comes out of nowhere, and we've seen some Pokemon just get picked off, but hang on a minute, looks like we have lost Cameroon. Still Kirilla, still trying to get to that Gardevoir, but there's always going to be that threat, right? That roaming Leafeon, just trying to get those knockouts to buy time for that team. So Cameroon going to really need to be careful of his positioning and worry about where's this Leafeon. If it's not in lane, it's probably coming for me.
Oh, it's so frightening as well, because it's not just the Leafeon, but even the Glaceon, who's the central player as well. So at any time, at any lane,
Glaceon's the worst, because if you get the full charges and you get the full icicle spears in your face, you're not going to win that engagement.
You are literally frozen cold, ladies and gentlemen, because I think pretty much from that bottom lane alone, I think it's just someone of a teaser of what's potentially going to be coming out throughout this early to mid-game transitioning of this 4-man in any of this lane, and potentially even the central one as well. But top side, having a little bit of a skirmish, but same goes for the bottom side. Slowbro trying to sustain as much as possible, but thank God for the CC and goal. They will be able to burst out one of the players and secure their first kill for their side.
Oh man, that eject saving Dylan there. So he's going to be able to stick around. They won't be able to fully commit to that goal zone, and War Turtle is going to be coming to assist that bottom lane. Glaceon, though, going to be locking onto that Hooper. And beautiful backstab coming in from Genkai. Going to be slowed down by the Clefable gravity, though, and that is going to end his spree, unfortunately. So a trade across the board.
He's so fine with that. Such an aggressive thing, it's not too surprising for me. You just gotta love to see it as well.
Oh, that
but they get
thunder.
so much damage. And even the Reggie Rock CC as well did dish out a couple of more.
Look at this, the
Not really the best of health. Need to fall back, but the Avalanche was able to fall them back. But they were able to trade back the necessary amount of KOs. Massive damage, but 2 KOs in the process here. The objective seems pretty hard for them to take. But then again, there's still the Gardevoir, but it's so low. Playing at quite the distance here. They gotta play it safe. Oh
no! Mimikyu! Going down, and unfortunately for Cameroon, he went home. He's come back, and luckily for him, they were able to take out the Glaceon. But oh my goodness, that was an insane fight, and it continues. Both attackers, unfortunately, very far forward, and Leb going immediately for Cameroon, sending him back to base. This Ninetales looking to finish this Reggie Rock, but it's so hard. Talon PH, they're storming this objective. They want it so badly, but who's going to get that last hit in? It's going to be the Clefable basic attack.
Of all the people.
Oh my goodness.
And the crazy thing about it, Danelie, is that because no team was really finishing off the other, it's just usually one KO pick up for two.
Oh,
so that fight can keep
Thunderstorm.
going on. Thunderstorm also being committed as well. And no chance for the Slowbro to try to sustain the ball. Hyperspace wanted to try to save one of the teammate, but it didn't really work out accordingly as well. 1 for 2 KOs here, maybe a 1 for 2, buy one free one. I think this will suffice for now.
It's really difficult, unfortunately, for Gardevoir and Ninetales to defend against a Pikachu. The Thunder Chip on these two attackers. They lose so much health. The zoning capability just from Dylan alone is absolutely insane. I think we're really starting to see the power of Pikachu in Southeast Asia. Like, this Pokemon is really starting to show its true colors.
And the worst part about it is that you don't have like a really massive CC like a Blastoise Hydro Typhoon to really set up for those Gardevoir.
Not just that.
The skills.
Outside of Genkai, there's no way to dive the Pikachu as well.
Oh yeah, there's no way for them to really get latch upon them. But then
Pikachu!
again, Unite move, Pikachu comes all the way to the back line. Massive amount of damage though. First KO, instantly the defender is gone. They have no chance but to back up and possibly even have to abandon the objective as well. They still keep the fight going. The gravity just slows things too much for the squad to try to flee for the rest of the scene. Hoopa pops the ultimate for the Hoopa Unbound, but I don't think it's going to work out because Dylan gets literally a shot off his life. The Avalanche will be able to get the finishing off here for the KO, but so much damage has been done and still happening at the same time.
The
slow beam, slow things down. Hopefully they can get the pickup, and they will. They succeed. Gravity committed though. Can this final pickup come in for the Glacier? A lot of icicle spears are coming in, but he is trying to sustain.
Oh man, Bocce doing his best, doing slow-bro things, but he does eventually fall. And actually, Cameroon looking to get the Glaceon himself, and he does actually lock in that Glaceon. So that's going to be a KO for Cameroon. Now going to try and score 50 points. There is a Clefable running up against the basic attack.
I can't believe it again.
No, 50 points for you, sir, he says. Down bottom though, oh, Hooper getting chopped down by a disgusting Solar Blade.
He's already so small, he's still getting chopped down to size. It's so unfortunate.
This game is just non-stop action, Leonard, and we're still going because we have the Regice down bottom, players are coming down, we have a Clefable scoring 40 points up top, Leafeon is here, Hydro Typhoon gets dropped, connects onto 2, goodbye Slowbro, goodbye Mimikyu, and that's going to be another Regice, this time to the Pikachu. Ooh. Dylan is on fire, Blastoise pushing back Pokemon from road to the top, they say get off your goal zone, this is ours.
Yeah, they're completely securing and asserting dominance in all across the fields here. And I think that's exactly what they try to look for, right? You have this early game comp, you want to assert as much damage as possible. But then again, Rototop doing a really great job in trying to catch up with the level race. Although Talon PH is still having that advantage. Look at that. Glaceon and both the Leaf are both level 13. Not too far behind, of course, with the Gardevoir and the Alolan Ninetales here. But it's still reaching a state where we will have to get to the Rayquaza pit, and the clutch moment will have to begin between both sides here.
It's that dance. The tango,
it's the tango
around the Rayquaza pit, right? And so far it just seems that ease of execution has been in favor of Talon PH.
Right.
They have ways to dive in onto Road to the Top's backline attackers. They have ways of protecting Dylan because the only Pokemon that they're looking out for is Mimikyu. Right? Genkai has really struggled to get back there and deal with Dylan because he's also worried about getting caught by a Blastoise Hydro Typhoon. There's a Clefable there as well that could potentially, if you get lucky with the Wonder Wish roulette, could get blocked.
You know, the worst part about it as well is like it's not just them as well. Like there's also the problem about range abilities. Like Dylan has much more better range with the Pikachu competitive side here.
Yes,
of
the
Genkai.
range is huge on Pikachu.
And
yes.
he also has CC, so he also will get control. A lot of items will be forced to commit, but once he commit that, it's pretty much a one-way ticket in, and there's no way back out. Oh man, this is tough.
Right,
but then again, Talon PH will still have the initiative though, because they have way better team fight unite abilities compared to them.
Up on the map though, it looks like Mimikyu wants to go for that wraparound, but Genkai is going to struggle,
he
especially around Leb. And actually, he's caught the Leafeon instead, and he got the KO, committing his Unite move for that KO. And Blastoise goes down as well, doesn't even get to use his Hydro Typhoon. Is this going to be where Talon PH collapses, or can they turn this thing around? It's up to Dylan, the Clefable, and that Glaceon. The range, the Hooper, getting shot down by the Glaceon. There's no more resets for you. Bocce with low health goes down as well. It's Genkai, it's Cameroon, it's left to these two. And look at this, they're going to try and score the 100-pointer here. Can they get it? It looks like it's gotten cancelled. Dylan eliminating Genkai, his competitor. And even Cameroon going down as well. But hang on a minute though, it's going to be Dylan again, just getting this request that this man takes all the objectives. Dylan, why'd you change your name from Thorfinn to Dylan?
Oh man, outranged, outdamaged, and literally outmaneuvered here. I thought the fight was going to turn out a lot more differently, but no. Clefable has just been keeping Glaceon alive for so long. And let's be honest, even Genkai has already committed a lot of abilities to try to pick up the Leafeon. He had nothing left in the face of the Glaceon here.
Well, here's the thing though, right? I think Genkai was between a rock and a hard place.
Right.
He ran into Leafeon. If he ran, I'm 100% sure LeBron would have just jumped on top of him. Emerald two-step, eliminate Genkai. So Genkai was forced to use his Unite and actually go for the counter KO on that Leafeon instead. Meaning he wasn't going to have any way to get to Dylan.
That's what I'm saying, right? So he had really nothing left in the face of the Glaceon. He does have the eject button, but even if he commit to get on top of him, he just can't do the necessary amount of damage. Not in the face of the Clefable. Why, by the way, that Clefable stuck to sink for the long. The KY refused to leave the sides and the side of his teammate at all. He was like, Leafa, you wanna roam around, you wanna be a speedster, fine, go for it. That's what you're supposed to do. I'm just gonna hug Sync and make sure nothing gets past me. And even if something does, I'm gonna make sure he's gonna get the necessary sustain to literally out-tank all the necessary amount of damage that's gonna be thrown at him.
Oh my goodness.
There's also the problem of RBX, who still had the Unite move as well. Like, I saw them committing even the slow beam. I think it was the Stroke Opinions, right?
Yeah, they used the slow beam. He didn't get to use the Hydro Typhoon, but it really didn't matter at the end of the day, right? Because it wasn't the Typhoon that was the issue for Road to the Top. There was a multitude of issues actually for the team. Like, not only was it just, as we've said multiple times, any kind of dive to get back into Dylan, or even to dive Sync 1, right? Like, LeBron, a little bit easier to jump onto a Leafeon, but to get on top of a Glaceon and the Pikachu, you need someone to be able to get on top of that. It was Genkai's job, and he just didn't have a great game to be able to be in that position.
Which is why I say it's somewhat of a stroke of genius, right? Back in the drafting, when Genkai actually locked in Mimikyu as their second pick.
It was the second pick.
Then instantly the rest of the squad teleported here. You know what? You want to play all-rounder? Fine. We'll pick all the range attackers or damage dealers as well. Try your best to get towards us. Try and do your best, because they also, I believe their first lock-in was the Clefable, or was it the Blastoise? I can't remember what was the order here.
It was Blastoise.
But yeah, exactly. So if Blastoise was the first priority locked in, right, that just means they already have confidence that even if you were to dive towards us, we still had something to reset your whole engagement here as well here. So pretty much, I think the game was somewhat set for Talent PH, but Genkai locked in that Mimikyu. But of course, a lot of things could have happened to us that round here, because there was at one point which they had that lead until that one determined team fight.
It really always comes down to that one team fight. But then it also snowballed up until that point, right? I kind of feel like Talon just ran away with the game when Road to the Top wasn't able to keep up with them, because there was, again, you have two amazing attackers in Gardevoir and Alolan Ninetales, but sometimes I feel like putting them together, it's a little bit too much. Like you're missing out on either a dive or a solid front line or an all-rounder that can get in the face of their opponents to create space for the Ninetales and the Gardevoir to do their thing. And they were relying completely on, again, a Mimikyu to do that. Hooper's not really going to want a front line. Sure, I guess Slowbro could go in, but he just sort of just sits there. And for Talon, they're looking at the Slowbro, they're like, he's just going to unite our Blastoise. We're just going to run past him. Why should we be afraid of this Slowbro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? I felt like, sure, if you still want to run that Gardevoir lineup, I'm still pretty on board with this, but I felt like you need someone to really set things up for you. You have too many abilities that requires you to have really well-placed abilities. Even if you can't get towards them, at least you need to have someone to really allow you to set up for it.
Just the setup, yeah.
Crustle or something like that. Umbreon has already been banned now, so you don't really have that access anymore. But most importantly, even if they don't ban the Umbreon, it would have been possibly been first pick by Talon, since they had the priority pick first, since they were coming in second here.
Yeah, and I want to double check with you as well, Leonard. Did you see any fairy singularities this game? Because I remember seeing one that missed, but outside of that, we never really got to see Cameroon really land a big fairy singularity to actually set up for the team.
It was too hard because everyone was so aware of that fairy singularity. You see that even right now, the fight for the objective, Arrow was so spaced out that he couldn't even get a beautiful 3 or 2-man. Even 2-man was pretty difficult for him to really get that connection on because he's constantly being kept at bay and
Just being jumped on by
yeah,
Blastoise
exactly.
as
So
well.
he just can't be stopped. And when
Yeah,
the Blastoise dives in, the Glaceon is also following alongside with him.
Yeah, so like again, it really comes down to the setup. Like
Yes.
who is the one that's going to be setting up for those KOs? Which in this fight, they set up on the Blastoise, but after that, it was just everyone else was left up to their own devices.
Yes.
No one to control the Pikachu, no way to control the Glaceon, and then Clefable was just keeping them consistently topped up.
Yeah,
There's just so much zoning.
I felt like if you want to do this, you can't have Slowbro to be the one that sets up for you. I feel like he is great for a counter for a very specific combo, a very specific Pokemon, but if you want him to be someone to reset things up for you, to set up the most opportune opportunity, I don't think that's really going to happen for them. Possibly, it could be in another universe if you were somewhat in the lead, but in this game, in this condition, this scenario, they were in the lead. They were playing against a very early game composition, except for the Blastoise, who was, by the way, setting themselves out for him.
All right, it looks like we're going to have Sync 1's questionnaire pop up on the screen
man,
right
that's gonna
now.
be
So
fun. I wanna see.
let's learn a little bit more about the players here, shall we? So we have Sync 1 on the screen right now, who has actually very humbly rated himself as a pretty, I'd say, above average across the board. He doesn't really see himself as excelling in one area, although he just sort of sees himself in the middle. But his comment for the player comment is, my goal is to win everything. So
I mean, he's on the road.
Interesting.
He's on the road there. They're definitely making progress to reach there for sure. But you know, but I also believe at the same time, while he made this kind of comments, he also understood the fact that there were so many other great talented players that the fact that he doesn't really back down from the challenge. He actually welcomes the challenge and he says like, you know what, each of you talented player will be by growth to become the best of everything here.
all right, let's have a look at Genkai for our next player
Right.
introduction card and see how he rates himself against the competition. So we have Genkai here. His comment is trying to be the #1 team in Pokemon Unite. His favorite Pokemon is Zoroark, and he's rated himself very highly on his team. He's got 5 points in aggressiveness, which I actually think I agree.
I do agree as well.
Considering how hard that last game was, he still did his best to try to do his job, right? He had to be aggressive, he had to make the calls to go in to set up for the team.
Yep.
Might not have worked back then, but this is the nature of his role. Everything else is 4 stars, but the only other 5-star stat here is communication. So it seems like for him, he does prioritize team communication.
I mean, that is important, right? Especially when you're being really aggressive, right? You're diving into multiple teams. You're hopefully to see if you have another person that can dive alongside with you, or can you see to ensure that whether there's any allies to follow up with you? Because if there's no point if you dive in and there's no follow-up damage, right? I
Yeah.
think there was a few times where we see a lot of players dive into like massive group of players, had a really good initiation, but there was just no follow-up damage for sure.
Yes, I mean, that's where the communication comes in extremely handy for a
It's
team
important.
game. But let's take a look at our player stats next as we get ready for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Back onto Sync 1 here, and Sync 1, very, very important player on his team. Pretty interesting that he's only dealing, apparently on average, he's dealing 16% of his team's damage dealt. Actually, it's 16 also for damage taken and for recovery, with Garchomp being picked 33 times and Glaceon being picked 67 times.
Because remember, like I told you before, Talent Page is one of those few teams that's currently in Southeast Asia who really emphasize damage is everything. You know, they don't really. Sometimes
the
they
team
bring.
together, yeah, they all dish out damage. It's not like one person doing everything.
Yeah, it's not really. They don't really like the all for one, that kind of thing. It's more like, sure, we have one defender, sometimes double defenders, but that second defender is going to be like someone who can dish out damage, like Trevenant or a Grussel. It's not going to be like two big boys, you know, one Slowbro and one Snorlax. That's not going to happen. No.
Yeah.
They like to bring all-rounders. They like to bring a couple of attackers. That's pretty much why each of those players are dishing out so much damage respectively. But of course, moving on to the next player, of course, it's going to be none other than Genkai here.
And for Genkai, he's mostly played Mimikyu and Buzzwole at the tournament thus far. 43 points with the lovely Mimikyu and 29%, sorry, percent, not points, 29% on the Buzzwole. Unfortunately, no Buzzwole last game because that was banned out.
That's why I just want to like update you. Just want to remind you, right? Like the reason why the pick rate for Buzzwole for Genkai was relatively lower is because it's either the games that he went against other teams is either he gets respectively banned or the Buzzwole has been taken away from him.
He's not allowed to play Buzzwole.
Yeah, he's not allowed to play
That's
Buzzwole.
it.
Not allowed. An aggressive player with literally 5-star communication, given an opportunity to literally throw down the game, to break the chessboard,
Buzzwole
is not allowed.
deserves to be banned permanently at this point in time, because we've seen too many teams actually get their hands on the Buzzwole and just basically run away with the game with Buzzwole. It's not a case of that they win the early game and then that's it. It's they win early game and the mid game and sometimes even the late game as well. So he's doing fantastic in general when it comes to that meta. I do suspect that maybe it would be let through here because so far I'm not seeing any Buzzwoles being picked up by these teams. It looks like it's going to be Umbreon and Clefable unless someone proves me otherwise. It looks like Buzzwole is going to be pickable.
They also had the priority pick as well here. But then again, like I said, priority pick, which one's going to be the main priority here? Hoopa is still also in the pool here, but I'm not too sure whether do they want to bring it into it for themselves here.
Maybe. Well, they have first pick for Road to the Top, so we'll see if they do want to prioritize the Hoopa. But Blastoise is going to be on the top of the list here for Road to the Top. So they want the AoE control. They also want a solid top laner. It could also be a supporter as well. We kind of don't know. But so far, Calamity has picked it. So they are leaning towards that support Blastoise. This does mean, though, that there's going to be no Buzzwole for Genkai because LeBron is going to be stealing this away, along with the Hoopa for Talon PH. So it's 2 strong picks already for Talon. I'm a little bit scared, but it seems like for Road to the Top, they're going to deny Dylan his Pikachu, as Jal is looking at it right now, and Crustle is going to be locked in for Genkai.
So now I'm very curious, right? Because both Genkai can also play both the Crustle and the Blastoise. If you ask me which one I prefer, I definitely prefer him on the Crustle because I felt like there's a lot more impact when he has it, right? Not to put down my friend Bochi. Bochi, you've been crazy, but I think you with the Blastoise has a lot more to show you because we have seen Bochi really be quite a nuisance. And remember, he's one of the most patient blasters I've seen, waiting out for the most optimal time to utilize that Unite move. But then again, Talon is going to be the sire for Talon PH. Let's be honest here, having both Talon and also the Buzzwole in the same lineup has been one of the few go-tos alongside with the Hoopa as well.
Venusaur,
Venusaur, come on, bring it in.
Venusaur is playing with my feelings. This man keeps looking at Charizard.
Venusaur. Bring it! I love you, buddy. And the best part about it, if you look at his items as well, he went for the energy amplifier, slick foot, and also the spec glasses, which means he is not gonna go with the Petal Dance Gigadrew. He's going actually with the Solar Beam one instead, trying to power on more of those range damages that's gonna be coming in, because most of the members coming from Road to the Top are usually melee.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, maybe he does consider pivoting to Petal Dance. I think it depends on the needs of the team. Because they already have Dylan, who's going to be a fantastic snipe shotter. We've seen him play Pikachu. I trust his abilities to actually aim. So I think Sync1 has options. He's going to probably wait and see how the game pans out. Can he afford to go Petal Dance? Because they already have 2 frontliners, right? They've got RBX, they've got LeBron.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, right? Because if you were to go to Petal Dance, you would actually opt to go for Muscle Band, right? That kind of thing?
It depends.
Right?
Really player preference. I've seen some players just not really go for Muscle Band at all. Player
Full damage!
Full damage. I wish it was that easy.
Oh man, that's fantastic. Well, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is potentially either Talon PH stealing away the 2-0, or we see a possible comeback round for Road to the Top here.
I mean, Road to the Top would like to be at the top in this matchup in particular, but Talon PH, they have everything to lose here, right?
Yes.
They have to win this if they want to get out from that 4th seed spot. So if Road to the Top, if they're going to stop Talon from doing it, this is their last chance. Because if this is it, if Talon wins this, they are done. They are 2nd seed, and then would that leave Road to the Top as the bottom seeded team? I have to check the brackets. I'm not 100% sure.
We'll definitely get that confirmation later on. But of course, a little bit of security towards the central area, especially with the possible invasion of the Hoopa. I love it, right? Already predetermined, understanding that the bottom lane is not there's not gonna be any loss or any KO takedowns, which allows the Hoopa to go for a couple of free roaming. And a little bit of a good read. Already have the Gossifer to play alongside with Kamiru's here to ensure his safety here. Bottom side, a couple of tags here and there, a couple of skirmishes, but of course I think our poor Squirrel definitely did not have the best part of that trade between the Sobble. I guess you could say the battle between the water guns here.
yeah, battle between the water guns. I mean, Secure is definitely in favor of the Sobble. I would put my money on the Sobble any day.
Oh yeah, I mean with the amount of damage items, yeah, I completely agree.
This top lane fight though could be quite problematic, and here we go. We do have LeBron starting this fight, almost getting the Gossip Flow very, very low.
So
but
close.
hang on a minute, damage from
got it.
Cameroon, almost enough. Oh, LeBron actually tried to go for the play, but he missed. Unfortunate for the Buzzfall. Gonna be knocked out and Road to the top. Everybody getting out of that battle scot-free.
Everyone was really fighting on thin ice there because at any time Genkai could have been picked off here. But I think because he tried to commit for it, that ends up being turned back against him. It really came back to bite him for sure. But again, bottom side, everyone's able to get their respective levels here. Although with the additional KO, that's gonna give a nice quick boost towards the Curler here to get that level 7 now here.
Get that level 7, and then maybe this could be the game where Cameroon finally shines on his Gardevoir. Because last game,
I mean, he has always been shining here.
he's always shined, but you could tell like last game he wasn't able to show off his full potential on his signature Pokemon.
Right.
Because again, right, this is his best Pokemon. And he needs to have a game where he's going to have a good game. So
Yep,
this
definitely
might
for
be
sure.
the time for Road to the Top to maybe win with this Gardevoir. But the setups, I'm a little bit worried. Hang on a minute though, down bottom, it looks like the Drizzle actually is going to be taken down by Road to the Top. Very nice KO. Now having to deal with RBX, but the Thunder raining down from that Pikachu being a little bit too overwhelming. Hooper is here to provide support, but it looks like the Slowbro will go down, and they managed to push back KY's Hooper with that water gun.
That is definitely that's going to be the statement for the year here. They did manage to break the goalpost and also able to take Genkai off from the top side here. But that's because mainly allocation of resources was more determined towards the bottom side because they want to get that first Reggie for themselves here. But that just means a lot of space is going to be intended open up for that top side. But remember, there is still the Hooper into this game. So at any time, he can call for reinforcement to really rotate down.
Got to be very careful in this bottom lane engagement, because if you don't know where that War Turtle is, it's going to come out of nowhere and push you with that Hydro Pump towards his team. Easy elimination there on that Reggie for Road to the Top. It looks like Hooper is going to try and go for the KO here onto Cameroon. Won't get it though, will be able to get his own reset, heal back up, and go back to his own shenanigans. But the mixed objective here, Leonard, is going to be the top Reggie Alecki.
Yep.
But it seems like both teams, they're prioritizing experience instead. Talent
yeah.
PH going to finish their central area, and it looks like Road to the Top is looking to do it themselves as well, just to get those levels in before that first big fight. But hang on a minute though.
They just want
Hooper?
that Unite move for themselves for sure.
Yeah. And
nope, nothing's happening.
look, it's a really slow game, and I don't blame Talon for wanting to play this a little bit slow, a little bit more carefully, because they can't afford to lose this series. And they're going to actually come in with the Verdant Anger, even going in with the jump with Sync 1, but this Blastoise just shreds the Venusaur. Unfortunate there for the Venusaur, not able to do anything, and Lab even goes down as well. Road to the Top, just picking apart Talon PH in that small skirmish.
Yeah, they really need to try to keep an eye on both the Crustle and the Blasters as well. They saw the Crustle, but they didn't anticipate the Blasters coming from the round back, and Sync couldn't really do much to stop it out.
Dylan.
Just pop the ultimate, all that was hidden shall be revealed here, but it keeps getting pushed back away by the Hydro Pump here, and denying them any access to defend their allies to try to take back this objective.
Hooper also going down as well, and I mean Talon, they're fighting back, but they lost so much in that fight.
Yes.
And it all was because of Bocce. Bocce just being a nuisance with the surfs, the Hydro Pumps, constantly pushing Talon around, not allowing them to fight on their own terms. And Road to the Top, they're not overextending. They're playing so safe. They're waiting for Talon to be the ones to start everything. And Cameroon getting caught out by the Barswell. Unfortunate. Slow Beam, though, connecting onto the Crustle, stopping him. And wow, a Cotton Cloud crash being committed by the Eldegoss. Unfortunate, not going to do anything as Eldegoss also goes down. But we do have JL here on this Pikachu Thunder, almost eliminating that Slowbro. Very close, but nobody dropping in that battle.
Yeah, but speaking of dropping out, I think our dear friend Bocce may not have the best of time. Pops in the Unite to try to buy the next amount of time for the rest of the team to come in. They know they want to get the chaos. They want to punish for any overextension, because if they can get the necessary chaos, it means a free pick for this objective towards this bottom side. Regice, they have the damage for sure. They managed to get rid of the Venusaur, which is one of the more crucial targets, but this is definitely going to be a lot more of a cleaner sentry. Pops into the hyperspace portal for sure. Will be able to back off safely. And like, remember, the reason why they are playing slowly is both sides have multiple evolution stages as well. So it's really that kind of late game battle between both sides.
Man, that poke potential coming in from the Gardevoir and the Pikachu from Road to the Top is really doing a number on that Buzzwole. If Buzzwole can't get into those fights the way he wants to, he just gets slowly burned down and he can't really do anything about it. They're going to try and force a fight in this top lane. They do get the KO onto the Crustle with the help of the Inteleon, looking to go for this final KO, this time onto the Blastoise. Hydro Typhoon going to connect, and Inteleon actually going down. Cameroon coming in with the Eldegoss, and it looks like Buzzwole is going to try and keep him away. Blastoise, though, by himself, keeping Hooper busy. Eldegoss going to provide that support for that Blastoise with those heals. No, another Verdant Anger. They will lose the Venusaur. Blastoise, though, drops along in that process. Again, just a relentless battle between these two teams. And even though Road to the Top is winning a lot of these fights, Talon is still winning in the score department.
Not just the score, but also in the level department as well. Like, even before they actually...
Look at Cameroon's level. He's 14.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm just saying. Like, this is right before that big fight to that top side. The entire time, Sing has always been the top of the level 13, but the rest are still level 12 or level 11. But after that one fight, it completely changes things, especially for Kamiro, who just hit level 14.
Oh my gosh, I am getting Lucapo World's Urshifu vibes in this game. We'll see if the levels are going to be enough here for Cameroon to just carry this game. 40-point dunk in that bottom lane, though, by the Hooper, putting Talon PH in the lead with 234 points to the 131 of Road to the Top. They're going to have to finish with this Reggie Alecki, and then both teams will need to prepare to go into that final Rayquaza fight. 15 seconds to go. And with the Registeel buff, if they could finish this, this will be a huge boon for Talon PH in the upcoming battle.
It definitely will. And the crazy thing about it as well is, like, even if it just take from the top lane fight before the Regieleki, for example, right? You go on, you gun on top of Genkai, remove it from play. You have Bochi to deal with. You go after Bochi. There's Genkai to do it. There is no way. There's no like form of opening in this form of defense here. Someone is still going to be able to get towards that back line here. Although yes, they're very comfortable with the range damage they had. But look at that, so much more damage. But he got the necessary heal. How did I connect? I thought he missed entirely. What?
Jeez, I don't know what happened there, but this Blastoise is getting picked apart by those Inteleon sniper shots. Jeez, Dylan.
Look at Genkai, he's dunking more points. 100 points and still getting ready to
3-point
hit back line.
difference. There's a 3-point difference between these two teams, and if the Crustle keeps backcapping like this, Talon PH is going to have to make the move into Road to Top.
My god, this
But
could be horrifying!
Oh, the Typhoon, it connects onto multiple Pokemon, but they're just so spread apart. The positioning for Talon was flawless, and it looks like the Slowbro is going to go down. Talon PH maybe on the back foot here, now also losing the Venusaur. It's going to be down to 3. Hooper and Teleon, as well as that Buzzwole. Can they finish? A Thunderstorm going down, but this Buzzwole is so fat. He is so tanky.
So
I don't know if it's enough. They do eliminate that Buzzwole, but the snapshot. Goodbye, Pikachu. And it's now just the Crustle. Dylan's going to try and score 50 points, but look at this.
Crustle get to him?
He should make it in time, and so close he gets it. Dylan getting too greedy. He's going to try and get away, but there's no way you escape a Shell Smash Crustle. 30 seconds to go. Talon still have the lead. Road to the Top, it's either Rayquaza time or backcapping time, and it looks like they want Rayquaza, but they just line themselves up in the pit. Big Venusaur Solar Beam doing so much to Road to the Top, and unfortunately Eldegoss is just not going to be able to heal the Pokemon fast enough. And it looks like the body's found the Crustle. 2-man snipe with the Venusaur Solar Beam. Talon PH, I think they've just cut Road to the Top's path short to the top.
Oh, that is absolutely insane coming from Talon PH as well. And you know, we were just talking about like trying to get those setups for your backline attackers. You know what's the most craziest part about this? The goal for Buzzwole here was not just to be an individual Pokemon master here, to remove various variables from this equation. His goal was also just trying to control them, as many players as much as possible here. Oh, this is so difficult here. MVP. Does it have to be? I'm looking at both Lab, just either Lab or KY. What do you think for this one, for man of the match here?
I mean, for the series in general, I don't see one person that actually
Everyone
really
did their part, right?
Everybody did their part. I do think it might look a little bit better here for Talon PH from these two games, because game number 1, I think everything just sort of went wrong for Road to the Top. It was a very big disaster in general. So if I was gonna probably look at Talon's players, I would probably either, I think LeBron did a really good job in those games. I kind of feel like Dylan also did what he needed to do for the team as well.
But that's what I'm trying to say, right? Like, it felt like Talon role has always been pretty static or sometimes dynamic towards the end of the Rayquaza fight. That's why I didn't really bring him up.
Because, I mean, he didn't get caught. That was the most important thing. Like, he was there.
Yeah, because he can't get caught because LeBron and KY and RBX has been doing that. That's what I'm saying. Everyone carried their weight in a lot of these
that
fights,
makes
right?
it hard, so I can't choose.
But that's what I'm saying, right? I felt LeBron in this round, right? Like, his role was not just to try to go for pickups. His role was also to help them to really set things up. That's pretty much why they had more confidence to bring Sing's Venusaur in with the solar beam here, because he knows for a fact that not just one person could get locked down by RBX with the slow beam. There's also going to be the Smackdown to lock him down in place. And at the same time, he's a Buzzwole. He can also pick up players by himself here too. So what's the call here? Like, LeBron?
You can make the call. I'm not picking anyone. I can't.
I'm going to give to LeBron, man. I think LeBron did really great.
I can't pick. I think the team just did so well together. Everyone did what they needed to do.
I know, but we have to make the call.
Yeah, I know. That's why I told you can make the call. I'm not going to be the bad guy today, so...
It's like we have like good Pokemon trainer, bad Pokemon trainer. It's like,
Yes, Leonard, we're going to go for Leb.
LeBron, yeah, Leb.
Leonard's going to go for Leb.
Yeah, Leb. I think...
I go for everybody.
I think, like, really, like, even in the first game and the second game was definitely a little bit more visible. The first game was a little bit more difficult because there was Blastoise, right? But that second game, this one in particular, set things up a little bit too well for the squad.
Oh my goodness. Talon PH. I'm kind of wondering where these gentlemen were in their match against Onyx. I think a lot of people probably had that same question as well. You were the one that casted it, so you would probably have a better idea.
I'm very curious as well, but I think that at the same time it was a lot of just last fight moments, because that one final fight at Rayquaza.
I remember the last 30-second fight where was it LeBron as well? He was Leafeon. He went for a back cap in that top lane, and then he got picked off by Cypher.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, right? It's
so
I
don't a mishap.
I don't think they were underestimating their opponents during that game. I think it's just more the fact that they had such a lead for themselves. They were being forced into the tunes of members of, I believe it was, Team Loading. Team Loading forced them into their tune, into their playstyle, right? They kept forcing aggression towards the Rayquaza. They started a lot of fights although yes, it's during Rayquaza pit timing, but it's always at the timing where even if they were to lose out in that fight, Team Onyx. No, I was talking about Team Onyx versus Team Loading, was it?
Talon.
Yeah, sorry, Talon. They were, my bad, sorry.
It's okay,
so
don't worry.
At that moment, right, it was a lot of those situations where...
No, so it wasn't Scyther. I'm trying to remember what Pokemon it was that actually punished...
The Leafeon? Oh, yeah.
Moving
on.
Moving on, because we got to talk about this game.
Yeah, we had so much games happening towards this. But anyway, let's quickly go back to the highlights. Everyone, like I said, it was an action fiesta.
Yeah.
All-time run.
It was action-packed. I think KY as well was the hidden hero. Like, he was just quietly doing his job in the back lines. Because I know there are some players that are extremely flashy with Cooper. But KY, he was a silent... He's like... You know, in a broadcast, you've got the people in the front, the actors, they're doing like all this amazing stuff for the broadcast. Everyone forgets about the backstage crew. The backstage crew is the backbone of the broadcast. KY is the backstage crew. He's the one that makes this team tick.
I totally agree. And although, yes, you want to talk about the hoop, I want to emphasize on this Clefable. Refuse to leave the side of the main damage. Like, he understands like what everyone's role is into this round and just prioritize on just stick to the one that really needs that support the most here. But honestly, Bochi, even though like they weren't able to take off the win against like Talon PH, I still felt like Genkai and Bochi has been such a phenomenon. Like, these two just back to back with each other, being so aggressive. I think this is something that Genkai was very. I think this is what makes Road to the Top members really strong as well, because everyone are of similar minds. Everyone's pretty aggressive. If one person dies, there is no hesitation, there is no doubt. Once they give a command, once they give an order, everyone just commits for it. It's that kind of decision where no one is gonna like doubt the other. It's like, you know what, we do it, we're gonna do it. You know, everyone's all into this together. But Talon PH really making use of their range capabilities and just completely melted away the competition. LeBron was just absolutely on a roll with that with that buzzword.
Look, I mean, I was just going to tell Sync1, like, that was a really juicy solar beam for that last 2 Pokemon snipes. The setup with LeBron, it's just, there's so much setup. There's so much coordination. It is actually crazy to see this team.
You know, right? The minute I saw the items on Venus, I already know it's solar beam because I run the exact same items as well. I was like, that's definitely a solar beam. That's such a solar beam. But when you bring up Pedal Dance, and I was like, oh yeah, I also run the same items with Pedal Dance too. Oh man, but either way.
The disappointment I feel is immeasurable.
What do you mean disappointment? You also called it out too. You said people run the same items on Pedal Dance too.
Look, it also depends because not everyone runs the same builds, right? Like it's very situational, but it's fine because we're going to go to our favorite segment of the day, which is drawing with Leonard. We're going to draw on the tablet and talk about what's happened in that.
Does it feel like drawing with Leonard? It's more like watching Leonard draw.
That is drawing with Leonard because we are learning together.
I mean, that's definitely true. So we're gonna go one quick round, right? So first things first, do keep an eye on the positioning of most of the players on the team, right? So I'm gonna use red to indicate forward to the top, right? So you have Genkai making waves from the back line. I'm not sure whether anyone spotted him initially, but the reason why of his positioning there is mainly to gatekeep. I'm just gonna draw a little gate here, right? His job is to gatekeep the escape route. That pretty much allows Bochi to give a little bit more confidence where if he were to initiate this fight. And he also saw the hyperspace portal. So in other words, there is no way for them to escape for a couple of seconds. So in other words, him initiating the fight gave him a lot of stroke of confidence. However, I think this is the part where we felt communication wasn't clean because of the fact that they had such a good initiation, but there's just not enough follow-up damage. Because if you notice, 3 core members was playing at the back line, unable to get a 10.
They were quite far away too, right?
Yeah,
like the Blastoise in the center of the fight, and where's the team?
Yeah.
In the bush.
And I can't believe I paused at the most perfect moment, right? So from the gatekeeper, he also got the call from Bochi. I'm pretty sure on the comms he's like, bro, are we going for it? We're going for it. They're both like back to back. And I'm pretty sure the rest of the team are like, yeah, go for it, but wait, where are you guys going?
It really does seem like miscommunication here because the team is so
far
away. And it makes you wonder who is going to actually come in and be able to do the follow-up. Because the Hydro Typhoon Disable itself, it's nice, it's juicy, but it's not that long. Cameru wasn't in place to come in with the Fairy Singularity follow-up. That would have been the dream follow-up.
Like, even if he couldn't get the the Gardevoir ultimate, there was still the Thunderstorm from Pikachu. There was a lot of damage that could have come from this group of people because 4 people actually got knocked up. And remember, Buzzwole is still at base. So in other words, it could have been a perfect 5v4.
It could have been.
But I think Bochi decided to take this fight out because I think he couldn't find a more opportunity moment other than this current position, right?
I wonder if it was also just to get Dylan, but Dylan had eject ready. So he ejected behind the wall. You can see Genkai tailing this man around the corner. But everyone is still, again, too far away. I just don't see Genkai being able to single-handedly deal with Dylan.
Now here's the crazy thing, right? Although despite the great initiation coming from both the Blastoise and the Crustle, right? With the Hyperspace Portal, now Lab was currently in the fight. The Buzzwole is here. And with that communication, you see RBX getting ready to move forward to follow up with the necessary amount of damage. Although a little bit far from the Inteleon, the Venusaur was not too far apart. So I'm just gonna quickly keep this rolling, right? And look at dear LeBron. Although yes, he did sustain a lot of damage from the initial confrontation between most of the squad, he actually forced out the Fairy Singularity. He also forced out the Eldegrass ultimate. And remember, during the initial fight, the Crustle and also the Blastoise also used their Unite move. There was only left with the Thunderstorm. Basically, Lab, yeah, this little. So, Lab pretty much did his job. He not only set up, he also forced out a lot of Unite moves just to defend the team here. While for the rest of the squad, Venusaur still has his ultimate. Love has his ultimate. Pretty much everybody has their ultimate for this Rayquaza fight.
Yeah,
and everyone didn't have any. Lev had so much impact for that one engagement here.
It just felt like panic buttons at this point for Road to the Top, right? Like just these panic buttons, throwing it down, hoping to scare off Talon, and then he realized, wait, we don't have anything left.
Right? So it's like, it was one of those situations, whether it's a panic or miscomms for that last fight.
It could be anything.
Yeah, it really could be anything, right? Because like they just didn't really have enough intel. Because everyone just dispersed.
Yeah.
Everyone just really went their separate ways and just couldn't figure out how they want to go for this.
All right, folks, we're going to bring it back to the desk here because it looks like we're going to have a wonderful interview opportunity with KYY from Talent PH. So we've got a brand new face to speak to, and I'm really excited every time I speak to new people because it means you get to make more friends.
Exactly. Hey, and we get to see the broad minds and the machination between all these pro players. Because, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for KY of Talent PH. Buddy, how you doing, buddy?
Hello. Can you hear me, guys?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us, though?
Yes, I can hear.
All right, so the basic question we have to ask is how are you feeling after beating Road to the Top for your final game in the group stage?
I'm just happy.
You're just happy.
It's simple. It's simple. It explains a lot.
Simple math.
Yeah.
You win, you're happy. And because of that win, you actually moved from the 4th seed in your group to the 2nd seed. So you're now actually not going to have the long path in the playoffs. You have a much shorter path in the playoffs. I want to know, who are you looking forward to playing the most?
We're looking for Rise and MYS because they have a lot of potential to become a champion.
Do you guys have a rivalry between them since you play against them a lot in Southeast Asia pubs?
Yes.
Whoa.
Okay, KY, I do have a question, right, KY? Because I heard a rumor, I heard a rumor, right,
Oh
KY,
gosh,
where
here we go.
when it comes between like among the professional teams like you guys as well, like between scrims, how do you guys usually handle your scrims, right? Do you usually have like an actual Pacific team you guys usually practice with, or it's just more like whoever was available, that kind of thing?
I can tell it's a secret.
Okay, all right.
Has to be a secret.
Totally
Come
fine.
on.
Totally fine. Totally fine.
Yeah.
Understandable. I totally respect that.
Okay, so I think I actually asked this question last week to Road to the Top, but I want to hear Talon's thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts on Pikachu because this Pokemon is slowly starting to turn into the flavor of the month. What is it that makes Pikachu such a great Pokemon right now?
Pikachu have a long range skill so that we can poke the enemy.
So
And
it's the poke, it's the consistent damage.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to see a lot more
And
Pikachu.
also-
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So, okay, I do have one, I believe, like, my final question from my side, at least, KY, is that I know I've asked a lot of teams, but I do want to get your intake about this as well. Currently, as you know, meta has been somewhat changed from the last ACL as well. We had the introduction of meta growth, a couple of nerfs for certain Pokemon as well. Has the meta really shifted significantly, or it has been pretty the same for you guys?
For us, Metagross can beat easily. It's just need a chain CC.
Oh, so just stun him. Easy.
Yeah.
Just stun him.
Yeah, just control him to
Yeah,
heaven.
just stun
you know?
him.
Oh gosh, I did not say that. Alrighty. All right, KY, congratulations again to Talent PH and to you for your victory this week. Do you have any final words to your Filipino fans that are watching? Because there are a lot of them over our 3 broadcasts.
Thank you guys. Nice G.
Hey! Thank you so much, KY. We'll see you at the playoffs next week. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
My gosh,
You know,
I love how happy
you
he
know-
is. He's got this like big smile
You know,
plastered on
I
his
can tell you
face.
this I can tell you for sure, among the Southeast Asian players, right? Like, I think particularly Philippine players are the most expressionate players. Like, they love the joke with you. They have the best laugh. They have the best jokes. They're also very like upfront with you with certain topics as well. So I actually have a really great time talking with Philippine players.
Yeah. Oh, so we are going to do a special thing right now. Let's have a look at the brackets, the league table, just so we can give you guys a quick update before we jump into dessert, because we are going to jump into a crazy, crazy matchup next, folks. It is going to be MYS versus Rise. After this, however, But in the meantime, Group B has concluded. We are going to be seeing no more games from this group. They have already been put into their seedings for the playoffs next week. So in first place, we have Onyx, the second place Indonesian team, topping the group in Group B, followed by Talon PH after their latest victory, moving them from 4th to 2nd in the standings. And third, we have Road to the top with 4 points. And finally, Get Together is going to be in 4th place. So unfortunately for Get Together, they will have the longest path in the playoffs moving forward. But after seeing some of these games that this team is capable of putting together, I kind of believe in them.
Oh, I can tell you this right now, right? Although yes, the standing dictates it accordingly, because it is the nature of the competition, right? I felt like they actually gotten so much experience from this 2 weeks at least, because it was pretty much a new year. A lot of things has been changed, especially in terms of meta and playstyle and composition. We are seeing some, of course, returning classics and some new ones as well, and some even underrated. Previously was underrated, and now suddenly out of the blue, they are booming like the Basel, for example, as well. So this 2 weeks was pretty much very informative for a lot of these teams to what to prep, whatever competition. They had theory craft, practice during scrims, how's it like during the real thing. Now they know what's it like, and I believe in day 3, which is going to be happening next week, we're going to be seeing like everything all these players and teams has to offer for us here.
Yep, and let's be real here. I think the little black books are coming out of the bookcases now. They're going to come in with their secret strats. Now, before we jump into our final series of the day, which is going to be Rise versus Team MYS, yes, this is going to be a dessert of a matchup. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have a quick break. But once we get back, we'll jump right into the series. Make sure you stick around because this is going to be a really spicy matchup. We'll see you after this, Pokemon trainers.
It is in VXP, the central one. I'm looking forward to that fight.
Oh man, look at that squirrel. Be careful. He packs a punch and loads of damage in.
Massive amount of damage coming out from that Sylveon.
Yep, all things and more coming on at the bottom lane. We could. Oh, Sylveon here stuck in between multiple. Had to pop up with the Unite as well. Meanwhile, we do see this Leafeon coming on the backline. Professional assist on Sylveon as well. What's going to be happening here? Oh, it does seem that Rescurada gets on the Reggie, but instead Hoopa here getting on the Reggie rock.
Also able to secure the Reggie, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yes.
So now they're slowly making ways into the other side, but most importantly, they cannot overstay their welcome. And it feels like seems like might overstay it, but then again, like I said, not full evolution yet, not even level 8 yet. Blastoise is finally into the mix as well. Blastoise feels a little bit more confident, but then again, the Blastoise is currently here. Did he beat a little bit more than he can chew? I think so. Yeah. And it's like a quick smackdown from the courtesy of Tinza, and they're going to be punishing the rest of...
Stanchion coming up from the side of Square Diamond of this. Something to cover to make a mistake. Meanwhile, bringing on the pain is going to be the Buzzwole up here, clearing out the Leafeon from Team Secret. Red Diamond in Imano encounter. Meanwhile, the Surf riding it up is going to be the Blastoise, clearing out the members. They got, but the Comfy
just need to endure. Blue Sky just dance, pretty much prowling around the central area on the side of Secret Red Diamond. He's trying to make the run for it as well. So low, and of course the Tyrant, he wants to look for it, but he was able to juke out of the way. Can he sustain it for as long as possible as he can? He commits everything that he can do. Dashes across the cliff again. This really super late game kind of composition. They are slowly bringing things back here. They have the damage, they have the level. Now they need to look for a couple of takedowns if possible. Good ones if they can find one. But of course, one KO has been secured with one of the main attackers. 2 KOs on 2 of the respective members. They're trying to look for a couple of more. Unite move also has been coming for the Cypher for the Comfy. And Basu is doing all he can. Tinza is doing all he can, but up for too long. Trying to wrestle up for life.
Together with that Leafeon over here. They're definitely close to one another. I think it's almost the same. Almost.
It really comes down to that final fight towards the record a bit. So, but let's see whether they can get a couple of KOs. A decent amount of surge, try to CC them and push them all the way to the backline to secure the Regieleki.
As well, they have to go through the Tyranitar. They also have to deal with the Snorlax side, which is very much a very strong defense. Meanwhile, here comes the jump. Cover 3 members. Is it going to be no Hydro Typhoon? Not latching out to anyone at all. But then, will that be a problem for them? Not really, as they try to actually clear out this Snorlax, backing down to behind. You're not running away. So they managed to actually grab one for more to go. And all this chasing, they got the Leafeon as well, and
Oh,
it's
that's
going to be a huge win for Team Loading. This time grabs yet another. It's going to be a... Meanwhile, Mr. Mime holding on that top lane, and while all this is and more is happening, Trevenant, he's not done yet. Look at this Woodhammer doing wonders here for the team, standing by, waiting for the Shedina doll to actually reappear back. And this time, the next victim is definitely going to be this War Turtle, where you
Trap around to the back line because he wants to get towards that Pikachu if he can.
Yeah, of course, the Bane to be utilized over there as well. Meanwhile, Trevenant all alone, handling all these 3 Pokemons coming out from the side of Twee Loading. All he needs is chain. And chain, that's all you seek for my Trevenant as well. Here comes Hornish coming off for did not manage to hit on anyone. Double Wood Hammer hitting off here, but it's going to be the Cleave getting cleared out here on the side of Team Loading. And they also lost out the Blastoise as well. But going for more, they're going on the Sylveon here. The leading charge is going to be traveling together with this Hoopa.
Crazy part about it now, massive rotation to the top side. They felt like Thompson has been a little bit too quiet for a couple of times now, and they noticed a leveling coming from Tinza. Good control, gravity on top of it as well, trying to buy the next amount of time, but it's just too much to deal with. You have a frontal CC like a Trevenant, and you have a backline of a Pikachu who also has his own form of control. Look at how much damage he's dishing out, right? So he tries to sustain, he needs to live for this, right?
No.
But he couldn't get the pickup, but he will find a consolation prize on the Pikachu, courtesy of his ally, the Sylveon here, was able to cut off any form of rotation. Trevenant playing on top of the goalpost. He knows he gets the bonus shield here. Our Unite move's going to be coming in as well. There is the Fairy Frolic if he wasn't to commit for it, but I think he has decided that his team has enough damage to really try to pick him off it. He dives in, trying to zone out the Leafeon. Pikachu is coming in to see if he can try to nuke them out of commission. Big damage as well on top of the Thunderstorm. He's chasing out our poor friend Sylveon here. Drops on the Thunder, drops on the Thunder Shout, and that will be one.
To go inside. Man up and fight right now. We don't have a choice. Meanwhile, here comes the Joy. But instead, Leafeon's going to be the one getting on side there. Hydro Typhoon hitting off on 2, but where is the damage over here? Sending them back. That is going to be the safety coming up from the Hoopa. Meanwhile, Sylveon all the way on the left side, all alone there, being chased out by the Hoopa together with the Pikachu.
Some of the members coming for the side of Secret Rare Diamond, but some is still going to play around the Rayquaza. Try to be a nuisance, try to buy the necessary amount of time, but also keeping an arm's length so they don't easily get picked up, because more openings means an opportunity. Leafeon is definitely a big pickup here, but then again, it's only left with 25 seconds on the clock. Rayquaza is currently has begun. The attempting is going to be beginning here, but remember, look at the Pikachu here. The Pikachu is the main goal. Someone needs to keep it in check, and there comes in with the Sylveon. He needs to get the final pick here. They secure the Rayquaza. 10 seconds left on the clock. Team Loading fully fought. This is gonna ladies and gentlemen, we have a game ahead. It's gonna be tough.
Bottom lane. Glaceon though going to be locking onto that Hoopa. And beautiful backstab coming in from Genkai. Going to be slowed down by the...
It's not too surprising for me. You just gotta love to see it as well.
Oh, that
but they get so much damage. And even the Reggie Rock CC as well did dish out a couple of more.
Look at this, the
Not really the best of health. Need to fall back, but the Avalanche was able to fall them back. But they were able to trade back the necessary amount of KOs. Massive damage, but 2 KOs in the process here. The objective seems pretty hard for them to take. But then again, they're still the Gardevoir, but it's so low. Playing quite the distance here. They gotta play it safe. Oh
no! Mimikyu going down, and unfortunately for Cameroon, he went home. He's come back, and luckily for him, they were able to take out the Glaceon. But oh my goodness, that was an insane fight, and it continues. Both attackers, unfortunately, very far forward, and Leb going immediately for Cameroon, sending him back to base. This Ninetales looking to finish this Regirock, but it's so hard. Talon PH, they're storming this objective. They want it so badly.
Because no team was really finishing off the other. It's just usually one KO pick up for 2. So the fight can keep going on. Thunderstorm also being committed as well. And no chance of the Slowbro to try to sustain the ball there. Hyperspace wanted to try to save one of the teammates, but it didn't really work out accordingly as gone. They have no chance but to back up and possibly even have to abandon the objective as well. They still keep the fight going. The gravity just slows things too much for the squad to try to flee for the rest of the scene. Hoopa pops the ultimate for the Hoopa Unbound, but I don't think it's going to work out because Dylan gets
down. We have a Clefable scoring 40 points up top. Leafeon is here. Hydro Typhoon gets dropped, connects onto 2. Goodbye Slowbro, goodbye Mimikyu, and that's going to be another Regice, this time to the Pikachu. Dylan is on fire. Blastoise pushing back Pokemon from road to the top. They say get off your goal zone. Though it looks like Mimikyu wants to go for that wraparound, but Genkai is going to struggle, especially around Leb. And actually, he's caught the Leafeon instead, and he got the KO, committing his Unite move for that KO. And Blastoise goes down as well. Doesn't even get to use his Hydro
Typhoon. Is this going to be where Talon PH collapses, or can they turn this thing around? It's up to Dylan, the Clefable, and the Glaceon. The range, the Hooper, getting shot down by the Glaceon. There's no more resets for you. Bocce with low health goes down as well. Like maybe he does consider pivoting to Petal Dance. I think it depends on the need. Drizzle actually is going to be taken down by Road at the top. Very nice KO. Now having to deal with RBX, but the Thunder raining down from that Pikachu being a little bit too overwhelming. Hooper is here to provide support, but it looks like the Slowbro will go down, and they managed to push back KY's Hooper a little bit slow, a little bit more carefully, because they can't afford to lose this series. And they're going to actually come in with the Verdant Anger, even going in with the jump with Sync 1, but this Blastoise just shreds the Venusaur. Unfortunate there for the Venusaur, not able to do anything, and Leb even goes down, not allowing them to fight on their own terms. And Road to the top, they're not overextending. They're playing so safe. They're waiting for Talon to be the ones to start everything. And Cameroon getting caught out by the Barswell. Unfortunate. Slow Beam, though, connecting onto the Crustal, stopping him. And wow, a Cotton Cloud crash being committed by the Eldegoss. Unfortunate, not going to do anything, as Eldegoss also goes. But nobody dropping in that battle.
Yeah, but speaking of dropping out, I think our dear friend Bocce may not have the best of time. Pops in the unit to try to buy the necessary amount of time for the rest of the team to come in. They know they want to get the chaos. They want to punish for any overextension, because if they can get the necessary chaos, it means
he just gets slowly burned down, and he can't really do anything about it. They're going to try and force a fight in this top lane. They do get the KO onto the Crustal with the help of the Inteleon, looking to go for this final KO, this time onto the Blastoise. Hydro Typhoon going to connect, and Inteleon actually going down. Cameroon coming in with the Eldegoss, and it looks like Buzzwell is going to try and keep him away. Blastoise, though, by himself, keeping Hooper busy. Eldegoss going to provide that support for that Blastoise with those heals. Another Verdant Anger. They will lose the Venusaur. Blastoise, though, drops along in that post into Road.
Oh my god, this could be horrifying.
Oh, the Typhoon. It connects onto multiple Pokemon, but they're just so spread apart. The positioning for Talon was flawless. And it looks like the Slowbro is going to go down. Talon PH maybe on the back foot here. Now also losing the Venusaur. It's going to be down to 3. Hooper and Inteleon, as well as that Buzzwell. Can they finish a Thunderstorm going down? But this Buzzwell is so fat. He is so tanky. I don't know if it's enough. They do eliminate that Buzzwell, but the still have the lead. Road to the top. It's either Rayquaza time or backcapping time. And it looks like they want Rayquaza, but they just line themselves up in the pit. Big Venusaur Solar Beam doing so much to Road to the top. And unfortunately, Eldegoss is just not going to be able to heal the Pokemon fast enough. And it looks like the body's found the Crustal. 2-man snipe with the Venusaur Solar Beam. Talon P.
Voltis. But then again, quite a surprise. Not to say it's not an all-rounder, it is an EXP. The central one, I'm looking forward to that fight.
Oh man, look at that Squirrel. Be careful. He packs a punch and loads of damage in.
Massive amount of damage coming out from that Sylveon.
Yep, all things and more coming out at the bottom lane. With we could Sylveon here stuck in between multiple, had to pop up with the Unite as well. Meanwhile, we do see this Leafeon coming on the back line, providing assist on the Sylveon as well. What's gonna be happening here? Oh, it does seem that Rescurada gets on the Reggie, but instead Hooper here getting on the Reggie Rock.
Also able to secure the Reggie, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yes.
So now they're slowly making ways to the other side, but most importantly, they cannot overstate their welcome. And it feels like seems like might overstate it, but then again, like I said, not full evolution yet, not even level 8 yet. Blastoise is finally into the mix as well. Blastoise feels a little bit more confident, but then again, the Blastoise is currently here. Did he beat a little bit more than he can chew? I think so. Yeah. And it's like a quick smackdown from the courtesy of Tinza, and they're going to be punishing the rest of...
Stanchion coming out from the side of Square Diamond of there. Something to cover to make a mistake. Meanwhile, bringing on the pain is going to be the Buzzwole up here, clearing out the Leafeon from Team Secret. Rare Diamond in Imano encounter. Meanwhile, the serve riding it up is going to be the Blastoise, clearing out the members. They got, but the Comfy
just need to endure. Blue Sky just dance, pretty much prowling around the central area on the side of Secret Rare Diamond. He's trying to make the run for it as well. So low, and of course the Tyrant, he wants to look for it, but he was able to juke out of the way. Can he sustain it for as long as possible as he can? He commits everything that he can do. Dashes across the cliff again. This really super late game kind of composition. They are slowly bringing things back here. They have the damage, they have the level. Now they need to look for a couple of takedowns if possible. Good ones if they can find one. But of course, one KO has been secured with one of the main attackers. 2 KOs on 2 of the respective members. They're trying to look for a couple of more. Unite move also has been coming for the Cypher for the Comfy. And Basu is doing all he can. Teamza is doing all he can, but not for too long. Trying to wrestle up for life.
Together with that Leafeon over here. They're definitely close to one another. I think it's almost the same. Almost.
It really comes down to their final fight towards the records a bit. So, but let's see whether they can get a couple of KOs. A decent amount of surge, trying to CC them and push them all the way to the backline to secure the Regieleki.
As well, they have to go through the Tyranitar. They also have to deal with the Snorlax side, which is very much a very strong defense. Meanwhile, here comes the jump. Number 3 members, is it going to be no Hydro Typhoon? Not latching out to anyone at all. But then, will that be a problem for them? Not really, as they try to actually clear out this Snorlax, backing down to behind. You're not running away. So they managed to actually grab one. 4 more to go. And all this chasing, they got the Leafeon as well. And it's going to be a huge win for Team Loading. This time grabs yet another. It's going to be meanwhile, Mr. Mime holding on that top lane. And while all this is and more is happening, Trevenant, he's not done yet. Look at this Woodhammer doing wonders here for the team. Standing by, waiting for the Shadina doll to actually reappear back. And this time the next victim is definitely going to be this Wartortle, where you
trap around to the backline because he wants to get towards the Pikachu if he can.
Yeah, of course, the Pikachu will be utilized over there as well. Meanwhile, Trevenant all alone, handling all these 3 Pokemons coming out from the side of 3 Loading. All he needs is Chain. And Chain, that's all you seek for from Trevenant as well. Here comes Hornleash coming off for did not manage to hit on anyone. Double Woodhammer hitting off here, but it's going to be the Clefable getting cleared out here on the side of Team Loading. And they also lost out the Blastoise as well, but going for more. They're going on the Sylveon here. The leading charge is going to be Trevenant together with this Hoopa.
Crazy part about it now, massive rotation to the top side. They felt like Thompson has been the...
Pokemon trainers. Oh. Professor Flava, I know you've been introducing the show lately.
My bad. Please do.
Oh my gosh. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. We are here for our final game for the entirety of the Southeast Asia group stage.
Yes.
And it's the grand finale we've all been waiting for.
Yes, it is
Team
definitely.
MYS.
Whew, it's finally.
Rise.
It had to be the last match of the group stage, you say. So our wonderful producers, together with organizers, have arranged this amazing dessert for not just for us, but also to all the viewers out there to witness. Now, this will be the final match here for the group itself, as mentioned by Danny. Now, it will be a big one, as it'll be featuring the champions from Indonesia up against the champions from Malaysia, Singapore.
Yes, and both of these teams at the moment are currently tied for points. This match will be the decider as to who will be the first seed and who will be the second seed for the playoffs. So it's going to be really exciting to see who bests who in this matchup, because it might just give us a taste as to what's going to happen in the playoffs next week. But before the games begin, let's introduce our 2 teams.
All right, so let's have a look at the 2 teams that will be featured over here, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you guys are ready. Now, I did actually had to look into the chat itself. Now, these people, they've been waiting the whole evening to actually witness this particular match itself, and they're rooting on.
Rise in particular has been waiting all day for this.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, when is our turn?
This is their last match.
Oh man, so it's been a long one itself. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at this interview video together with these 2 amazing teams.
In my opinion, Yang is the standout player of my team because he gotten 3rd in WCS last year.
我觉得我最强的选手是 HT， 因为他是我看过我们马来西亚、新加坡之间最强的打野选手。
I think our star player is definitely either Foxy or HT because they have the best mechanism among the 5 of us.
I think the star player is Dev though in our team, yeah. Reason why, because he plays like a clown, so yeah, the star indeed.
I think Rise actually have 5 players who are capable of showing stardom in their plays. So it's only a matter of who shows it the most, I guess, because everyone has their moments at their own times, right? But if I have to answer one player who stood out the most, although only slightly, I'd have to say probably AXQ, who is our bottom lane attacker, because he is the most solid that I think exists in not only in Indonesia, but we can even take a look at the whole of Asia or even the whole world.
And there you have it. Ooh.
Oh boy, MYS versus Rise. I know a lot of people have been waiting for this in the chat, in the streams, in the videos. I've had people pestering me about this, but it's time. Who's going to come out on top? We have Team MYS, the first place team from the Malaysia-Singapore Open, going up against Rise, the Indonesian Open champions. I'm going to start off, oh actually Professor Flava should start off with Team MYS, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, my dear, on that. Of course, Team MYS comprised of the lineup as follows. We have Yang, Ice, HT, Yemu, and of course, Night New Foxy.
And then on the side of Rise, we have Eeyore, Dev, Zoe, AxeQ, and Illuna. Now, both of these teams, just a quick reminder for anyone that is just tuning in to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for the first time this year, we are looking at some minor adjustments to these rosters because this is not the exact same rosters that played at the World Championships last year. So on the side of Rise, we have Dev making an appearance on the Indonesian squad. Now, Necro is still on the roster. He is currently labeled as a substitute. So don't worry for Necro fans, he is still there with Rise. Whereas on the side of Team MYS, Ice and HT have been the new additions to this roster, with Rebongs stepping away from the team for personal commitments. And then, of course, Froggy playing for Too Easy, which is in the East Asia region. So that is the introduction for both of these teams. Let's take a look at the player introductions here, Flava, to get everyone started before we have the main course in the draft.
Now, calm down, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into the draft for this best of 3 series itself. A little bit introduction for both teams here. Starting off with Team MYS, based on the data, as this is going to be a whole new year for everyone itself. These are some of the statistics for average damage being dealt, taken, as well as recovery being offered. And of course, Team MYS come to no surprise that 75% pick rate here is definitely going to be that Mew by Night New Foxy together with the Sylveon, and they're actually a little bit 50% here on the Blastoise together with the Drio, Hoopa, and the Lucario.
Yeah, so pretty interesting lineup so far here for Team MYS, and the reason being is that Lucario has appeared because Ice has been piloting this Pokemon earlier today alongside Yang's Sableye. We saw some really crazy stuff where the team experimented with Sableye Lucario aggressively invading the enemy central area. We see, as usual, a lot of Night Mew Foxy piloting Mew, as teams are still not really banning this Pokemon against MYS. And Yemu's had a lot of fun with Sylveon. This is also another Pokemon that has not been banned against MYS recently.
It's very hard as well because you have other priority bans when they put in as well. But going up against Team MYS, it used to be the ban that you want to actually put outside there when going up against them. But before all that as well, let's have a team introduction here for Team Rise. And so we'll have a look at some of the numbers, which is more or less almost similar to what Team MYS has to offer. But what definitely is going to be catching your attention is going to be the pick rates here coming on from their team. We have Blastoise here together with Glaceon at 75%, and we see the Alola Ninetales, Clefable, Hoopa, and Umbreon at 50%.
Yeah, lots of love here for the supports. I mean, Zoe's had a really fun time with this team, just playing a lot of these support-type Pokemon. At the top, though, we are seeing some core Pokemon here. Dev has been playing a lot of Blastoise for the team. AxeQ has been piloting his favorite Alola Ninetales, and Eeyore, as usual, just causing mayhem on that Glaceon. So these teams, they do have an idea as to what they've been playing against in these group stages, but Rise and MYS, they do spend a lot of time actually going head-to-head in offline scrims.
Yes.
So they will have a deeper understanding of what they're both capable of, and I kind of think we're going to be seeing some surprises today.
Yeah, I do hope to actually see some of them. Now, we might be seeing more or less the same thing being brought up. Probably their best hand here in this series, because when it comes to surprises, is it going to work against the opponent team? Yes, it does catch them a little bit off guard, but you need to find a good synergy behind it as well, and probably it's best that you play in the strong suits over here. We're definitely going to be looking at Mews if you don't actually ban them from Team MYS. For Team Rise, now they are a very, very hardworking team. We've seen it, how well they actually perform itself. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we'll receive some good news over here as we're ready to jump in the game number 1 draft here in between Team MYS versus with Team Rise.
Let's go. Game 1 of this best of 3 finale. And look at the bans. It looks like Yang is not going to get his hands on that pesky little Sableye that strat earlier today.
They've been watching. They've been watching.
Of course they've been watching. What else are they going to do?
Exactly. It was like, hey, we're bored. It's like,
Okay, no. It was research. It was research.
It was research. That's true. That's true. They're
Research
not
purposes.
willing to go up against this Sableye after what they've witnessed. So, and of course in Team MYS, they're going to be banning this Clefable.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if MYS still plays this aggressive invasion, but with a different Pokemon. And Hooper can actually do this. Yes, you don't have the surprise factor of that Sableye, but Hooper is a really great invader as well. He's got so much poke, got Disables. If you pair that up with the Lucario, I kind of don't know if MYS want to do it yet. But lots of respect from Rise. Actually locking in the Mew for Axew. This is a respect pick against Night Mew Foxy, but that means it's going to be the Inteleon for MYS.
Yes, and of course follow up together with a Blastoise on their end. Team Rise here is going to be navigating this Mew for their side, and they also secure this Umbreon, which we have not seen much as being banned in most of the series we've seen here for the day. Now, what's going to be the third and fourth pick here coming on from Team Rise as a response to them? It does look like they're going to be running this Comfy and this Lucario for their end.
Okay, so we are looking at some really crazy stuff here, folks. We've got Lucario and Comfey, and we're going to finalize the draft here with HT's Zoroark. This is a signature pick for this player.
Was expecting this.
Hyper aggressive. And the last pick for Eeyore, it looks like it might be that Urshifu. I think he's thinking about it. He's not going for the insta-lock-in. Maybe even considering his Glaceon. Can he afford to Glaceon? We're gonna see a Metagross coming in from Rise. The confidence this man has. Okay, we had an interview with him. We asked him, what were your thoughts on Metagross? He kind of just was like, eh. I think he's also mind gamed us into thinking that Rise was never going to pick the Metagross. But
yeah,
to see it
he threw everyone off. It's like, yeah, what are you talking about?
You gotta not only do you have to mind game the competition, you have to mind game the viewers as well.
Yes,
Nobody's gonna know.
Exactly. Now they will know here in this game. Team MYS looking pretty solid, I have to say. But Rise is running this Comfey. Now you could be actually running it together with this Lucario in the game and see how much you can actually snowball. Probably with this particular combo, you can actually outplay this Zoroark coming up from Team MYS. Now they have to find ways to actually deal with this Inteleon as well, which is going to be key in sniping out some of the Pokemons on the side of Team Rise.
Yeah, and another thing to mention here is that this might not be that bad of a game for Metagross. Now hear me out here, right, because we do know the benefits and also the disadvantages of Metagross, but this game in particular, I think this might be a really great game for Eeyore. Not only because you're going to be getting that central lane farm, you should get to Metagross at a reasonable timing. You are supported by a Comfey, and looking at MYS's draft, they really don't have the best ways of cancelling a Compute and Crash, which is the Unite move for a Metagross. Now, this has been one of the biggest complaints for this Pokemon. Its Unite move can be cancelled. It is extremely annoying because the whole point of the Unite move is to jump onto the lowest health scanned Pokemon. Especially in those Rayquaza fights, having the arena, if you get it on that low health Pokemon, that's almost a guaranteed KO in a lot of circumstances. So more or less, he should have a reasonable timing getting these Unites off. Now, of course, MYS, they do have some disables. They're probably going to try and save it, although I don't think you want to use a Hydro Typhoon to cancel. Probably Surf or Hydro Pump, but that
a much more reliable one, which doesn't force you to actually utilize the Unite for the sake of that.
But it requires your Blastoise, assuming that's going to be the moveset. Blastoise has to be on the lookout for Eeyore, waiting for the animation just to get that cancel off. So he won't be able to have that freedom to just freely zone out the rest of Rise. So we'll see how this works out here, because remember, we are looking at a really talented player showing off what Metagross, or what could be the future meta for the playoffs.
Yep, that's true. And of course, currently and right now, we do see the Comfey together latching on this Metang, providing a little bit together with the Gyro Ball ability here at the top lane together with the Lucario. Now, it could, of course, providing a little bit durability for him in this counter, but later on, probably priority is definitely going to be on this Lucario. But you see bottom lane is definitely going to be one of the main priorities, and we do see rotations coming on from the Wild Plant Pokemon side here, but does seem that it's going to be Invasion putting on a little pressure on this Metang between three Pokemons over here. But heal is going to be enough, saving him, but just a little bit more. But Hoop is going to be getting the last hit on Metang, leaving the Comfey out here to actually make an escape. Now, Mew does have the light screen, giving him a little bit of protection together with the Comfey, escaping his way all the way to the bottom lane.
Yep, unfortunate there for Eeyore, hoping to go for a little snag, but too much support coming in for MYS. Lots of respect from the Malaysian team as they understand that Arise, they do love to play aggressive if given the opportunity. So to get that punishment off, it will slow down the progress there for Arise. Now, we did see the engagement there in the central lane, and so far, not too much aggression for these teams. They're really prepping for those first round of objectives, securing their farm and just making sure that they are ready to go. But up top, it looks like Dev is going to be under a lot of pressure here because he's going to have to deal with HT Zorak.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't have the comfy at hand anymore. There's no more barriers to actually provide any form of regeneration as well. So he doesn't have this fight kill information, but Hooper as well, Zorak is going to come in into the inside. But here comes the rush from the Zorak, pushing up from the inside. Now he's going to get a little bit shielding on the goalpost. Meanwhile, Matang screening them out away from goal. Go away. I'm going to be protecting my good friend, good buddy over here for Team Rise, giving an opportunity for Team MYS to clear out this Swablu and Altaria family on the top lane.
Yeah, the Gyro Ball build is going to be really great here for Eeyore. There's going to be so much shielding. He's going to hit multiple Pokemon. And so there's going to be a lot of sustain on this Metagross. Now, so far, he's not going to be able to contribute too much. He won't be as useful as that Metang, right? You want to be fully evolved and ready to go. We're at that 7-minute mark, and Eeyore is still level 7. He's not quite there, not quite ready to go. He's level 8, almost level 9. That's going to be the best time, but it looks like the objective is going to go in favor of MYS.
Umbreon needs to make an escape over here, but he's going up against some of the Pokémon here. Team MYS, but it's going to be going down as they do have the attack and special attack buff here from that Reggie Steel. So now Matang trying to make an escape, getting chased down by Zorwar. Instead putting him in place, he's still in shielding, but he's going to be cleared out, leaving the Comfy behind and giving that sweet, sweet extra dish for this Zorwar, making it 2 KO streak for him. Meanwhile, here comes a rush. 3-man movement over here, but Umbreon trying to screen them out, but not being able to, and he doesn't have much to offer on his hand. He has to be really, really careful as well. Meanwhile, here comes Yu, but sending these 2 members back for the side of Team MYS.
Oh, and it looks like down bottom, it's not looking good for Rise at all. The aggression from MYS is really starting to pay off, just ramping up with HT, just trying their best to delay the game for as long as possible. Don't let Rise run away with this game. And if they can keep this up for MYS, they should be in a really good position going into that late game. Looks like Rapid Spin's going to be the build here for Yemu on that Blastoise. So really focusing on sustain as well as that damage and even threatening some of the squishies here. We are seeing this Umbreon doing his best, and here comes an angry Metagross. Now let's see if something's going to happen. Computer crash. It's going to connect onto the Hooper. No Disable though. It's just one Pokemon, unfortunately. But they should be able to get this KO here. Nice double KO for Rise. And they're going to score these points into that bottom goal zone. But hang on a minute, there's HT, there's a Slowbro as well. It's not going to be so free. The HT has to be careful. The support's not here. Oh, they hang on a minute, they actually slow beam the Metagross and they get Eeyore.
Oh no, at the same time as well, they also managed to get their hands on the Comfy, putting them in place here as they try to actually not being able to actually do any form of scoring on the side for Team MYS. Now the game is going pretty steady and Comfy coming up from both ends at the current moment. Now we look at the levels coming up from both ends. Yes, we do see the Zorak here having a much higher level, huge advantage here at level 11. But meanwhile, the team members from Team Rise is trying to keep up as much as possible, as they do have 3 of the team members at level 10. So probably level difference-wise, it's only 1. Meanwhile, retention here at the bottom lane as they're trying to go in for the scoring, but got cleared out by the Hooper Unbound as well as a Slowbro here. Now what's going to be happening here? They're coming. They're most definitely coming over here. But meanwhile, Unite is going to be the Mew as well, charging on forward. They managed to actually get on the Grab as well and get out of the Comfy, making the 5v3 situation here, siding more towards Team MYS. And the one securing the snipe on the Regice is going to be that Inteleon, and also grabbing on that Umbreon as an additional prize.
Man, Eeyore is just not tanky enough to absorb all this damage coming up from MYS. He's at full health 1 second, and then he's gone the next. Comfy is all alone. MYS, they are doing a fantastic job retaliating to this potential late game nightmare that could have been a Metagross.
Oh no, here comes Job, an extra acceleration prize here for the Zorak as they clear out that Lucario. And that's going to be very, very costly for the Team Rise at the current moment, pushing this Zorak even more forward. And they're also going to be securing this Regieleki for themselves as it marches through this top lane, making their way to the next goalpost from Team Rise. And they have to defend this. It does seem that Team MYS is going to be assisting this Regieleki to its way towards the goalpost itself. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, Rapid Spin spin. Bad Blastoise chasing down the Umbreon, screening him away, but making his way to the top lane instead. And of course, we do see engagements over here coming on from the side of Team Rise, trying to defend this. Regieleki has already made his way inside, but it's pushing on body, not being able to stop this Slowbro to actually go in for limit scoring for his end.
Oh my goodness, Dev. He's managed to spot them out in the bush, but it doesn't matter. HT, though, being a little bit too deep in that fight. Unfortunately,
About time.
About
time.
Finally going down. That's going to be some good experience going in the way of Rise. But if we're speaking about experience, this game is not too bad. Rise is hot on MYS's heels. They are still slightly behind. We've got 40 seconds to go, so both teams are going to farm as much as they can before they hit that late game. But I don't know, though. I'm not sure if Rise is going to be feeling too confident about their position in this late game. It'll come down to execution. Can they do it perfectly? And likewise, on the same on MYS, can they execute their lineup perfectly to deny Rise those openings to potentially flip this game on its head?
Now, it's going to be really, really tough. I believe that Team IOS has the upper hand on us, as they do have the levels, and at the same time, so they do have quite some sturdy Pokemons on their end. They do have the Blastoise with the opening with the Hydro Typhoon. At the current moment, they also secured on the... Oh, they have the defensive buff, both the special attack, special defense, as well as normal defense here, coming up from the side of Team MYS and making their way with this buff into this 2-minute mark entry, which is going to be the Rayquaza attempt at the central area. Now, what's going to be the play over here? We do see the Blastoise here in position on the front lines, screening out team members of Team Rise. Team Rise is now having the responsibility, the burden, to actually go in for scoring. As Team MYS, they know they're currently in the lead at the current moment.
Oh gosh, it's a snipe war between the two snipers, Axew and Nightmew Foxy. We're seeing solar beams, we're seeing these snipe shots. And every time they land, that might be the opening these teams are looking for, to just jump onto somebody that may have run into this. But hang on a minute, that fight has begun already. Umbreon starting the fight, jumping onto Nightmew Foxy, gets obliterated. And they couldn't finish their target as well, so Nightmew Foxy will reset. Axew going down as he's found out by HT. And up towards the top, though, we do see Eeyore trying to do his best. A computing crash has been used, but it looks like Rise will fall. And MYS are looking to take game number 1 as they look in to lock in Rayquaza for themselves and get those instant dunks.
Wow, what an insane team farm. A full-on team-wide, just trading off that Inteleon. Yes, it was a great idea. They want to actually go in for the back cap, trying to catch the Inteleon, but then they had trouble. They were low in terms of teammates here to actually clear out the remaining team members, Team MYS, and especially they didn't really actually had the idea on how to actually clear out this Zora, because he's just rampaging through this game, and of course scoring even more right here after clearing out that Rayquaza in the middle segment as well. With 20 seconds of clock, I don't think Rise will be able to rise anymore for this game number 1.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people were looking to see if Metagross might be something that teams can consider, and MYS, I think they did respond correctly to this Metagross.
Yes.
They had a really great tempo team to actually deal with that Metagross, because Metagross is a ramping Pokemon. This is not something that's going to be able to do much at those early levels. He does need to at least hit that mid-tang to maybe do something, but he's not as effective as something like a Zoroark, who's just finished coming out of that central lane. He's not going to be as effective as your standard central laner. He's kind of like a T-Tar in a sense, right?
Yes, I do agree.
Ramping up. You're only really there once you have fully evolved. So Team MYS, what a masterclass for game number 1. Just showing this is how you deal with Metagross in a competitive setting.
Wow, look at HT. He's having a great time. He's snowballing throughout this whole game number 1 itself with 12 takedowns under his belt. He's dominating here in this game against Team Rise itself. It doesn't reflect much in terms of damage, but he does get all the secures in for Team MYS. Meanwhile, Nightmew Foxy on that Inteleon, no Mew, no problem for him, and he's also an amazing sniper here for the game itself. Now, coming on from team fights, I think we're going to be talking a lot on this, but there was a lot of circumstances where it's kind of tough to approach, because for Team Rise, they don't really have the Pokemons to actually absorb and soak up all this damage coming on from what TMYS has to offer, which makes it easy for HT to just do cleanup with all this damage coming on from the end from Nightmare Foxy, all these entries coming on from the Blastoise together with the Slowbro as well.
Yeah, I'm actually just looking at the drafts here for both of these teams. Now, I know Yamu locked in his Blastoise. I think it was first. Hang on, let me me take a look. Oh no, Blastoise was a little bit later on. Yeah, NYS locked in Blastoise quite late, but then on the side of Rise, so for Dev's Pokemon, they decided to opt for Lucario. I'm quite surprised none of these teams considered Buzzwole at all, because we've seen Buzzwole absolutely rampaging through the competition. And then we come to NYS and Rise, and Buzzwole is nowhere to be seen. He's not banned, he's not picked, he's just not present. And I want to know, was this a conscious choice by both of these teams? Like, does Dev feel, for example, on the Rise, does Dev feel more confident playing on that Lucario?
I'm guessing that all this could be theory crafting. I think we would love to actually get answers from them on here. Probably just comfortable running the Lucario. I do have to agree with you on that, because if we look at some of the stats over here, Buzzwole has been performing really well in most of the series that we've witnessed from day 1 and day 2 here at East Asia as well as Southeast Asia. Now, coming into some of the stats we do see from this match. Now, Team MYS, there was just a small dip coming in before the 4-minute mark, but beyond all that, they were just snowballing through the game itself into victory. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the highlights on what has transpired here at that recent game number 1 in between Team MYS versus with Team Rise.
So we do see, I guess, like a small blunder at the very beginning, right? We saw Eeyore, he was trying to be aggressive in that central lane, unfortunately getting punished because there were too many players on MYS in that central lane as well. I kind of wonder if this is something that may have happened in scrims, because it's very common for Eeyore to play for this aggressive central lane style. Now, normally we see it on other Pokemon like Glaceon, for example. Very strong early game, you can get away with this, but Metang is a different beast, even with a Comfey. It doesn't quite have that threat, I suppose, is what I'm looking for.
Yeah. I mean, like, you can't sense any form of bloodlust coming on from him here in this game itself. It's very different. I mean, even becoming a Metang as well, you're not really online, so you need to make yourself into a Metagross to actually bring some impact. But I believe that by the time you actually reach that point, it's a little bit too late already, as you do see loads and loads of progress coming up from Team MYS. The Zoroark, the Inteleon.
And I also want to mention too that, so this was the Levitate Metagross skill set. So Levitate Gyro Ball. Even though he was running Levitate, he was taking, look at that, he was taking so much damage in these fights. It was almost as if he didn't have any sort of damage reduction at all. It was kind of crazy. I was thinking, like, hang on a minute. Wouldn't you want to be a little bit more tanky than this, considering this is supposed to be a late game Pokemon at the end of the day? So it was pretty interesting to see this Pokemon in a situation where you've got so much burst damage and he just doesn't have the sustainability even with a Comfey. Going forward, I would be very surprised if Rise do consider trying the Metagross again, because they are down 1 game. They're going to have to win the next 2 if they want to keep that first place seeding. But at this point of time, MYS is leading with that 1 point. What they have to do is win 1 more game, and they will be at the top seed of the group.
Now, I do believe that Team Rise is able to actually bring in the Thunder here for game number 2. And of course, they've already had some really good track runs here in the group itself. And knowing that they're up against Team MYS, they know that it's not going to be an easy feat over here.
Okay, hold on a minute.
High ones.
You said bring the Thunder. Are you talking about a certain yellow Pokemon?
Not literally Thunder, okay? But we've seen too much of what's happening throughout the whole week. Yeah, I understand. But yeah, I do believe that Team Rise is able to actually make this a tie for game number 3 upon Team MYS. Now, we're looking at the Indonesia Championship here. We've seen that they've definitely come back from some devastating moments before this, and we'll see. I think the people who is actually watching as well is hoping for a game 3 between these 2 amazing nations.
Come on, everyone wants a game 3.
Everyone wants a game 3. Yeah, I mean, Team MYS versus Rise. This is definitely the dessert we're looking for to just end this meal for the day.
Now let's take a look at the player profiles before we jump into our next game of the day. And we've got AxeQ here. His goal is to become a first place winner in the Pokemon Unite ACL, and that is true. Unfortunately, Rise have not won the Asia Champions League before, but they have placed top 4, which is a very great achievement considering that this team only really formed at the very end of 2022. Because the qualifiers for Indonesia was in 2022. So it's still a relatively new team if you think about it. And they've done so well within the span of just over a year. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but 4th place is not enough.
No.
Definitely not enough.
It's never enough, sir. All right, so this is AxeQ. Let's switch on over to Nightmare Foxy to make a quick comparison. And we've seen this man before. He's confident in his skill, and I can't blame him.
I can't blame him, yeah. I saw that, I'm like, now main highlight from all this, where our attention is mostly is definitely on that particular category, which is expert in Mew, 5 stars.
But then, I think I said this last time, there's not enough stars for this
There's not enough stars for this guy. You need a 6, 7, 8 star
Whatever stars his teammates didn't use for their cards, like he'll just borrow those.
Like, can you just top up on here for Nightmew Foxy? But yeah, we were not able to see Nightmew Foxy utilizing the Mew on that recent game.
Yes.
Itself, it got blocked off by Team Rise itself as they picked the Mew, which also serves as a strategy to prevent the enemy.
Out of respect.
Out of respect as well.
You can't.
You can't let this man. There's a reason why he has the name Mew in his name.
Yes.
Nobody else is a master of Pokemon and put the name of the Pokemon in their names.
This player single-handedly might add another ban to the draft just so people can actually ban Mew.
A good reason to beg the game developers, like, can we like add on an one more ban, but only when you go up against Team MYS or whatever team that Nightmew Foxy is playing in, because we beg of you, please.
Okay, moving on. We're gonna look at the player introductions here for the teams, and we're gonna see Nightmew Foxy here. Incredible damage consistently across the board, does 22% of the average damage dealt for the team. He takes damage, he does damage. I mean, what's there to say? And the main archetype of Pokemon that he plays is pretty similar. He loves those skill shot snipers.
Yes.
And Inteleon and Mew, very similar play styles. It's his thing.
You play like Screen, Solar Beam, and if you can pull off that one, Inteleon should be way easier as well. So.
Yeah, so Nightmew Foxy, this is a player that you're going to want to keep an eye on if you have never tuned in to the Asia section of Pokemon Unite, because Asia is pretty lit when it comes to Pokemon Unite. Let's take a look at Axew, however. Two vastly different players that do play the same role. They are both bottom lane attackers for their teams, and Axew's Pokemon, very different. Alolan Ninetales. This is a signature for this man. Axew loves running the Alolan Ninetales, mainly for the secure. This is one of the most comfortable Pokemon he can play. The alternative to this has been Espeon, and we have seen this, I believe, once in the one game that his Ninetales was not available. And I think it was because the Ninetales was banned.
Yes, they had to ban him out of respect here for AXQ itself. So I guess, both, I would say, I think the thing is you have to pay close attention to these kind of people because they bring in all the action here during those matches itself, and they play a very important role.
Yeah, 30%.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Nightmare Foxy is roughly around 50-ish K for his end as well.
He was a little bit less. Just a tiny bit. It was a couple percent. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter as well. Because if you were to compare like the Pokemon choices that both of them have, it makes sense that EXU would actually have it higher as well. If you run in Pokemon's Alolan and Ninetales, even Espeon for
I would love to have additional stats. I know this is going to be impossible to calculate, but I would love to see stats where you have percentage. The percent chance of this person actually getting the objective, because normally your attackers are going to be the ones that have high percent accuracy when it comes to getting things like the Regis, the Rayquaza, those kinds of things. Those are additional stats we would love to see, but in general, Axew and Nightmew Foxy, these are the two guys that will mainly focus on the objectives for the team.
Yep, that's true. And of course, you really need this guy to actually get the secures as well, which would actually amplify the advantage that the team would actually have and snowball from that point forward, especially when we talk about the Regis. Not just into the Registeals, not just in regards to the Regirock or even the Regis, but also in terms of the Regieleki happening on the top lane as well. Now, wow, what a game number one, and we're going to be... I can't believe that we're jumping to game number 2 already. Coming with nice, like...
to be fair, I mean, Unite's just 10 minutes long. It's not like we get extra time.
And I believe that production's giving the thumbs up over here. We are ready to jump into the drafts of game number 2. Danny, I'm always excited about the bans somehow rather than the drafts.
Who isn't excited? Come on.
Oh, Rise. They are banning the Inteleon instead. This time, we will allow you. We will give you the chance to grab that Mew for yourselves.
Well, the thing is, the Rise could first pick the Mew here, unless they want Nightmew Foxy to take the Mew, which would be very strange.
Are they willing to go up against?
We'll wait for this first pick.
Wait for the first pick, yeah.
Is it the Mew? If they're going to take their time, then Rise is definitely having a team talk right now, because they're thinking like, guys, what do we do?
Oh wow, this is okay. So they're going to. I like that long pause. Everybody's like, okay, it's not instant.
Just hold your breath.
So, hold your breath. Okay, so they're going with a Hoopa. There is an opening here that they are they're running with the Umbreon. Of course, there's a big opportunity over here together with the Blastoise for the end. A solid opening, I would say. No problem whatsoever together with it.
What? Really? They're gonna go for Espeon for Axew? So I guess they're worried about even just setting up for the Ninetales, because one of the issues with Ninetales is that unless you have a very great front line, Ninetales can struggle.
Yes.
So it looks like it's going to be the Espeon, probably going to be stored power. That is the go-to build at the moment. And HT is going to lock in his Pokemon first. Nightmare Foxy will be last. So Glaceon and Blissey is going to be the call for Team MYS. And what is the last 2 picks here for Dev and Eeyore? I feel like they're saving something here.
Yeah, I'm guessing that they are trying to catch people off guard here with this pick. So Rise, are they trying to? No, they're not. So I thought they were trying to run the Zoroark instead of Team MYS with this one. So it's going to be a Sylveon and a Venus. Wait.
Triple attacker.
So, wait. So
triple attacker.
Support, triple attacker. Good luck to Slowbro, man. He's like, solo all day. He's like, guys, I'll sort this out for you.
It's okay. He has amnesia.
Yeah,
He's like, where am I again?
Pokemon Unite.
But this is such a ballsy play coming in for Rise because they are going all out attack, hoping that they're just gonna blow MYS up before they can do anything. Now here's my concerns here. Ice and Yamu are on 2 really great defenders, very oppressive defenders. You have Blastoise, who's going to basically have a free chance of just rapid spinning into Rise. If rapid spin is the choice, if he goes for Surf Hydro Pump, if he connects onto Axew, Dev, or Eeyore, these Pokemon are gone. They are squishy. Blastoise can pop them, and then you have Ice. I'm curious to see what is Ice's decision for movesets, because I don't think it's going to be Mean Look. I feel like it has to be that foul play. Foul play Snarl.
Yeah, I mean, like, they don't really need to catch any melee coming on from the side of Team Rise anyway, so probably that will be the choice for that. I am curious if Eeyore is going to be running the Rage ability. So I think is he actually running with Acid Spray together with the Solar Beam for this one, or he's going to be going with Petal Dance?
Sometimes it's Giga Beam as well. It's player preference again. I don't think you'd want to run Sludge Bomb here because you already have the Sylveon there for the special defense reduction.
Yes.
So it's probably, if he wants to go for range, it's going to be that Giga Beam, but I'm wondering like if he ever considers Petal Dance here. Can he afford to run Petal Dance?
It's usually like Petal Dance, Giga Drain, and then it's going to be a Solar Beam, or it's going to be a Solar Beam, Acid Spray, and Camera. So, it's tough. I think we'll get to know this once he actually goes in. The moment he actually goes into Ivysaur, that's when we're going to see all this happening. It's usually a normal combo between those two. But anyways, here going on central area is going to be the Glaceon getting a little bit. It's giving a little bit of space here for the Bulbasaur to actually get level on the wild Pokemon side of here, which is a great idea because it takes a while for Bulbasaur. He doesn't have really good secure ability, so no point of running him on the top lane or even at the bottom lane itself. Like, yes, of course, Razor Leaf deals a lot of damage, but it's not burst. Meanwhile, here top lane, running it's going to be the Squirtle together with this Chansey together with, we're going to see the Sylveon here together with the Hoopa. Now, there is rotation here. It's going to be rotation coming from Team Rise to the bottom lane instead. Meanwhile, for Team Rise, it's going to be the rotation to the top lane.
Oh, let's see who's going to grab those birds. And it looks like a lot of them went into Team MYS's pocket. So a little unfortunate there for Rise. MYS, they're going to be really happy with this. And so far, Axew as well as his partner, Iluna, doing their best to really apply pressure. Because Espeon's a really great laner. Stored power Espeon, there's a lot of poking potential with this. Although up top, though, Yamu is struggling up against the Sylveon. Will be able to back out of there. He's got a Blissey with him to heal him up with those eggs. As long as Yang is nearby, Yamu should be okay. The Hooper scouting around here for Rise, just making sure that there's no shenanigans.
Oh, no.
Trying to spot out where Glaceon could be. And Zoe is going to try and go for the reset here. Thankfully, it's just Yang. You know, Blissey's not that scary, so
it's okay. I mean, even the Mew decide to actually retract back as well, but they are waiting for the central area while Pokemon to actually appear for them to actually go in for the snap in a few short moments. Meanwhile, here the top lane is going to be a mano-a-mano segment between this. Well, apologies, it's going off in the bottom lane here between the Umbreon together with Slowbro. Of course, the cavalry has arrived here from teammates for Team MYS, making it a 4-victory situation at the bottom lane. Team Rise, they need to fend it off. They should be able to do so, as it's going to be quite a sturdy and durable Slowbro here on the side of Team Rise.
Yep, so we're looking at a Giga Beam build here for the Venusaur. So the Giga Drain and the Solar Beam. So he's got the reset potential for the Giga Drain and the self-sustain. Giga Drain is fantastic against those melee defenders because it heals you back up, especially with how Blastoise as well as Umbreon wants to be in your face. We do have the start up here with the Umbreon. Foul play pulling back 3. Not quite there though, but it looks like Umbreon is going to be taking a bit of a break here back in base. Glaceon, however, doing a lot of damage there to the Slowbro. And look at this though, Eeyore on the offense with the Solar Beam doing quite a bit here to MYS. They've got to be really careful, but now I think it's going to be a battle of the Solar Beams because Nightmare Foxy is here, and also we're looking at the Sylveon doing his absolute best to zone, and Axeq securing the Registeel. That's going to be an offensive buff there to Rise.
That's going to be time for Team MYS to back off. You would not want to go up against Team Rise as they actually have the special attack as well as the attack buff at the current moment from the Registeel. But of course, not much pressure being put from them from the side of Team Rise. Top lane here, Blastoise fetting up should be no problem for him. Currently at level 7 and already fully evolved double evolution from the Squirtle. Trying to push forward together with Rapid Spin over here. Not doing much, I would say, just screening off the team members from Team Rise away from doing any form of scoring. Now mid lane looks interesting here as we do see the Slowbro currently in position. Oh, our Anchor hitting out. They managed to actually get the Blissey, and they also got together with the Glaceon. Oh, that is going to be brutal here coming from the side of Team Rise, leaving a big opening and dunking on some points here at the lower goalpost on the side of Team MYS. Meanwhile, Umbreon here in position, but getting sent off here by the Hippo.
So we are seeing the power of the Sylveon-Espeon combination that has been popping up actually over the past 2 weekends of play at the Asia Champions League. This combination does so much damage in the early game and synergistically is a great pairing, right? Because Sylveon powers up the damage that Espeon can do, and they're just such a great combo together. And if you add another special attacker to the lineup, which is what a Venusaur is, you need to be so careful in these fights. If these moves connect, there's a good chance MYS Pokemon are just going to disappear off the face of the earth. Eviscerate.
Be careful. Never look down upon it. Oh, it's going to be the Glaceon getting last hit in on that Regieleki here at the top segment. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of babysitting coming up from team members of Team MYS. They really want this, but team members of Team Rise are trying to screen out this Regieleki from entering the goalpost here. But do they have enough? Hoopa sending back some of the team members, keeping them fresh and healthy coming throughout. Hydro Typhoon hitting off over here, but it's not able to actually connect well to the team members of Team Rise. Uses it up with the Slowbro trying to push out the team members. They managed to get the Sylveon. Is it going to be enough? Oh, that's going to be huge. It does seem that the Solar Beam coming up from the Mew is going to be the big win here for Team MYS. And the Hoopa goes down at the same time as well, making it 4 team members down as Sylveon returns back into the track. And they're going to be losing out the Espeon as well, making it a full-on team-wide in hands of this Blastoise 4 KO streak here in his hands.
Yemu doing a lot of heavy lifting in that battle. So a lot of focus on Rise was directed to that Blissey. And just at that last second, Blissey used the Bliss Assist onto the Blastoise. And a Bliss Assist Blastoise that's running the Rapid Spin build does so much damage. He shredded through Rise, setting up for his teammates to get those eventual knockouts, and then of course softening them on their goal zone, allowing them to eventually break that up. You have to be so careful if you're Rise. A Blastoise, if you don't blow him up at the beginning of the fight, if he's able to survive and just sit there and Rapid Spin, he will burn through those squishies. He will eventually set up for someone like Nightmare Foxy and even the Glaceon to just potentially finish them off.
It looks like they're not done yet here. Team MYS is charging through here, the bottom lane in the goalpost. Here comes a little bit scoring. It's going to be plus 15 here by the Umbreon, but it does seem that the Blastoise will be able to actually clear out the Venusaur. Basically, it doesn't matter if a water Pokemon goes up against a grass Pokemon over here. It does not apply. Meanwhile, charging off, coming off from behind as well. And they're going to be clearing out the Espeon on the side of Team Rise. And also, they're going to be getting hands on the Slowbro as well. Glaceon making himself 2 KO streaks. Now, this Venusaur has to be careful. He's quite fragile at the current moment. Basically, all you can let out is just your Solar Beam from back and just stay there, stay put.
MYS, they're looking really good in this game. Constant aggression, and they are starting to find hold in this lineup here for Rise, and in particular, this Blastoise is slowly becoming a massive issue because as we saw, that 1v1 in the backlines, we didn't quite see it on the screen, but on the map though, Rapid Spin Blastoise just dances around the Solar Beam Venusaur build, and there's not really much Eeyore can really do about it unless he has support from his team. So if he's alone and Yamu sees that Venusaur, he's going to want to get right on top of him and finish him off before he can contribute to those team fights. So Yamu, his priority target, not just the Hydro Typhoons, get rid of Eeyore because he can't do anything about it.
Exactly, and it's not like Eeyore is actually running Imperial Dance Giga Drain at all, so it does not provide him with any form of mobility to actually make any form of escape. So basically the only saving element for him is most definitely an eject, and if that's being utilized, there's no way for you to actually escape in the Blastoise here. But it does seem there's going to be a short pause here in this match in between Team Rise and Team MYS, but at the current moment, we're only 19 seconds away, Danny, from the Rayquaza appearing here at the Thea Sky Ruin Stadium.
Yes. Now, we do want to apologize for that pause. Unfortunately, I think we are running into a potential technical issue, or one of the players might be running into a problem here. So again, we do want to apologize. Thank you so much for sticking around. Hopefully we can get this sorted within the next couple minutes. But yes, we are now in a very tense moment because Rise are in a whole world of issues right now. They went for this triple attacker comp, and I think the idea for their composition was to just run away with the game from the get-go. Utilize the early game power of your EVs as well as your Venusaur, and hope that you just keep MYS down until that Rayquaza. And unfortunately, MYS have done a really good job at coming back into this game and actually slowly creeping ahead in those levels. I think we might be coming back into the game here, folks. Thank you so much for your patience. We're going to find out what the finale is for this game.
I mean, I felt that there's so many things happening and we didn't realize the clock was there. Are you sure you 8 minutes down? I was like, okay. But Slowbro, man, out of all these things, Danny, he has to do loads of things. I don't think he has the ability to actually screen out all the, or even soak up all the damage come from Team MYS. As in most occasions, they would just ignore him and go in straight for all these main attackers coming out from Team Rise. Now, Rayquaza has appeared, and they know that Team MYS is currently in the lead here with 34 points more compared to what Team Rise has to offer. Time is ticking. Now, how is Team Rise going to approach this? Now, Blastoise at the top lane is trying to clear out any potential scoring from Team Rise in that segment. Meanwhile, Umbreon also covering a little bit ground on the bottom lane over here. Sylveon trying to make his way through the top lane here. But what is going to be the play? Who's going to make the entry here, make his way to the Rayquaza? Because Team MYS, we know them, they're not going to touch this Rayquaza. So we're going to crease screen them away. Meanwhile, they do find the Umbreon over here. Here comes the hole, but where's the damage? Even the Anchor Virgin is utilized as well. Venusaur gets the takedown here on the Umbreon. 1 man down, 4 more to go, Danny.
There's the Blastoise, though. He wants to finish the Espeon, but is cautious. Yamu doesn't want to go down. He has the Typhoon. He's ready to go. There's no slow beam. He ejects forward, connects onto Rise. Can MYS get the clear, though? So far, they're doing pretty good. And 2 are down on the side of Rise. Next to fall is going to be that Hooper. Now we're left with 2. It's Axew and Eeyore. It's going to really come down to Eeyore if it's going to be the Rayquaza. They're going to try and force him out because MYS, they're in no position to need to go to Rayquaza. And Eeyore took the bait. Now, unfortunately for Axew, he is on a Espeon who's playing stored power. There's not really much he's going to be able to do here. It looks like MYS is going to end this series 2-0 in a convincing fashion after surviving a intense onslaught from Rise in this early game. They managed to win those mid-game engagements, bring themselves up into a comfortable position for that late game, and win a very convincing late game team fight.
Look at this. The representatives from the Malaysia Singapore Open is actually doing it over here, probably making a way to a convincing 2-0 against the champions from Indonesia. Team Rise here on our final series of the day in a fashionable manner, most definitely. So congratulations to Team MYS. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that makes the score 2-0. 2 for Team MYS and 0 for Team Rise, making them the champions, the first place for their respective crew.
Yeah, and what this means for these two teams now is that Team MYS will get the first seeding for the playoffs, meaning they have to play the least amount of games.
They only have to win 1 series on the third day itself, main bracket, to actually make it into the top 3 to the ECL
I love how you
finals.
say only, because you still have to win the game.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, if you win, I mean, like, yeah. So, but if you win, you make it in the top 3.
Totally get it. No, yeah, I mean, it's gonna. The MYS are gonna be sitting pretty, but for Rise, they will need to play technically a 1-game longer journey.
That's all,
to make it to the offline finals, because there are 3 spots for teams to qualify to Thailand, and we are still sitting with 8 teams total.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that's going to be happening next week. I'm really excited for this as well because we're going to be getting more games next week.
Yes, that's true. That's going to be
2 extra games.
2 extra games, I would say. And there's going to be a lot of things happening over there as we're going to be featuring both East Asia as well as Southeast Asia. Now, all teams here in respective Group A and Group B will still be playing on day number 3 for the main bracket, but their placements in the group will determine where they will begin their journey in the bracket itself. Higher ranking or higher placement in the group stage will place them closer to the final segment itself. Now, congratulations to both teams for a spectacular game over here. Team Rise, the Indonesia champions, and Team MYS, the Malaysia Singapore Open champions over here. Now, looking at the game itself, Danny, who would you give this MVP?
I'm taking a look at the 2 teams, and it's kind of hard, but I'm sort of leaning towards Yemi because he did a really great job overall, just being there to set up for the team, protecting his backline, making sure that Nightmare Foxy was fine, making sure that HT was going to be okay, especially in those in-game team fights, getting those, because he played Blastoise in both of those games. The Hydro Typhoon, super important, consistent in the lane as well. We never really see Yemu struggle at all. He's just such a great laner, but again, assistance by HT, kind of can't blame him when you have a great central laner as well.
That's
so
true.
I think we're going to have to give it to Yemu here.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, this game too was very convincing. Yemu played really, really well. He didn't felt like a defender Blastoise at all. He felt like an attacker Blastoise here in this game. And he contribute even more damage compared to what Nightmare Foxy brought here using the Mew here. And I think collectively, yes, everybody contributed well in terms of the whole segment of the game. There was instances, yes, Team Rise was able to actually pick off on Ice on that Umbreon in the early stages in engagement on the Rayquaza, but even without Ice present there, despite it being a 4v5 situation, Team Rise was able to actually turn the battles around, making a convincing win them during that last stretch. What a match. I mean, like, you couldn't ask for a much more high-level play over here, and Team West has proven themselves to actually be the top of the leaderboard here for this particular Group A. And looking at the charts over here as well, now it's not really positive progress for Team West throughout the whole thing. There was a point where actually the team was actually struggling mid-game, where Team Rise was actually having slightly more points during the Regieleki segment, where they actually won it. But then Team MYS was able to actually get back on their feet just moments before jumping into that 7-minute segment of the game.
I want to ask you here, Flava, because we both watched the same game. What do you feel like happened to Rise to lose their momentum? Because I kind of felt like Rise had a pretty good early game. They looked pretty good. They were doing their jobs with their evolutions, but then at what point do you kind of feel like MYS made that comeback and equalized the game?
I do get the question, because you would expect Rise to actually be having a much better time, as they do have the evolutions, which is supposed to carry them through the early as well as the mid game itself. But before all that, I would really want to address it as well. It's great that our production is also playing out some of the highlights that actually happened in the game itself. Now, they have the attackers. It looked like they knew what they were actually doing itself, but the problem is, it's come to a point where for Team MYS, their idea is very simple. They don't really have to pay much attention to what the slow roll can actually offer in the game. All they have to do is just ignore all that and just go straight up to all the main events. To clear it out, the Sylveon here during engagement. Look at this Blastoise and the opening that's actually offering here for the team members of Team MYS. And he's actually the main one who's right in front of that and still surviving. Look at this, charging forward, no problem.
I think that was the, like, personally, I kind of feel like that was the fight where everything went right for MYS, because at that time, level advantage was in favor of
Team
Rise.
Rise, yeah.
Yeah, so MYS, great team fight. I actually think it came down to that combination of the Bliss assist onto Yemu, so that he was able to get that boosted attack, sit in the middle of the fight, have the extra shielding, just sort of, you know, heyday, Blastoise thing. Rapid Spin Blastoise is still a legitimate strategy, even though we're seeing a lot more Surf Hydro Pump nowadays. So Yemu, massive opening, but he also was a key component, I believe, to the success for MYS in this series. And unfortunately for Rise, I think the concept behind their draft was interesting. And I think in some circumstances, you might even say it could be right. But the execution. They really couldn't afford to lose that 5-minute fight.
I think I couldn't see it anywhere as well, but it's very hard to actually have a look at all this. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, all that, we also want to highlight some key highlight things that actually happened in that recent game by jumping into our illustration segment over here, where we're going to be pointing out some of the key things that actually happened in the recent game number 1 and game number 2. And of course, before all that, we're going to be looking here at clip number 3. Now, this is actually game number 2 between Team MOS and Team Rise. Now, before we kickstart our segment here, just have a look at in terms of position. Now, everybody is committed at this point itself. Now, playing out for over here, right? So you see in terms of position, I like how we're moving out at this point. Look at these beams being shot out over here. On one end, you do see the Mew shooting off to this side, and we do see the solar beam coming off from the Venusaur side. And so as well.
The green and red beam.
The green red beam, yeah. It's
red light, green light.
It's actually happening over here. But the entry coming up from behind is definitely going to be this Blastoise. He's going to be there charging up forward. We do see the Blissey here in position. Now, these two range attackers, they're in comfortable positions as we see on the minimap. All the team members from Team Rise is all the way back there on the left side, as they do have all the information needed for them to actually engage. And look at this, while all this is happening, right? Look at the position still. These guys, they have no problem holding on here. We do have the two range attackers coming up from Team MYS. Blastoise doing Blastoise things here. Here comes the hole hitting off on the Blissey. Now, here's the thing. This is a great body block over here. Now, if you're actually not on the way, you could actually have a hole in either the Mew or even actually their Glaceon, but that's not really the case over here as well. Unbound will be utilized as well, but there's no team members over here. But Blastoise making his way here into the fray and trying to bring in all the action for team members. Hydro Typhoon has already been utilized. It is hitting a multi-member zone. A great opening here, but Hooper getting hit from all this and getting chased down by all the team members. There was nobody actually providing any form of support for him from behind. So he's literally on his own at the current moment. Meanwhile, you see here Def. He's in trouble, low on HP as well. Even with Slowbro here at the frontal as well, he's not getting himself safe at this particular moment. So as we're charging forward over here, he does make an escape and tries to return back, but Venusaur, he couldn't join in anymore aside from contributing with the Solar Beam as he's very low on HP. It's either that or he needs the Hooper to send him back so he can actually join in Levi and actually do more here in this trade-off. And as things happen out, look at this screening coming on from this Blastoise. There's no way this Hooper is going to go anywhere. The only thing he can actually do is just run away. And that's what has actually transpired here in the Rayquaza pit exam. And all that is definitely history for Team Rise.
I want to remind people as well that while all this was happening, Ice wasn't even there.
Yes.
He was KO'd. He was in the Pokemon Center. He was asking.
See, he's still there. He's making his way. He's like, guys, I'm coming.
Yeah, he just came back. So the fact that MYS was able to pull this off without their Umbreon, it just goes to show how good of a position they were in this game. They were confident that the Blastoise would get the initiation. Because we saw that Rise, immediately Hydro Typhoon goes down, the entire team backed off. They were too scared to engage because they just didn't have... You have a Slowbro. That's not really the kind of front line that you want to use when you're dealing with a Blastoise.
Yeah.
So it was a really, really tough game for Rise. I could understand the composition, but they just... They kind of lost it at that 5-minute mark, and everything really just went downhill from that point on.
They actually had the numbers, but even with that, they were still scared to actually approach. The moment Hydro Typhoon was being utilized, they were just being pushed back to the side. Look at Venusaur. He has to make his way back to base and actually come back because Hooper was not able to actually provide him with a portal for him to actually just have a reset itself. He's too low of HP. It's either he goes down and risks being away for the next 20 seconds plus, or he makes it safely and being able to cut down short on that timer itself. So I guess that's a call. I mean, it's quite unfortunate. If probably Venusaur was still being they're able to actually contribute more in terms of damage, in terms of presence, it could possibly, these are all what-if situation, I would say, coming up from Team Rise.
Yep. So I do believe we have an interview ready to go. So let's talk to the winners of that series. We're going to welcome Ice back to the interview desk. How you feeling? You're looking really happy there with that win. It's a 2-0. My man, spill the beans. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Big smile.
Last year I lost to Rise in the previous ACL, so this is kind of like a revenge match for me, a grudge match for me. And honestly, speaking from my heart, I think Def is a great upgrade to Rise ever since that last iteration of the roster. So it was a personal challenge for me to beat Rise, at least, or a personal goal for me to beat Rise. So after beating Rise, I'm very happy about it, and it's a duo, and I think I'm very happy with our performance today.
Oh, wow. That is definitely something. Of course, Ice, you and your team deserves to be happy whole day here for actually having that very convincing win. Now, I really want to ask about going up against Team Rise this time was there something different compared to how you went up against them in the previous year itself?
For me personally, I was, at least for last year ECL, I think the draft went terrible for us. I didn't know the game as much as I thought I knew about it. And then I learned a lot from last year's Worlds, and then I applied it to this year's ACL with MIS. And both during Worlds and during today, I think we both had a decent draft advantage. And we both when teams of almost equal skill or similar skill face each other, draft is very important. And since I believe that we are more skilled players and we had a better draft, the win was inevitable. The win was for bag, you know.
Yeah. And of course, wait a minute. Okay, Danny, I'm very sure Danny really wants to ask this, but let me just ask this one here. What are your thoughts? And when you actually saw that your opponents were actually running with triple attackers from there, and was it a surprise to you guys, or you guys knew that it was already in the bag when you guys actually saw that?
Personally, I think they had a okayish comp. It wasn't really that bad. It's something it's something that they would play. I believe they would play, I guess. So it's within our expectations, and I think after the draft, I believe personally we are 60-70% win rate of winning if we don't mess it up.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so look, spill the beans. I'm gonna hear about this Metagross thought from you, Ice. Okay, has Rise ever pulled out a Metagross in scrims against you guys?
So last year during Worlds, I was matched against them during groups.
Yes.
When I was part with High Five /OG, and then they didn't want to scrim us at all because we are in the same group, which I understand.
Totally.
So
I totally, yeah.
When Rise asked us to scrim, I said no.
I
never seen them pull out Metagross or not.
Wow.
So both teams coming into this this week or this match, we had no information on each other prior to stalking. So
prior to stock has come to that point.
No. Okay, hold on. We're going to use the nicer word for this. Research.
Researching.
Research.
Stalking is a little bit too much over there, Ice.
Yeah. So, again, back onto the Metagross, because this is something that's also going to be new to you guys. How do you sort of view Metagross as a Pokemon right now? Because you guys did really well, considering that this was also Metagross come Fae coming out of Rise. What is the main objective when you're dealing against a Metagross? And this is also central lane Metagross. It's not top lane.
I think Metagross as a Pokemon isn't that bad. It isn't bad, realistically speaking. But I think the way they drafted their team comp without limiting our picks, I'm not gonna explain why I think it's bad, because I know some competitors are watching the interview.
Sure.
So I'm not going to give my thoughts, but the way they drafted Metagross with the way they drafted their team comp against ours, I knew it was the first game I knew was a 90% win rate, 90% won.
That was high.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're confident totally. You were like, this Pokemon is not going to hinder us at all. We've also got our comfort picks. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Ice. Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
No, I'm good, man. Ice, it's so comfortable to see you guys have this win together with your whole teammates. Hopefully you guys have a great journey in day number 3 itself. And thank you so much for joining us here at the studios for this interview.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, Ice. See you next week.
Take care, man. Wow, that was quite an interview we actually had with them, and he was definitely big smiles over there with that win.
Did you not see when he had the camera? Like his face was 90%
Yeah, exactly.
camera, this big smile. Gosh, I love that. He's such a funny guy.
Oh yeah.
Man, but we had an amazing weekend, Flava, because the group stage is now officially concluded for East Asia and Southeast Asia, meaning that we are ready for playoffs next weekend. And yes, I said a weekend because we're going to have a full weekend of Pokemon Unite, trying to figure out who will be the 6 representatives, 3 from East Asia, 3 from Southeast Asia, who will be flying to Thailand for the finals next month in Thailand. I said Thailand. Wow. So to conclude Southeast Asia's league stage, I'm going to start with Group A. At the very top, we have Team MYS with 9 points, undefeated in their group, including Rise with a fantastic 2-0 to end things.
First place, MYS, top seed. These guys are going to be playing the least number of games next week. In second place, we will still have Rise, who managed to get 6 points in their group, followed by Loading with 3 points, and lastly, Secret Rare Diamond. Unfortunately for the Philippines, this team is going to have to play a lot of games if they want to have a chance at making it to the offline finals.
Together with Team Loading as well. So both the third place and the fourth place will go up against one another, but not within the same group. So basically, Team Loading will be going up against the fourth place standing in Group B, whereas Team Secret Red Diamond will be going up against the third place placement in Group B. So, of course, coming up next is going to be Group B itself, which comprises of Get Together, Talent PH, Road to the Top, and Team Onyx. Starting off in first place is going to be Onyx, where they won 2 of the best of 3 series, 2-0 to 1, and lost 1-2 to Team Get Together. And coming in second is going to be Talent PH, where they already won 2 series in a convincing 2-0, but they lost against Onyx in 0-2 and putting them in second place with 6 points. And of course, you guys do see this. Get Together and Road to the Top tied with 4 points, but it places Road to the Top in third place because they won head-to-head going up against Team Get Together.
Now, we are all wanting to see the brackets for the playoffs. Let's show the brackets to our viewers. This is what we're going to be looking at next weekend for the Southeast Asia Day 3 playoffs. We're going to be starting the first round with Loading, playing against Get Together for round number 1, followed by Secret Rare Diamond and Road to the Top. Winner of these matches will be playing up against either Talent PH or Rise, depending on the round. And the winner of the second round will then have to play the semi-final teams, which consist of Team MYS and Onyx, the 2 teams that topped the brackets during the group stage. Now, the thing is, Onyx and MYS, even though they are here, they are not safe. They are not guaranteed a spot to go to the finals. If they want to have a guaranteed chance,
they have to win.
They have to win. If they lose this set, they still have one more chance.
Final lifeline.
But only one of the 2 teams is going to make it through for third place. So they'll have to play a loser's game to find out who will be that third place team. It's a very scary situation, and for the team that comes in fourth, so close, they'll be devastated.
I wouldn't have told it in a much better way, Danny. You're absolutely correct on this. Now, of course, this is going to be the main bracket, ladies and gentlemen. It has been solidified based on the placements of these respective teams in respective groups. So all the best to all the teams. Now, of course, the teams in the first round, Loading, Get Together, Secret Rare Diamond, and Road to the Top, is going to crawl their way up through the second round, the first round, second round, semi-final, and to the finals itself. It's going to be a very long journey itself, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities for Team MYS and Team Onyx to observe all these teams and how they're going to be playing here at this stage. And always remember, this is a single elimination bracket, meaning that if you lose the best of 3 series, you'll be eliminated from the competition, except for the semi-final segment, where if you do lose out at that point in the competition, you still have the opportunity to make it to the finals by winning the semi-finals loser bracket round at the bottom segment.
Yeah. Best of luck to all of our competitors next weekend. It is your last opportunity to make it through, because if anything, I think the group stage was just a taste, a test, a little appetizer, not just for the players, but also for us as the spectators watching this game. But I do think next week is going to be extremely exciting. I cannot wait. But Professor Flava, thank you so much for joining me on the desk. It's been a wonderful opportunity casting with you yet again.
Actually, we're thanking you for this, for actually joining us here at the desk. Thank you so much.
Fun casting with you,
all magical Danelie joining here at the desk. And of course, you're going to be seeing us together with Leonard, Yololee in the upcoming day number 3 itself, with all those Pokemon Unite actions here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League regional stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to each and every one of you who have joined us throughout the whole day 1 as well as day 2 segment for East Asia as well as Southeast Asia, and hopefully you've enjoyed all the matches and winners for today. Be sure to support your favorite teams competing here at the regionals, as they will need every single one of you for your attention as well as your support from time to time. My name is Flava, together to all magical Danelie, signing off on this one, and we'll see you guys next week for day number 3 here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League regionals, East Asia and Southeast Asia. Till then, good night, everyone.
Rayquaza side. But here comes the serve. Jump into the mix as well. Can they force out the ultimate coming from RBX? But here comes the massive hydro typhoon. Imagine they can knock them all four, but guess what? The Crustle is here. Wraps around to the backline. So, to completely deny their forms of escape here, they managed to get one. Thank God for the Hoopa Unbound. Was able to help reset the Buzzwole, but guess what? No Unite moves. Now they can slowly turn the fight. The counter initiative currently begins.
And there is still no Dodrio, and it looks like Loading want to use this opportunity to potentially go for the Rayquaza for themselves. But they do need to remember they're dealing with Ignite Mew, Foxy Mew, the king of secure. So if they can actually do this, it would be a fantastic lock. But it looks like bottom fight. We have this advancement coming in for Loading. Can they get the knockouts? They are slowly pushing MYS in. They're going to try and go for the scores. They do get the jump in. 48 points there for Blue Skies. It's still not enough. 383 to 263. Loading. It looks like this might just be it. 3 Pokemon down.
Here, can Tyranitar survive all this? Oh, here goes the block. But of course, Hoopa can escape here with his own portal to his upper side. Here goes the Tyranitar, setting him back. It's going to be everything back fresh and healthy. What's going to be Havoc here?
It's on the Umbreon, but in the back lines, though, they're trying to jump again onto this Pikachu. Even Mimikyu committing onto Milo P. This Pikachu does finally go down. And is this the recipe to victory for Onyx? Tyranitar now chasing down Daisy. Get rid of that Crustle. We are so annoyed of all those Rock Tombs. Blissey all alone. Patty looking for a friend, but can't quite. Hoopa as well as Mimikyu to stop this Leafeon. They get the KO, but the team is coming in. Pikachu is here. Milo getting it.
For the side of Secret Rare Diamond, but Sam is still going to play around the Rayquaza. I mean, trying to be a nuisance, trying to buy the necessary amount of time, but also keeping an arm's length so they don't easily get picked up, because more openings means an opportunity. A Leafeon is definitely a big pickup here. But then again, it's only left with 25 seconds on the clock. Rayquaza is currently has begun. The attempt is without the Leafeon, without the Trevenant now, there is only one person, the hero, the protagonist of this story for the side here, Secret Red, beginning here. But remember, look at the Pikachu here. The Pikachu is the main goal. Someone needs to keep it in check, and then comes in with the Sylvia. He needs to get the final pick coming. They secure the Rayquaza. 10 seconds left on the clock. Team Loading finally found a chink in the armor, in the defenses here. And now they're going to get all the dunks here. 1 dunk, 2 dunk, 3
to road.
Oh my god, this could be horrifying.
Oh, the Typhoon. It connects onto multiple Pokemon, but they're just so spread apart.
The rest of the squad, Venusaur still has his ultimate. Love still has his ultimate. Pretty much everybody has their ultimate for this Rayquaza fight.
Conditioning for Talon was flawless, and it looks like the Slowbro is going to go down. Talon PH maybe on the back foot here. Now also losing the Venusaur. It's going to be down to 3. Hoopa and Talion, as well as that Buzzwole. Can they finish a Thunderstorm going down? But this Buzzwole is so fat. He is so tanky. I don't know if it's enough. They do eliminate that Buzzwole, but the snapshot. But is cautious. Yemu doesn't want to go down. He has the Typhoon. He's ready to go. There's no slow beam. He ejects forward, connects onto Rise. Can MYS get the clear though? So far they're doing pretty good. And 2 are down on the side of Rise. Next to fall is going to be that Hoopa. Now we're left with 2. It's Axew